Please take your seats. The stage will open in 15 minutes. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage Collision co-host Sunil Sharma. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Please welcome to the stage, founder and CEO of Collision and Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave. Please welcome the co-host of Collision, Web Summit's very own, Casey Lau. Please welcome to the stage, Collision co-host, Sunil Sharma. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 15 minutes. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage Collision co-host Sunil Sharma. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage multimedia host and producer, Bridget Trong.
Stage 1, 15-minute break. Stage 1, 15-minute break. Just before 9, please, for doors. Stage 1, 15-minute break. Thank you. Yeah, and bring your umbrella. Doors are at 9. Stage 1, doors are at 9.
Board of perfect polished.
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 15 minutes. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. please welcome to the stage Collision co-host Sunil Sharma.
Okay, Collision. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the very first morning of Collision. It's really exciting to be here in my hometown of Toronto, and for those of you who have traveled to come here, you are very welcome. So my name is Sunil Sharma, and I am the co-host of Collision and Web Summit for this final time. So for those of you who are like me, you will share my enthusiasm and my love for startups. And I'm excited to tell you that a record number of startups are attending Collision this time. And I'm even more excited to hear the pitch. This, in fact, is my absolute favorite part, not only of Collision, but of all the tech events I ever go to. A pitch is an opportunity for a founder to tell their story in a concise and an exciting way. And over the next 3 days, our breakout startups will showcase some of the biggest and best ideas from some of the most innovative tech companies attending Collision from all over the world. So let's get started. So kicking us off is Toronto's own Logan Wolf. He is the tech entrepreneur and CEO of Orna, which is an AI cyber crisis simulation and incident response automation platform for all business functions. So please put your hands together for Logan.
I always wanted to do this. I'm your host, Logan Wolf. No, I'm not. I only got to explain cybersecurity in 2 minutes, so here goes. I've been in this industry for about a decade, and it's undergoing seismic changes as we speak. You see, the teams are shifting right. That is to say, from detection to response. And who can blame them? With the sophistication and proliferation, this is some $12 words, I practice this, they just simply realize that you cannot detect or prevent. You know, we got AI, we got insiders, we got everything in between, right? So teams are shifting their focus onto the response area. That's breach response, crisis response, incident response, whatever you want to call it. But it's easier said than done. Okay, let me ask you this. Any Formula One fans in the audience? Give me a, yeah, there you go. I love that. Okay, I'm a racing fan. Now, so Formula One is kind of like cybersecurity and vice versa, minus the salaries, minus the glamour. But the pressure to perform at the highest level is absolutely there, and you cannot perform at your highest level without practice, much like an F1. Now, in cybersecurity, practice takes form of, tabletop exercises, crisis simulations, team training sessions, things like that. And that is really the only way still for humans to get better at this. Well, there are a few problems. First of all, these exercises are very expensive, about $100K pop. And some companies do this monthly, some large organizations do this quarterly. Stakeholders are difficult to engage. The tools are usually some form of a multi-part questionnaire, that sort of thing, difficult to translate into actual learnings. At Orna, we took a completely different approach to this. We combined crisis simulations and actual incident response automation in a single tool. We create a clone of your environment. That is not the slide. That's the slide. That's your exercise ground, your sandbox, effectively. You use AI to simulate an attack of any type and complexity. You use an actual incident response platform, everything included, for an actual incident response practice. That makes sense, right? And finally, as a step forward, we translate that into real incident response automations. Our customers report an 84% increase in reduction in breach-related losses, and it's been going pretty well. I think I'm out of time. Thank you, and I'm going to go.
All right. Thank you, Logan. That's off to a good start. So next up is my friend Vito Akbari. He is the co-founder and CEO of Stage Meta. They are pioneering no-code spatial computing platform that is built for business scalability. Also from Toronto, please welcome Vito.
Hi, this is Vito. welcome to Toronto, my city. I'm not sure if you're familiar with spatial computing, but I'm talking about devices like this, Apple Vision Pro, or MetaQuest. So what's the main challenge? Developing an app for spatial computing is too expensive, about $500,000 cost. So businesses cannot have any presence there. We solved this problem through a Stage Meta. We developed the first non-code spatial computing platform for businesses to have presence in spatial computing. And we reduced the cost from $500,000 to $1,600. Let me show you how it works. For hotel hospitality, businesses, they can have presence over there with minimum cost and show their hotel for their guests, or for, I would say, for the dealership or retails. This is a demo. You can see how it works in businesses. So many car dealerships right now using that, and so far we have generated more than $1 million revenue. More than 700 businesses in North America use our services, and more businesses join daily. Thank you very much.
Okay, nicely done, Vito. Next up is Darren Carvalho. He is the CEO and co-founder of Meta Wealth. They are a modern investment platform that offers you fractional ownership in real estate properties, which allows you to generate passive income. From London, England, please welcome Darren to the stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is Darren. I'm the co-founder, co-CEO at Meta Wealth. What we do at Meta Wealth is we take institutional-grade real estate assets, such as apartment buildings, office spaces, strip malls, things of that nature, big real estate assets, not like one apartment at a time or one little small space. We take these assets, we tokenize them, and then we sell them on a technology platform, mobile and web app, to family offices, funds, the mass market, and anybody looking to get interested in real estate. So what we found is that 72% of people want to invest in real estate. They don't have the time, the capital, the resources. They don't have the money to get involved. It's high tickets to get involved into the tier 1 real estate assets. Very hard to manage, complex legal processes, limited experience. So this is what we were seeing. We really wanted to tackle that problem. What we found as well is on the other side of the coin, we had real estate developers. Real estate developers, they have a very localized customer base that they can sell to. There's only so many rich people that can afford to be owners of real estate. And it's very operationally inefficient to sell to thousands of people if they want to sell their project. So we developed Meta Wealth to basically solve all of these problems. We're democratizing real estate investing by offering our real estate for $100 to start with. You can invest from anywhere, in anywhere, using our technology platform. And that's really the tech play that we're doing here. All of our assets are fully managed. They're yield generating, they're passive income, expertly vetted. In terms of the market opportunity, as we can see, there's the Bitcoin market and the crypto market. There's Robinhood taking on the stock market. But real estate is much, much bigger than any of these markets. And that's kind of why we're going after it. And then in terms of our team, it's really wealth tech, finance, and real estate development that's really pushing the needle for us at Meta Wealth and why we're going to be so successful on this really, really big mission. And in terms of the tier 1 institutions that are also looking at the technology, we have BlackRock, Goldman, JP Morgan, and BCG all pushing to the vision that in 2026, over $1 billion worth of assets will be tokenized. In 1 year, we've accomplished a lot of our goals. We've done over 100 real estate assets, over 40 million of real estate under contract, across a pipeline of across 6 different countries, and we're just starting there. Thank you.
Okay, nicely done, Darren. Next up is Anar Mammadov. He is the co-founder and CEO of Senpex. They are an AI-powered last-mile delivery company and logistics platform for businesses and individual consumers. So please welcome from San Francisco, California, Anar.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anar. I'm actually a technical co-founder of the Senpex. Today, I will talk about the challenges about the AI dispatching, specific in the last mile logistic, supply chain, and especially the e-commerce. Pretty much more than 20 years of decades of operational management process. One of our main challenges we at the company face usually is inefficiency, and it's very hard to streamline operation process. This is usually I faced. And the second one of the hugest problem we do have is like how to equip diverse the skills and knowledge of the team members and make it properly done. And the last one of the main challenge we as a company face so far is like how to scale and grow, right? Because if you will triple the transactions, the volume-wise, we haven't really hard challenge with an increasing number of the employees, etc. So today I would like to introduce Senpex AI technology base. We empower the last mile logistics, supply chain, e-commerce, and the customer service businesses to utilize data AI to improve their operation efficiency, intelligent task allocation, create knowledge base, and accurate demand prediction based on implementing the AI dispatch bot. So how it works, it's straightforward and simple. We, first of all, create the orchestration framework, which consider the intelligent task allocation based on the different roles. For example, we have like HR team or dispatcher controller, etc. Second, in this orchestration, we implemented adaptive learning and pre-built knowledge database. This is very important to take the company's knowledge, know-hows, and try to, by generative AI, implement this, create the knowledge bases. Third, taking each workflow process of any of the companies and trying to automate those workflow process. And the last part, AI can make a mistake, so we need to do a really important real-time monitoring of that. We as a company established in 2018, covering pretty much the whole US. We as a company implemented similar for more than 65 different marketplaces, and they bring big brands like Apple, Google, DoorDash, and a couple of the big brands. They're utilizing our AI bots to automate their logistic process. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Anar. So our final breakout session this morning is Alexander Simeonescu. He is the CEO of RealMotion. They're a startup with real-time media servers that bring the benefits of hardware-accelerated graphics to the field of professional AV applications. So from New York City, please welcome Alexander.
Good morning, Toronto. My name's Alex, and I'm here to present RealMotion. So digital media, as we know, is entering a really new phase of evolution where every environment we occupy will provide rich, interactive multimedia encounters. So we're merging physical spaces and digital interactions that creates personalized experiences for end users across a range of markets, including hospitality, real estate, retail, transportation, and many others. Now, the problem is that, like many other manifestations of digital media in our lives, content creation and distribution and site operation are key success factors. And so since this, decreasing display technologies has increased adoption, however, the expensive content production and high cost of ownership persist due to tools that are not mature enough and on-premise technology. So for more than a decade, our team has created immersive experiences that transform museums, offices, hotels, shopping malls, airports, hospitals, and live performances into responsive digital environments. And through that process, we've built software that makes our work more profitable by making creation, distribution, and site operation more effective. Now, RealMotion achieves its efficiency by reducing the complexity through a combination of core features. First one is spatial computing. It supports over a dozen specialized sensors and computer vision out of the box, so that eases the burden on content creators. Real-time rendering and data processing also allows RealMotion to excel in real-time environments and linear media, and it allows us to also work across any kind of digital media, whether it's projection, LED, or lighting. Apologies for that, clicking through. So in terms of our first phase, we'll really focus on bringing to market the G-Series real-time media servers, as well as our software product, RealMotion Engine. We'll also develop 2 product MVPs that will focus on expanding our spatial computing capabilities, as well as analytics, and initiate the cloud migration, which will lead us to a SaaS model. Our second phase, along with a Series A round, will focus on bringing SaaS products to market. The market segments that we're focusing on will be fixed installations, live events, virtual production, and broadcast, all environments that are really driven by real-time data and interactions. So going to market is going to focus on channel partners that will be reselling our products, as they are doing now. Content marketing, trade shows, and user training will also increase our user base. And we're focusing on our seed funding in order to build our core team, ramp up our sales, protect our intellectual property, and continue our marketing efforts. Thank you very much.
Nicely done, Alexander. So listen, that is it for this morning's Breakout Startups. We're going to do this again today, right after lunch, so you'll see me back here. But please don't go too far away. The morning kickoff is going to happen in just a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Please welcome to the stage, founder and CEO of Collision and Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave.
Hello, hello, welcome. You're all incredibly welcome to Collision 2024 here in the glorious city of Toronto. My name is Paddy Cosgrave and I'm the CEO of Web Summit for the last 8 weeks. This is our 5th, 6th year in this amazing venue. We came here in 2019 because of Mayor Tory and Sunil Sharma, and it is going to be our last, but more about that in a moment. We've 3 days of incredible speakers, brilliant partners, and innovative startups ahead of us. But before we get going, I want to pause for a moment to remind ourselves of why we are all here. In this moment, technology is our greatest hope for progress, but also our greatest divider. It is Web Summit's mission to connect people and ideas that change the world, and I believe that Web Summit's role as a place for connection and community is more urgent than ever. Here in Toronto and in cities across the globe, we have brought people together as a springboard to do remarkable things, to launch companies, find investors, unveil projects, and advance new visions of the world. This week will be no different. Here you will find the innovators willing to ask difficult questions, startup founders blazing new trails, and leaders challenging the status quo. 2024 has already been a year of accelerating change. Globally, there have been days of hope and sadly days of darkness. Technology continues to turn everything about society, work, politics, and life itself on our planet upside down. Against this backdrop, Collision will be the place that brings us together, connecting people and advancing critical conversations about technology, society, and change. Before I go any further, I would like to announce that we're going to continue the great traditions of Collision in a new city next year. We're launching, for those that don't know, a new North American flagship event in Vancouver in May 2025. The new event, Web Summit Vancouver, joins our international roster of events, and I'm very excited about the global tech community that we aim to gather next year in our new home in Vancouver. I hope, of course, that many of you will be able to join us in Vancouver. So back to today, and of course, artificial intelligence is the big topic. And shortly, you're going to hear from Aidan Gomez, the founder and CEO of Cohere, all about the real-world impact of AI. But Aidan is just the start. There are more than 800 speakers this week, not just on this stage, but spread across stages all the way through the venue. Collision boasts more than 300 partners, just over 1,000 investors, and more than 1,000 media to report on every move and every story from the event. There's a packed program of talks, but there's also roundtables and mentor hours, which you'll find on the floor and out to the sides of the event. And of course, there's Night Summit, where you can go have a drink and a snack and soak up those Toronto nights and maybe meet your next co-founder, an investor, a partner, a customer, or a new friend. Most importantly, more than 1,600 startups will take part this week, the most startups ever at a Collision event, which I just want to say is in some ways entirely counterintuitive. My expectation over the last number of years has been, as venture capital has begun to decline sharply, that is the deployment of venture capital or VC into startups, that the number of startups we would see getting started, not just attending Collision, but just being started in general, would begin to decline. But actually the opposite is happening. There is a very stark decoupling of venture capital and startups. The sort of dependency that emerged over the last decade seems to have broken down. What are the reasons for it? I don't really know. Perhaps they'll be discussed on some of these stages. But the number of bootstrap startups that we have at Collision this year is extraordinary. And whilst there were always bootstrap startups at our events in the past, the ratio is changing and changing very dramatically. And I think personally, it's fantastic to see so many people starting businesses, getting products to market, getting their first customers, getting real revenue, and not taking any external capital. I think it's to be welcomed. I think over the last half a decade, perhaps, there was some misalignment between the venture capital community and the startup community. And what's happening now, I think, is a very positive development, but I'm sure far wiser people will discuss it and thrash it out on stage as to why it is occurring. So to return just to the event for a moment, perhaps most importantly of all, 44% of startups that are here on our floor over the next 3 days are founded by women. And I think that this might just make this event the largest ever gathering of female-led startups in North America, perhaps in the world. I'm very proud of our Women in Tech program at our events, which we've been running for almost a decade. A decade ago, the number of female founded startups was less than 5%, and the change in a decade is just absolutely extraordinary. And if I'm to venture just a little thesis, I do think that there may have been, although it's very difficult to kind of prove, some degree of systemic bias in the deployment of venture capital towards men. Because what we're seeing out there on the floor today and over the next 3 days is the number of bootstrapped startups founded by women is just going completely through the roof. And there was something happening in the venture capital community, I believe, that was holding back a huge number of female entrepreneurs. But I'll say no more. I'll let far wiser people again maybe thrash it out on stage. I spoke before about community and how important it is to us at Web Summit. And so to continue what has become a communal tradition at Web Summit, in a moment I'm going to ask all of you to stand up and introduce yourself to 1, 2, 3 people around you. This is ultimately what Web Summit is about. It's about networking, it's about meeting new people, new customers, new partners, new founders, who knows what. So we do it. Let's all stand up and introduce yourself to 2 or 3 people. Hey, just gonna go out here for a sec. Hey, I'm Patty. Rob, where are you from? Oh, you're from Toronto. Hey, how are you? Toronto as well?
No, I'm from Sudbury.
5 hours north. That must be like the last town.
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's a town that is actually 11 hours away from Sudbury.
What? What?
It's crazy.
That is insane. That is insane. Just straight north. Wow. Wow. Hey, Nicola, I'm Paddy. Where are you from? Okay, great. Well, best of luck. I hope you enjoy the next 3 days. Okay. Let's get I hope everybody's had an opportunity to introduce themselves. We'll start to sit down and we better get our first speaker up here on stage. Let's get going. You just never know who you're going to meet at Collision and what difference it might make in your life. It might just transform your company, your career, your purpose, your country, or the world. So we've attendees from all four corners of the globe, and I'm just going to do a little call out. I'm first going to call out all those incredibly polite Europeans that don't like to make noise. Is there anyone here from Europe? So fucking polite. Is there anyone here from USA? So loud, unnecessarily loud. And of course we got to, is there anyone here from Canada? Vancouver? Toronto? Vancouver? Okay. Well, let's hear it for our wonderful host, Toronto, and of course, Canada. We've had an absolutely amazing few years here, and we're really looking forward to going to the West Coast next year. Speaking of Canada, I would like to introduce our first speaker, who is the CEO of, well, let's say a Canadian AI startup, but it's a startup, Cohere. They've just closed a fresh, Jesus Christ, $450 million funding round at a $5 billion valuation. Our next talk is not about AI funding, it's about what happens next. With all this capital being deployed to AI startups, what now is the real world impact? Where is AI taking us? To find out what impact AI will have, please welcome in conversation with Sharon Goldman of Fortune, the former intern of Geoffrey Hinton, and now slightly more famously known as the founder and CEO of Cohere, Aidan Gomez.
Good morning. Hi, Aidan.
Hey, welcome to Toronto.
So nice to hang out in your hometown.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
What's it like for you to be hanging here this week?
It's great. I've been living in London for about 6 months now, and I didn't realize how much I miss Toronto. The summers here are like the best summers in the world. It's incomparable. So I'm super stoked to be back and excited to be here.
Well, I'm stoked too. I'm fully caffeinated and ready to go. And we're talking today about the real world impact of AI on businesses. I feel like that real world impact can sometimes get drowned out and miss the hype of generative AI, which we've been experiencing nonstop really since ChatGPT was launched in November 2022. It feels longer, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
But when I speak to enterprise businesses, they're always interested in getting down to the brass tacks. How can they implement generative AI use cases into production at scale? How can they get return on investment? You told me recently when we chatted that we're finally at a moment where that can happen. Enterprises are putting AI workloads into production. They're moving beyond experiments. But to be honest, I feel like I get a mixed bag when I speak to people, especially when it comes to going beyond experiments. For sure, taking those use cases into ones that impact consumers in their daily lives. We just saw yesterday that McDonald's shut down an experiment for their drive-through AI ordering, things like that. So I'm wondering why you think this is the moment, the year that the pedal meets the metal in terms of getting that real-world impact.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's recent. The technology only kind of came into the public's view a year and a half ago. And really last year, 2023, was kind of the year of the proof of concept.
Right.
And so enterprises saw the technology, it blew up in consumer space, and they asked the question, how does this impact us? How can we adopt it? What can we build with this? And they spun up a ton of POCs. And those are just little tests, a few users. And it takes a while for those POCs to come to fruition and to see the results and the outcomes of them. But now we have those results. The POCs that enterprises have done, they actually love what they've built. Their teams love what they built. And so they want to go to production. But they hit a barrier. The first barrier is data privacy. And so if you're having to send your data out to some service where the model lives somewhere else, that's too insecure. There's too much risk there. You're vulnerabilizing your users' data. You're vulnerabilizing your internal data. And so privacy was a huge blocker to adoption. That's something that we at Cohere have very much focused on, being completely privately deployable, cloud independent. The second thing is scalability. So the technology, these models are massive. They require tons of GPUs to serve. And when you're doing a POC that's like 5 people playing around with a little app, scalability doesn't matter. But when you want to push that in front of 10,000, a million, 10 million users, the equation completely changes. And so you need a solution that's actually scalable and going to be able to serve the scale of deployment that you're pushing into prod. And so I think those two things have held us back, but those barriers are coming down. Like I said, Cohere is very focused on private deployment. We don't just build a massive model for the sake of building a massive model. We build models that market can actually consume and that will scale. And so actually deployable into production. So as these barriers come down and as enterprises get comfort around the technology and build trust, I think we're going to see that take off. And we've already started to see the early signs of that. One thing that's important is, for us, the model builders, most of us were spending way more money on the compute to train the model.
Right.
Now we're starting to see a shift where it's actually the compute to serve the model and put it out into the real world and get it into production where the dominant amount of spend is going. And so we're seeing in the numbers themselves this shift of going from pre-production into prod.
So, obviously, model builders are in the trenches. They're the ones building the models. A company like Cohere is working every day with customers. But for those of us on the outside, just kind of looking in, I feel in my talks with companies that there feels like such a disconnect to me between talking about the real-world impact of AI on business and kind of other companies, at least, stated mission of, we're going to get to artificial general intelligence, AGI. This is where we're really going. And we're over here now, but we're going to get over there. I think a former OpenAI researcher posted very recently that still bullish on AGI coming, whatever that's defined as, coming by 2027. But you've been rather outspoken, I think, kind of pushing back on that and really focusing on the near term, like the here and now. How are we putting this into production now? How do you make that distinction between those two things, those two approaches, and not have them, totally conflict?
Yeah, for Cohere, I think our mission is to have positive impact in the world. It's not to build AGI. It's not just a tech project for a tech project's sake. It's about making the technology do good things for the world, drive impact, drive productivity, power incredible new product experiences. And that's at the heart of what we do. It's not a superficial race to build a hypothetical future technology. I believe that the technology is going to become extraordinarily capable. So there's no debate on that front. large language models are only going to become smarter. They're only going to be able to do more things. They're only going to be able to impress us more and more. I think there's a philosophical difference between what the end state of the technology looks like and on what timeline we get there. I'm of the opinion that it's going to take us a while to exceed human capabilities uniformly, and that we won't see arbitrary continuation of capability gain. If you draw a straight line on a log plot, you can extrapolate out into the future and just say there's continuous exponential growth. I think that's misleading, and things tend to be harder than we think they are and take longer than we claim. But that being said, it's not a negative thing. There's still extraordinary things that will happen. It's just not a doomsday AI scenario. It's extremely positive things. We're going to become way more effective at discovering drugs. We're going to boost productivity massively when the world is going through a productivity crisis at the moment. And so I think the good from AI is what I'm focused on, and I'm extremely optimistic we're going to deliver that in a short term. I'm much more skeptical about the bad and the doomsday scenarios and the fear-mongering and Terminator-style narratives that get pushed out there by a lot of these folks.
Would you call that end state the good part? Would you call that AGI, or would you like to see some different term?
I don't know. I think that term is so loaded at this point. I would say it's definitely a general intelligence and it's artificial, and so that's probably a fair label. But I don't know. I think that the notion that the technology is going to start self-improving, that it's going to start manipulating people, that it's going to take over, seize power, and displace humans, that's a sci-fi narrative. And I am empathetic to it, right? Like we've been writing stories about that exact scenario for decades, since before computers. And so it's very deeply embedded in our cultural brainstem. So I get why it's a salient narrative to put out there into the world, and it captures attention. I just don't think it's true.
All right, well, going back to the real world AI here, I want to know what some of the most common questions that you get from customers, potential customers, are right now, as far as where they're at in terms of putting use cases into production, what you're hearing about the biggest opportunities they're trying to go after. You talked a little bit about the challenges they're facing. Are there any new ones popping up?
Yeah, it's a difficult thing. Language, like these models, they operate on language. They're just intelligent reasoning engines that you input language and you get language back. And language is everywhere. There's no function inside your company that doesn't use language. And so it can be really overwhelming. We often talk to the C-suite of enterprise, and they come with a list of literally hundreds of use cases. Hundreds.
Wow.
And they don't know where to start. They don't know how to prioritize and think through it. And so I think it can be a really overwhelming project to think about adopting AI. Part of what we do is try to help them sift through that, prioritize the different use cases that are unique to them. There's some degree of utility, which is going to come from the tools that you already adopt. For instance, our partner Salesforce is going to adopt tons of AI features, and so your sales team is going to get that by default. You don't need to build those AI features yourself custom. So instead, let your software providers, your existing software providers, build those sorts of use cases for you, and you focus on really the value creating projects for your business. And that depends sector to sector, business to business, but it really is horizontal. Like one example is we partnered with a natural resources insurance firm. So for big natural resource projects, there's an RFP to insure the project. They submit a quote or a bid to this RFP, and it's usually a race. And so they have their actuaries, the ones who are assessing risk, coming up with the quote, racing to try to study this project, do that assessment, and submit the bid. And what they've done is they've built an assistant, like a sort of co-pilot powered by Cohere, to help those actuaries move faster, do their research faster, put a more accurate bid forward, and win more contracts. And I never would have thought a natural resources insurance company would be adopting LLMs, but they are, and it's having an impact. It's actually helping them win more business. So I think the technology is completely horizontal. And for enterprises, you need to be thinking about what's your edge. What projects and use cases actually put you ahead of your competition?
What are the use cases that people come with and you're like, no, that's not really...
People, like, because of the whole AGI narrative, they think that it's a human or that it's like, it's exactly like a human. And so often they think the technology can do things that it can't really today. It's not ready for. But I would say most of the time, people are quite familiar with the technology because they can interact with it themselves. It's not some opaque tech that, if you're a non-technical person and you're talking about a database and someone's trying to sell you a hot new database, it's hard to assess, is it actually good at what they're claiming it's good at? But with large language models, you can just ask it to do that thing and see if it does it.
Right.
And you can actually have a one-to-one personal interaction with it in a way that's quite unique in the technology sector. And so even folks who are maybe removed from the technology itself, they're able to build an intuition about where it fails, where it's good, and come with a much more informed perspective. I think one of the most exciting applications, one of the killer apps for the technology, are these notions of co-pilots or assistants augmenting your workforce. Like the productivity lift that we're seeing in academia and in practice. Like there was the paper that came out last year from MIT, which showed a 40% lift in productivity for knowledge workers that were augmented with these models. I think that's just the beginning. So as the technology gets better, as we're able to augment our workforce with these assistants, which can make our humans more productive, more effective at what they do, it's going to be a huge boon for business.
One thing I don't understand is this is such a fast-moving, evolving technology. It's running at breakneck speed. I can hardly keep up with it. But if a company is investing in AI tools or AI vendors, how do they make sure that they can stay agile as things evolve and change? Whether it's the architecture of the models or what the models can do, and how can they sort of ride the wave without getting outmoded with what they're using now?
Yeah, two things. I think one, you need a good partner. You need to be building this with someone who can help you stay relevant into the future, keep up with shifts in the underlying technology, and make that seamless and painless. The second thing is that you will have to continue to invest. The technology will improve, and that will unlock new use cases. I think that's really the project, is as this technology gets better, the harder and harder, more valuable use cases start to become achievable with the models. And so you need to be road mapping for that. With the next generation of models, we'll be able to do things that we just fundamentally couldn't do with this generation. And so preparing for that and having a partner to work with in adopting it and offloading more and more tasks and workloads to these models, it's going to be a project that lasts the next decade.
Okay. All right, so if you had to pick 2 action steps that companies need to take today, what would it be? And it can't be get started.
No, I think everyone's getting started. I think pretty much everyone is adopting at this stage. I think one of the traps is doing a POC death cycle, which is just continuous POC after POC after POC. At some point, you need to commit and start adopting. Another thing is make sure that your employees have access to this technology. Right now, they might be sending data to external services in a really insecure way. And no matter what your legal team sends by email, don't use this service, don't use that service, people are using this as part of their day-to-day work. They're going to need to use it. And so they're going to ignore your legal team. I'm sorry, it's going to happen.
Right.
And so you need to provide them that technology. You need to give them a secure way of accessing it. And so ensure that your organization establishes that access. If you don't, it's
and people are going to come to expect it because they're able to use it in their daily life. So it's like that BYO.
Totally. And yeah, I mean, consumer moves way faster than enterprise, and consumers are using this technology and they love it. And so it's a part, like you say, it's a part of their life. They're used to this, it's part of their workflow, and they need it at work as well.
Right.
It's super useful. So I think making sure that you're delivering the tools that your employees need to be competitive and effective is crucial.
So Patty said that this is a room full of startups, so I thought it would be worth asking you as, you know, still a startup, I guess, but you once were a smaller startup, so...
Definitely still a startup.
Yeah. Well, what would your biggest pieces of advice be to the folks in this room that are looking to be the next Cohere?
Yeah, well, I really, no, I really, like, in particular for Toronto, I really want to see a thriving ecosystem here. I'm really excited by what I'm seeing people build in the city. I want to invest in it. Personally, I want to see more venture capital deployed into the city. I think, like Patty mentioned, there has been a decline in VC. And so it's tough to be a startup. I'm heartened to hear what he said, which is it's continuing to grow. But to the founders out there, or the founders who are thinking about starting, I would just say keep fighting. It's hard, and venture capital is a fickle, sort of sheep-like business. But I think it's going to come back, and if you have a good idea and you have a good team, you will succeed. You will succeed, and we need more companies here in Toronto. We need a startup ecosystem. We need a tech ecosystem. We have Shopify as like our proof point that it can be built here. You know, at least there exists one tech company in this country, and we need more. And so it's on us. Like, we have to build this, and that requires really fortitude. You're going to have to fight through a VC lull. You're going to have to fight through, you know, a tougher talent market. You're going to have to fight through a lot of different things. And so keep pushing and stay strong and committed to your vision and keep fighting.
So just jumping on that regarding Toronto, I'm just wondering if you can say anything else about, you know, since this is the last Collision here in Toronto, can you talk a little bit more about what Toronto means to you as far as yourself, but also the AI community here, your co-founders who you've said will never leave Toronto? What can you say about that?
Yeah, Toronto raised me. It raised Nick, it raised Ivan. This is home, 100%. And we were the ones who created deep learning. It was Canada. It was Jeff, it was Ilya, it was Joshua, it was, you know, all of these folks. And so being here and building AI companies inside of Toronto is just a continuation of the legacy that so many people before us have set up. And we've seen support from everyone in this community, whether it's the, you know, students from U of T and Waterloo who come and build Cohere, or whether it's the investors in the city who have poured money into Cohere and supported us round after round, or the government, which is really, you know, being a first customer in Canada of Cohere. The whole community has kind of rallied around us, and we really do feel that support. And so we're here to stay. I think Toronto is home, and it's an amazing place to call home. It's the best city in the world.
I feel like that's an applause moment if anyone feels like it, but... All right, but putting your little crystal ball moment here, if I met you in Vancouver a year from now, and we were talking again about the real world impact of AI on businesses, but also on society, I mean, by then we'll have passed all the elections that are coming up. There's, you know, so much going on. Where do you see the real world impact of AI being 12 months from now? That's a long time in AI land, but I wonder if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, I think every single employee will be working with a model every day. You'll be talking to models probably more than you talk to humans at work. They'll be your partners in doing your job. They'll be off doing work for you inside the organization.
A year from now?
A year from now. I think it's going to be ubiquitous. I think if you look at the adoption numbers, like in the Fortune 500 for co-pilots and assistants, this type of technology, already you're starting to see this sort of takeoff, this hockey stick. And so I think a year from now, we'll be well into that project of adoption and integration. People will be much more familiar with the technology, how to work alongside it, how to integrate it into their jobs and their day-to-day. with enterprise and really with everyone, when a new technology comes out, it's a learning process. It's not trivial to make this technology useful for you and your job. You need to get good at using the tool to make you more effective. And so that takes time and effort. And so I think a year from now, we'll see a huge swath of the workforce and the enterprise world quite far along down that road of adoption and familiarity.
And what do you see as a year from now, not just the real world impact of AI on businesses, but what does it mean for humans, for the workers?
Yeah, I'm a big believer in augmentation and not displacement. So I don't foresee people losing jobs. I think that right now we're extremely supply constrained. We have unemployment at record lows. We want to be doing more, and we don't have the people to do it. And so we need to make the people we do have much more productive. Of course, when you zoom in and you take a narrow focus, there might be particular roles or particular sectors that are impacted and jobs reduce. But in net, in the global sort of vision of this technology project, we need to make humanity more productive, and we need to do more. We need to continue growth. And this tech is the most promising thing we've seen in a quarter century to deliver that promise. So I'm very, very optimistic it's not going to displace people. What it will do is help us achieve our goals and help us achieve the growth that our world needs to see.
Well, I will circle back with you. Thank you so much, Aiden Gomez from Cohere.
Thank you so much.
Please welcome the co-host of Collision, Web Summit's very own, Casey Lau.
All right, GM everyone. I am super excited to be back here in Toronto for Collision 2024. Right here on center stage over the next few days, you'll be hearing a lot about AI, EV, AR, DA, and even BC. BC, of course, the initials of our newest event in British Columbia next year. I'm sure you've all heard the exciting news that next year we'll be moving this event to Vancouver. More on that later this morning. But for now, I just wanted to say that I'm very excited that Canada was able to keep this event in this beautiful country and that the spotlight will remain on the Canadian tech ecosystem and its amazingly diverse group of founders, investors, and creatives. A win for Toronto or Vancouver is a win for the entire Canada. All right? But all eyes are on Collision 2024 as we leave Toronto with a bang. As Patty said, we have an incredible lineup of speakers today. Here on center stage, the founders of the hottest AI startups like Imbue, Wabi, and HeyGen, all the venture capitalists from all the capitals, B Capital, Race Capital, and Slow Capital. And to close out the day, the Midas List master himself and one of the chief investors in OpenAI, Vinod Khosla. So let's keep going with our next super unicorn startup. Having recently secured a monumental $1 billion in Series E funding at a $12 billion valuation, our next speaker started his cloud security company only 4 years ago in 2020. $1 billion is probably the number I'd come up with if I wanted to become the largest cybersecurity company in the world. But the company has three great things going for it. More than $350 million in annual revenue, an all-star team that led Microsoft Azure's cloud security group, and the funding was led by top VCs Andreessen Horowitz, Lightspeed, and Thrive Capital. So let's get to the question on everyone's mind, how do you spend $1 billion? Please welcome, in conversation with Bella Lynn from the Wall Street Journal, the man I would like to approve all my business expenses, the president and CEO of Wiz, Dali Rajic.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So we have a pretty exciting topic ahead of us. I'm personally excited to hear Dali's answer. The topic of this panel is how Wiz is going to spend its $1 billion. in capital that it's raised. And now that's a much more complicated question than it seems. It's not just A, B, or C. So maybe Dolly, take us a little bit through how you got to the point of raising $1 billion, and then tell the audience, what does it mean to have $1 billion at your disposal?
Sure. So Wiz is a unique company that's grown from 0 to 350 million in ARR in less than 4 years. So the expectations are high for continued growth. And this last round of funding was really amazing from a confidence standpoint of the street to invest in us to continue fueling that growth. It's a unique situation with very bold, yet humble and visionary founders that have mapped out the cloud security space as a domain that we believe is going to experience massive evolution. So in order to spend that amount very responsibly, we decided to map out a multi-year plan around operational segmentation, country, geo-based areas we want to enter, different product and product adjacencies that we want to evolve and develop. And quite frankly, doing all of this in a structured way at scale with different types of investment modeling, it involves a lot. It involves a lot. Not that exciting. I call it, the core plumbing sometimes for what you want to build and where you want to grow.
Yeah.
For us, if you kind of look at a little layer deeper, what that means is between geographical expansion, Wiz has seen a lot of growth in the US market. So we are going to invest in EMEA. We are going to invest even further than what we have already built. We're going to invest beyond what's already there in Asia Pacific and Japan. And we're also going to go after the public sector markets at a higher velocity. The FedRAMP kind of charter and mission getting authorized is a big step for us. We're very close. So the investments are really broad in where we want to go with, again, really deep models on what we're going to look at.
Yeah, you could really see how that money would go quickly. Something that struck me as we were talking beforehand is you mentioned this kind of moment in which some companies fail on their path to IPO, and you're very much on your path to IPO. You've got a lot of money in the bank. So how do you make sure, and it's really in your hands now, you were hired from Zscaler not too long ago. Did you take some of those lessons from Zscaler to make sure that the company doesn't flounder pre-IPO?
Yeah, just because you get a pool of money does not necessarily mean success is guaranteed. You are correct. So if I look back at the last two companies I was at, AppDynamics as well as Zscaler, I think there are a few key concepts kind of to keep in mind. Really understanding the lead to cash equation. Again, not very sexy, but very necessary. And understanding what the yield is for every dollar spent across the journey that you're collecting it and then continuing to replan for your customers. Segmentation across accounts, understanding which partners to really work with, understanding what the profile is of the people you want to hire for the build. Hypergrowth is complicated. A lot of companies usually go with less experienced individuals. I have a different philosophy of, I'm a big fan of folks that have amazing ambition combined with folks that have actually been there, done it before, built it. It's a much straighter line. You got to define how much more you want to invest in R&D. You got to define which platform elements you're going to go after faster. So that means you got to clearly define what the TAM is.
Right. Let me ask a question quickly on that in terms of R&D and product. I think your CEO Asaf mentioned that when you'd raise this money, you would spend some of it on R&D. And there's a huge opportunity in AI right now, sort of across the board, but specifically in the cyber realm. So talk a little bit about what your R&D investment will look like and what your play for AI is.
Yeah, Wiz was born in the cloud, and so we are about as cloud native as it gets, which is also why we've seen some of this growth, because we understand those customers and the challenges that they're going through. And the product team has really been the thing that's impressed me the most as far as quality of speed of execution. We're going to continue really making sure that we keep adding talent to that team on a global level as well, because that is going to be, in my mind, really the only way to get direct customer feedback from different geos, different regions with different cloud maturities. If we take a look at our charter and our mission to become the world's largest cloud security and then security company eventually down the line.
And add AI in there?
That includes AI. Think about the mega trends in the markets right now. Cloud has been around forever, it seems, yet it's still a $550 billion market growing at 20%. If you take a look at cybersecurity, it's #1 topic on every CIO's mind. Cloud security, #1 topic on entire organization's mind. And then you add AI into the mix. And on the AI side, the panelists earlier talked about it, everybody seems to be experimenting. We found that 70% of our customers that have cloud presence are absolutely looking at and or leveraging AI services to some degree. But AI is really at the I think, just early stages of adoption, because there's a difference in leveraging some of the services versus betting your business model, reorganizing an entire business function around AI and AI services. Those are big bets. If I'm in security today, I'm concerned. I'm concerned because there's shadow AI. I'm concerned because there are all these services, very little governance, very little standards that are defined, and it's a very dynamic environment. Then I get even more concerned because there's so many different individuals that are having access to the data models, to the
Anyone
AI
using
services.
ChatGPT from any device and putting anything in.
That's right, everybody. You have developers, you have cloud resources, you have AI engineers, data scientists. So it's very hard to make a big bet when you have that many agile variables that absolutely increase the threat landscape.
Yeah.
So what Wiz has really done is taken a look at how do we democratize security so that everybody has access to insights end-to-end, has access to an understanding of the flow of data, and at which point in that flow, different groups, different teams have an impact on that data, proactively understanding where the threats might be coming from, and then at the same time being able to react to cloud threats as they're happening. And this is where Wiz is really invested in and developed some great capabilities. And this is also an area we're going to continue to look at. Do we grow this organically or inorganically? Because the biggest limiting factor to really just embrace and fully make a bet on AI as a business model is the fact that security has to be able to provide that capability in an agile, real-time, proactive way.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, you aim to kind of provide this eagle's eye view into a company's whole set of infrastructure, and that now increasingly includes AI, so they can proactively know when there might be an increase in their attack surface because of AI and threats.
Correct. It is, our philosophy has always been proactive identification and then addressing the risk before you have to react and remediate. At the same time, you also have to have react and remediation skills.
Okay.
So to us, it's an interesting loop and life cycle that closes, because what it means is that you have to bring security to the developer. You have to bring security all the way down into the code, into the development life cycle, before it ever hits standard users' potential kind of risk landscape.
Yeah. Okay, so one more question for you about AI. What I often hear from cyber folks, and a lot of business leaders too, is that you can only really fight AI with AI. So, Dali, is that true?
It is true. So if you look at most of the development teams and what they're doing, everybody's embedding AI into their development life cycles. Everybody's using it not just for efficiency, but also for accuracy, for risk mitigation. Right. So you're building AI into your work streams, into your tools, in potentially combating it as it's being used to attack you. So that, to me, is a non-negotiable. It's what we have built into our product, into our capabilities. And I see this as a big, profound point in history, where as AI at scale, with a complete 100% bet, as that becomes the norm, businesses are going to change in how they serve up products, the speed, how they interact with their customers. And the threat landscape keeps growing and growing and
Sounds
growing.
like the threat landscape grows just like your TAM.
That is correct. As the threat landscape grows, so does our TAM.
Okay.
And our job really is to provide customers with proactive and reactive capabilities based on complete insight, end-to-end, on what is happening within the organization.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the numbers before we wrap up here. So I think that the last time you discussed your path to IPO, you'd said you wanted to hit a certain ARR number before you do so. What is your current ARR, and how close are you to getting to your number?
We finished last year at $350 million, and I think we were pretty clear to the street that we thought that being at approximately $1 billion in ARR is a good level for us to consider IPOing. And it wasn't a random number that we just pulled out. It was a number where we felt certain operational practices, structures, governance cadences needed to be in place. And we've been in hyper-growth for so long that almost feels half the time that we're, a toddler and a teenager in toddler clothing in a lot of the things that we're doing because of hyper-growth. So to us, building, again, the structures, the cadence, the governance, some of that reach so that we can maximize TAM acquisition, putting all of that in place becomes really the most critical aspect. Making sure the platform has broad enough reach for sustainable growth, even beyond the next few years, becomes critical. So the product visioning and mapping, making sure that we have all the different paths to revenue locked down, whether it's geography-based, vertical-based, public sector-based, different partner models-based, making sure all of that is in place. Once that is, then we absolutely have the intention, but we also have the luxury now on doing it when the time is right. So there's no anything hanging over our heads forcing us to do it within a specific time period.
How do you think the IPO market looks right now? There's a lot of folks who are sort of at your valuation and looking at the markets for a positive sign. What's your opinion on how the markets look?
So it's kind of linked to the question you asked me, what are you looking to do before you? If you look at today's markets, absolute growth is no longer the only measuring stick. Gross margins matter, path to operating profitability matters, different expense ratios by function matter. The street is really, really diligent at this point and won't overlook anything that doesn't have a favorable number to it, or you have a path and plan with timeline to get to that number. So any organization going out today, it's a liquidity event more than anything, has to contend with everything really being in order, maybe even sacrificing some growth for efficiency in order to really be rewarded by the public markets.
Right. And how does Wiz look in terms of hitting those marks? Are your numbers all favorable?
So I can't speak to specifics, but I will tell you the amount of time that we spend on internal financials, on internal operating models, on road mapping, assigning revenue targets to features and capabilities and new products, and really mapping out what that could mean for us in the next couple of years. Back to the lead to cash, not a sexy topic, but if you don't understand that end-to-end and really have full control over it, so you got to build the teams, the automation. We're really focused right now on driving, instead of just a lot of bodies into the company, even though we did announce that we're on a hiring spree, we're also focused on bringing in automation and AI into our business so that we can scale seamlessly in an agile way and really in an efficient way.
Right, and you need the efficiency numbers.
Yes.
As you said. Okay. So in the last few minutes, I wondered if you could sort of draw on your prior experience at perhaps younger or earlier stage companies and bringing them up to the scale at which Wiz is now. So any sort of learnings from an operator perspective in which you have that expertise that you could perhaps share with the audience?
Sure. I think if I look back at many mistakes I made and some good decisions that I made along the way, if I'm building a business from the ground up, really understanding product market fit, understanding what solutions do you replace and or potentially augment, understanding what's the hard ROI. At Wiz, it's our #1 obsession because platform consolidation today matters, and it is a big focus for us. And the ROI and the value creation matters. So I would make sure that I have clearly identified and mapped out where I fit along that scale when I'm propositioning something to a customer. I'd make sure that I've segmented the market right. Everybody wants to go after their JPMCs and HSBCs or RBCs. The problem is those are 2-year sales cycles many a time for smaller companies. So segmenting the market and understanding where the quicker revenue can come from and then what the journey up market is becomes critical. The hiring profile, I talked about it. Do you really need a more experienced or a less experienced person based on what your platform is or your product is? I'd ask myself, do I really want to expand internationally out of the gate? Because many companies will do it. I did it many companies ago. You sprinkle a lot of people across a lot of different countries, and they're junior people, and you say go, versus you pick 1 or 2 countries, and you really drop a legitimate full team in with some seniority, and then you capture that market, and then you go next, then you go next. Same with partners. Everybody wants to work with every partner because it means reach. Maybe early on, you pick a small segment of partners, and you go big, and you get integrated into their practices, into their offerings. It's a much better formula for scale and success than trying to collaborate with 50 out of the gate.
Yeah.
So those would be some of the things that I would be looking at if I'm building a business. Many other things, but those would be kind of the high level
That's a great
elements.
sort of operating manual to work by. And finally, in our last minute here, if you had one big sort of takeaway for the audience here in terms of scaling a business, what would it be?
I would just say that no matter how much in love you are with your product, I would map a 2-year journey in a conservative state with a very clear linkage to ROI. Today's spend, regardless of how small, crosses the CFO's desk. And if you don't have a strong, hard ROI story, it's going to be difficult to get some of the bigger deals especially, but also just to preserve your pricing points. So to me, that is the one element that I think is critical, and I would have that 2-year plan and work backward and grow into that plan. And what I would do is instead of going and investing in everything at once, do it quarter by quarter based on achieving milestones so that you can reward yourself with further investments upon driving results. The board's going to love it too, trust me.
It's great. Start small and then grow big.
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
CRISPR was heavily in the news in 2018, but if you forgot, it's a revolutionary gene editing technology that allows scientists to precisely modify DNA sequences in living organisms. Gene editing is not a new technology, but recent breakthroughs and regulatory shifts may push the field into new heights. Our next speaker will break down what to expect from CRISPR and how the tech may be the key to curing disease. To find out how to remedy disease with CRISPR gene editing, please welcome Trevor Martin, the CEO of Mammoth Biosciences.
All right. Who's ready to take a break from talking about software code to talk about the code of life of it? I'm excited to, yeah, I hear some cheers in the crowd. So I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about a technology called CRISPR, and in particular, talk about the code of life. And when it comes to the code of life, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that have errors in it. And these errors are what we call genetic disease. And we probably all know someone that has a genetic disease. This could be sickle cell disease, Down syndrome, familial Alzheimer's, even cancer is a problem in the genetic code. And these are all caused by alterations to the code of life that we call DNA. So this is what's in all of our cells and kind of makes us us. And actually, over time, and this number just keeps going up and to the right, we've mapped over 4,500 genetic diseases. So there's tons and tons of these diseases. And right now, the way we deal with them is that we have treatments. So, and unfortunately, we don't have treatments for many of these diseases. In fact, thousands of them, there's just nothing we can do. So what if we could actually change the code of life? What if we could actually alter our DNA so that we could cure these diseases and not just treat them? And that's the promise of CRISPR. And CRISPR is actually an acronym. It stands for Clustered Regulatory Interspace Short Palindromic Repeats. But for the purpose of this talk, I'll refer to it as CRISPR for obvious reasons. And what's really exciting about this technology is you can kind of think of it as a tiny molecular machine that can go into the giant Word document that is our DNA and actually make changes. So if we think of our DNA as a giant Word document, so in this case, billions of letters, A, T, C's, and G's, if you remember your high school biology, CRISPR is a technology that can go in and spell check a word, can insert a paragraph, can even italicize or bold the document, and in general can search through that whole document to find that one spelling mistake and actually modify it so that at the end of the day, we can cure genetic diseases. And I think to talk about CRISPR, it's actually useful to think about where it came from. And like most things in biology, the origins of the CRISPR technology are actually from nature itself. And similar to how we have immune systems, actually microorganisms like bacteria and other small organisms have an immune system as well. And what they're trying to prevent is the invasion of things like viruses or other exogenous genetic material, actually very similar to us. And CRISPR is actually a technology that evolved in these bacteria and other microorganisms to monitor for any sort of viral invasion. And when they recognize some sort of viral genetic material, they bind to it and they chop it up so that it can't invade the bacteria and turn that bacteria into kind of a factory for additional viruses. So what we've done to turn this into a genetic engineering technology is we've ripped this kind of bacterial adaptive immune system out of the bacteria and designed ways to actually program it so that we can send it to a specific location in your DNA and have it use those scissors that it uses to chop up invading genetic material, and instead use that to make very precise edits to the genome. So this is a little diagram here on the slide of one of the most popular CRISPR technologies that we call Cas9. And this technology actually won the Nobel Prize a few years ago, and my co-founder in the company at Mammoth, Jennifer Doudna, was one of those 2 Nobel Prize winners. So the way it works is that you can actually literally program it. So you can think of CRISPR as kind of a Google search engine, and you give it this thing called a guide RNA, and that's the red block with the little hairpin to the right of it. And that guide RNA tells it to go to a very specific region of the DNA. Out of all those 3 billion base pairs in the genome, just go to this one location and make a precise cut to spell check or to modify the genome in a way that cures that genetic disease that we want to go after. But there's big limitations. As it turns out, even though these CRISPR technologies are very, very small from our perspective, you could put it in your hand and you wouldn't be able to see it, of course. They're actually quite large on the molecular scale. So it's really hard to get these technologies into our body. There's also a lot of optimization we have to do to make sure it only goes to that one location in the genome and not anywhere else. Because you can imagine if it went to other places, it might have an effect on the genome that we don't want it to have. And we also have to think about the targeting range. How can we actually go to every different spot in the genome? Some parts of the genome are harder to access than others. And even though this all definitely sounds very sci-fi to me anyway, I think what's exciting is that it's actually not sci-fi at all. In the United States and in other countries, there's actually now an approved therapy that uses this technology to treat a disease called sickle cell disease. And this is a blood-based disorder where the blood cells are actually misshapen. And this leads to things like very painful attacks. People can't fly on planes. They can't live normal lives. And this is a special case where actually the way this first therapy works is that we can take the blood out of the body, we can use the CRISPR technology to edit cells in the blood, and then put the blood back in the body to treat the disease. And this is what's on the right here called ex vivo therapies. And this is kind of a special case with things like blood, where we can actually do this type of transformation. So this is where the editing is done outside of the body. Now, you can imagine for most genetic diseases, these are diseases where we need to edit cells in the brain or the heart or muscle. And I don't have to tell you this, but if we take your brain out of your body and try and do edits and then put it back in, you're probably not going to survive, right? That's not a very good strategy. So for addressing these types of diseases, we have to do what's called in vivo editing, and that's on the left. And that's where, from the patient's perspective, you would simply get an injection, and then the technology would be delivered to the relevant cells, like let's say in the brain. It would perform the edits, and then it would go away without causing any other kind of issues. And you can imagine this is a much harder problem than the ex vivo editing. And this is the problem that we work on at Mammoth. And we're very fortunate to have raised a bunch of money from really great investors and to also have partnerships with leading companies like Regeneron, Vertex, Bayer, to also help build these therapies in addition to the work that we're doing ourselves. And the way that the company was founded was on this idea that there's all sorts of CRISPR technologies in all sorts of these bacteria. So if you go out and I just swipe this stage or a chair, or you go to a volcano or like a hot spring, you can collect tons of sequencing data, so tons of data on different CRISPR technologies that are in all sorts of bacteria, because there's been billions of years of evolution, there's so many different bacteria out there, and they all have their own unique CRISPR technologies. And our thesis was that by looking at these, we could actually find technologies that solve those problems I talked about. So using the latest machine learning and generative AI techniques, we can take this giant data set, and I'm a huge believer that the differentiation in the AI space is going to be on the type of data you have. We can actually find and characterize new CRISPR technologies. And what we use these technologies for is to make that leap to in vivo, so in the body editing. And in particular, we have proteins like Cas14 and Cas9, and they have all these different names with the word Cas in front of it. But what they enable is they enable us to actually go into the body and to do things like have ultra-compact systems. So if we think about the original Cas9 technology here at the bottom, it's actually quite large. So you can think of it as kind of a semi-trailer. You're trying to drive a semi-trailer down city streets. It's just very difficult. But what we call these ultra-compact systems up here on the top in green are just way smaller. So they're like a third or less the size. So you can think of it as kind of a smart car version of the CRISPR technology. And what this means is that we can fit it inside the typical delivery vehicles that we use to deliver the CRISPR technology to cells like the brain or the heart or the muscle. And the most common of these is this thing called AAV, or adeno-associated virus. And as I mentioned, like many things in biology, this is something that actually comes from nature, so viruses. And if you remember your high school biology, viruses are very good at locking onto a cell and inserting genetic material. And normally that's a bad thing, but we can again co-opt nature, say now instead of using this virus to insert genetic material that would be harmful to our cells, what if we co-opt these viruses to insert the CRISPR technology into the cells that need this permanent cure for a genetic disease? And the unfortunate reality of this AAV delivery technique is that it has a very strict size limit, so it can only fit so much. And actually, the original Cas9 technologies don't even fit in these delivery vehicles at all. They just can't deliver the payload. So these really tiny versions of CRISPR actually fit into these payloads with lots of room to spare. And like any good scientist, you can use this payload very creatively. You can do all sorts of stuff with it. One is you can make the technology more safe. You can say, I want to put an additional payload that means I really only have the CRISPR technology active in brain cells and nowhere else. Because these things can be a bit sloppy. They can sometimes go to the wrong cells. You try and keep them on target as much as possible. But you can have an additional kind of safety check that says only express the CRISPR system in these particular cells and no other cells. Or, even more excitingly, one of the things we're looking at is how do you expand the type of edit that can be done? So going back to that Word document analogy, the original Cas9 CRISPR systems really could only delete a sentence. That's the only thing they could do. And as it turns out, a lot of diseases, that's perfectly fine. All you need to do is delete a gene, and you potentially cure the disease. But as you might guess, for many diseases, it's much more subtle. Maybe you need to turn up the volume on a gene, or even turn down the volume of a gene. That would be what we call epigenetic editing. So instead of changing the DNA, what if we just put marks on top of the DNA, keeping it exactly the same, that say, express this gene more, I want more of it. Or maybe express this gene less, I want less of it. Or maybe we need to write in an entirely new copy of the gene. Maybe this gene is really critical. We can't survive without it, but the current version of it is something that is harming us. That's gene writing. So what if we actually need to insert a whole paragraph into that? Or what if we just need to change a single base pair? So you can think of this as spell check. What if we don't want to delete anything? Everything's perfectly fine. Out of those 3 billion base pairs, there's just a single letter out of those A, T, C's, and G's that's actually causing the disease. Well, then we can go in and actually change that with base editing. And all of these techniques are things where you take the CRISPR system and you fuse on some sort of additional function, base editing, gene writing, epigenetic editing. And if we go back to the previous slide, then what we can see is that we have all this room to put that additional technology in. And these are what we call CRISPR+. So CRISPR is now this search engine that's going through all those 3 billion base pairs, finding a specific location, and then delivering a payload, which is one of these editing techniques, whether that's epigenetic, gene writing, base editing, or even beyond. So we're now at the point where we're rapidly approaching where we're actually better able to edit the genome than we are at understanding what to edit, which I think is incredible. I think if you'd asked any scientist 5, 10 years ago, they would have said, oh, biology is so squishy, it's so messy, definitely we'll be better at understanding the genome than we are editing it anytime soon. But I think this presents both a challenge and an opportunity. The opportunity is that we have those 4,500 genetic diseases where we already understand what's going on. And we actually have the opportunity over the next 5 and 10 years, in addition to that first therapy for sickle cell disease, to actually go through and knock these out. And that's going to be huge. Things like familial Alzheimer's, Huntington's, Parkinson's. There's so many diseases where we all know someone that has this, where we can benefit from it. And the challenge, and one of the things I'm excited about going forward, is how do we better understand the genetic basis of disease so we can expand that? Looking at more common diseases like schizophrenia, major depressive disorder. These are all diseases where there's clearly a genetic component, but we just haven't locked down exactly what we should be changing in the genome to actually potentially cure it. So that's the mammoth opportunity I'm excited to share with you. And hopefully you can appreciate that biology is really becoming an engineering discipline where, very similar to how we can code on computers, we can actually change the code of life as well. Happy to chat with anyone after, and thanks for taking a break from the software to talk a little bit about squishy biology. Thanks, everyone.
I can't talk about the movie The Matrix without shouting out that the 2 leads are both Canadians, right? Neo is from Toronto and Trinity is from Vancouver. Does everybody know that? I think that's a pretty cool piece of trivia. But remember the Agent Smith character in The Matrix? He was initially an agent program designed by the machines to monitor the Matrix simulation and eliminate threats to stability. What if I told you that agents like the ones in The Matrix are already here and are the next revolution in computing? In our reality, AI agents are autonomous software entities capable of perceiving their environment, making decisions, and taking actions to achieve specific goals. They are transforming the world in several ways: enhanced decision-making, human-machine collaboration, and autonomous operation. Sounds just like the movie, right? This is transforming industries from healthcare to manufacturing to even marketing. As AI agents continue to evolve and become more sophisticated, their impact is expected to expand across various other industries, driving innovation, efficiency, and transforming the way businesses operate. To talk about AI agents and how they inform the next computing revolution, please welcome in conversation with Harry McCracken from Fast Company, the co-founder and CEO of Imbue, Kanjin Q.
Hello, Collision, and hi, Kanjun.
Hey, Harry.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun, and let's just dive right in. Other than being something we all saw in the Matrix, what exactly is an AI agent?
Yeah, so people have this conception of AI agents as this like magical personal assistant or like an autonomous system that just magically does stuff. And I think that's a common conception, but one thing people don't realize is like we already have AI agents. I just think of them as a thing that makes your computer do things you want it to do. So it's like a software program that takes action. And so an existing AI agent is this Facebook news recommendation system or a self-driving car. And I think these types of AI agents, they're like very vertical specific. And what's most exciting about this upcoming wave is more general AI agents.
I feel like people have been talking about agents being the next big thing for a long time. In fact, I remember General Magic, literally 30 years ago, talking about agents. What's different now that might mean that the time might actually be ready?
Yeah, so I think what we have now is the opportunity for general AI agents. Right now, back in the General Magic days, if you wanted agent abilities, you had to code every single one of them. If you wanted to, and even today, if you wanted to talk to DoorDash or talk to Instacart, be able to order you groceries, you have to write code for every single one of those actions in the world. And what's exciting, I think, is this idea of what I call self-coding agents. So at Imbue, we work on self-coding agents, systems that can write their own code. And a way to think about it is, most people, they think of agents as this personal assistant, but actually an agent is this intermediary between you and your computer. And you talk to it in English, and it talks to your computer by writing code. And what that allows for is for your agent to do anything on your computer without you having to write specific code for every single application. And so really it's like a thing that allows you to write arbitrary software on your computer, which is why we talk about reinventing the personal computer and that.
So very different even than something like Siri, which like historically, Apple had to program Siri to understand how to make a calendar appointment using particular words.
Right.
And does generative AI mean that that's not an issue anymore and an agent can understand what I want no matter how I phrase it?
Yeah, so I think what generative AI does right now is generative AI allows your agent to kind of understand what you mean, but it doesn't necessarily make your agent better at taking actions in the world. So for example, we work on self-coding agents. It'll be 90% right, maybe, at writing code for a certain application. But 90%, if you've got a bunch of different steps and it's not 10% failure at every step, this is not good enough. And so the way I think about it today is where we are with generative AI is kind of like where self-driving was in 2006. You can make it across the desert, but you can't put it in a real city. It's gonna not know to turn here, and it's got all of this kind of last mile stuff that's just not gonna work. And so that's a lot of what we work on is what I call last mile reasoning for making it so that you can get robustness of these systems to 99%, 100% rather than 90%.
Give us some examples of things either agents can do today or you're working on or things agents might do at some point in the relatively short-term future.
Yeah, so I think today we're seeing some very, very vertical specific hard-coded agents. So an agent that maybe triages your customer service tickets and responds to some of those tickets. And those are interesting, but quite specific. What I'm excited about is much more general agents. So we talked about these agents that can write arbitrary code, write arbitrary software. And I think what's coming is something that, for example, maybe my friend was like, I'd like to have something that watches Zara.com for when my pants come back in stock, and then notify me when they come back in stock. Or another friend said, my girlfriend is taking pottery classes, and you could easily set up those programs. And so I think of what an agent allows you to do once we get these self-coding systems working is it basically makes software, which today is this super expensive, super specialized skill that only large companies really have the ability to make, makes that really available to every single person. And so I can write all of my own software. I can really modify my computing environment, and I can really get a much more personal computing environment than I have today.
You talk a lot about personal computing, which even if it's 50 years old, that doesn't mean that everybody can do everything they'd like to do with a computer today and everything is easy. There's still a fair amount of opportunity left to truly make computing personal through agents.
Yeah, I think we don't think about how hard our computers are to use today because we're so used to them. But like, if we think about it, like we really have to micromanage our computers. I'm in front, we talk about how we're glued to our screens, and I'm in front of my computer glued to my screen every day because it doesn't do anything unless I'm here telling it, okay, no, yeah, like copy paste this thing over here and respond to my colleague here. And I think there's a future in which we don't have to micromanage our computers, where our ideas, the concepts in our head can become reality much more easily. And I think that's really the true power of what agents allow, and especially these more general, decentralized agents for everyday people.
You mentioned, as an example, monitoring Zara.com. Is that something where Zara has enabled an agent to do that, or can an agent figure that out in the same way that a human would figure out how to check out the website?
Yeah, so the powerful thing of thinking about agents as just writing software and writing code is you can write code to monitor Zara.com today, but it would just take you maybe several days of effort. It's, and if it's someone who's never written code before, you can't do that. And what's exciting about agents is if you've never written code before, then you could potentially make a program like that monitors Zara or monitors something else, monitors Amazon, something else that you want that's personal to you.
It sounds pretty democratizing, but at least potentially, if the vision really comes to be.
That's right, yeah. I think this view of agents as enabling people to write software can be very democratizing. And it's a lot of what we focus on at Imbue is essentially how do you get to a point where you're able to write code robustly enough that you can actually get this type of agent that's democratizing in general to work.
You talked about how being right 90% of the time is not enough, and we already know a lot of examples of AI getting things wrong and it being a problem, and it sounds like if I am giving software the agency to do stuff on my behalf, getting things wrong is not a smaller problem. It sounds like it's potentially a much bigger problem, and how do you deal with that?
Yeah, so I agree with you that an agent getting things wrong is a much bigger problem. And so we focus a lot on what I call last mile reasoning. So if a system gets things wrong 90% of the time and the remaining 10%, it doesn't know that it's wrong, then that's like having maybe a human who will make mistakes randomly, but you don't know when they're going to make mistakes. You have to monitor them all the time. And that's also true for an agent or a ChatGPT. The reason why you don't ask it to go off and do stuff for you is because you don't know. It doesn't know when it's wrong. And so what we really focus on is how do you get to a point where this system actually knows when it's wrong? And we would rather take a system that's correct 80% of the time and knows when it's wrong 20% of the time, and then comes to me and says, hey, I think I might be wrong. Can you help me on this 20% of stuff? And so that way I know, that's like working with a coworker who's self-aware and knows, okay, I don't know how to do this thing. I'm going to come to you. That kind of system I can trust a lot more. I can trust 80% of the time it's going to do the right thing, and 20% it'll come to me. And so I think that that's kind of the core technology that allows these agents to actually be robust and usable. And the way we think about it is, in the beginning, this is not going to work that well. Right now, this doesn't work that well. And so the agents actually have to be a lot more collaborative. And so our initial users have to be software engineers. They have to know, okay, here it wrote some code. I'm going to go in and edit this code because it's not 100% right, and it's not really self-aware. It doesn't know when it's not right. But as it becomes more aware of when it's wrong, now you can get to a point where as a less technical person, you can come in and it'll write code and it'll write your software and it'll tell you, okay, I don't know how to make this feature. Can you give me some more descriptions about it and like handle these edge cases? So as we improve the robustness of the reasoning, then these agents can become more and more democratized.
And how good a sense do you have of the roadmap from where the technology is today to where you hope to see it go, and when it is truly democratic?
You said.
Sure. What's the roadmap to fully realizing this vision? Are we talking about months, years, decades?
Yeah, I think it's kind of unknown, probably on the order of years, a year to several years. I think just like self-driving, there are a lot of edge cases to deal with. But I think what's exciting about this is, we have systems that we use internally even today. And so we can get some use out of them. It's not like a car where it's binary, 0 or 1. We can get some use out of them. They help us write code right now. And then as they get better and better and better at writing code, you can become less and less and less technical.
Do you expect agents to supplant chatbots and some of the AI we're using today? Do they work in parallel? Or are they two expressions of the same general idea?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. So I think you'll interact with some agents through chat. Just like you want to interact with some software, chat is kind of the best interface. Chat, the way I think about it is chat is a great interface when I have a natural language thing I can describe, and a conversation is the best way to operate on that thing. But sometimes a conversation is not the best way. So like writing code, often I don't want to write code conversationally. I want to go to this part of the code and change this thing. Or triaging customer support tickets. It's maybe often easier and better to have an interface that lets me do that. So I think there's going to be a wide variety of interfaces that allow us to interact with agents. The thing that watches Zara is going to look different than the thing that sells pottery. And those are different interfaces.
What does responsible AI look like in the context of an agent? And are you dealing with all the same problems as people who are creating AI in more traditional forms today? Or is it a different set of issues? Does it overlap?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. So I think there are really two things to think about when it comes to responsible AI about agents. The first thing is what everyone talks about, which is about safety. And the second thing, which nobody talks about, is about power, the distribution of power. So I'll talk about safety briefly. Around safety, what agents allow us to do, I mentioned they let us as people take ideas and manifest them into our computers much more easily. And that means as a person, I can do a lot more than before. I can ask my computer to check my email every day, so I don't have to check my email every day. I can ask my computer to handle a lot of the things that I'm doing day to day. And so that lets me do more, and it lets me be more powerful, but it also lets bad actors be more powerful as well. And so this is an issue with safety. How do you make systems that are kind of try to discourage or prevent bad actors and have regulation around that? I think that's a problem that actually we have a legal system that deals quite well with. So we've dealt with this with automobiles, for example. Automobiles were not safe in the beginning, and we implemented seatbelts and highways and all of this other regulation, traffic lights, et cetera, to make automobiles much safer. And I think the same thing is going to happen. The same thing happened with the internet, and the same thing will happen with AI. I think the responsible AI piece that nobody talks about is around power distribution. And this is a thing where we don't have systems to deal with it. So I think actually with AI, the default path is that we get more centralization of power. This is why people are scared of the idea of AGI, because AGI is power being centralized in a single entity. And I think it actually takes a lot of effort and invention to buck that trend and actually make these systems democratize power. I think the power centralization is not the default path. So as an example, actually, in the 1950s, 60s, the same trend happened with computers. In the 50s, people were all very excited about the supercomputer, which would be a power centralization play, technology play. They said, okay, everyone will be doing time sharing on supercomputers. And then, and that future, if we imagine we lived in that future today, this would be a fairly centralized world. We wouldn't have a personal computer today. We wouldn't have all of our laptops and mobile phones, probably. But a small group of people at Xerox PARC invented the mouse and your desktop and the graphical user interface and these notions of files and folders. And that made computing much more accessible to regular people. And it really decentralized the power in computing. So I think inherent in AI, there is a lot of power. And similar to the personal computer, it requires invention in order to decentralize that power for everyone. And so a lot of what we work on is how do we make creating software so accessible to people that one day we're not even thinking of what we're doing as creating software. And when it comes to AI, like we talk about reinventing the personal computer, our digital environment is becoming so much more important, and we really feel like we don't have that much control over them. I think that's why we're unhappy about the Facebook news feed or these notifications that bother us all the time. We don't have much control over our digital environments. And I think the real potential of agents, if we do a good job with invention, is that we can give individual people much more power over our computing environments. But again, that's not the default. It doesn't look like just a magical centralized personal assistant. It looks like making software basically zero marginal costs and making it so that everyone can create it, can be a creator.
Is it possible to get some of this stuff right before agents are everywhere rather than unleashing them on the world? Like what happened with chatbots and then kind of expecting the world to figure out how to deal with the issues as they crop up?
Yeah, I think so that's on the safety side. I think on the safety side, people definitely are thinking about how do we anticipate some of the effects of agents in regulation. I think on the distribution of power side, one thing I'm a little bit concerned about is that there's actually we don't have systems that distribute power very well. Historically and not today either, and so it requires groups of people to really try to do that effectively. And at Imbue, we're really trying to invent the primitives that allow people to have a lot more power over their computing environments, and hopefully that helps at least some.
It sounds somewhat hopeful, at least for folks who are concerned about AI centralizing power. Agents might actually level the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, if done right.
And we do need to think about them leveling the playing field for bad guys too, but that's something
that's something we'll just have to figure out how to deal with.
If we talk again like a year from now, should we expect tangible progress to have happened, or is it likely to take a little bit longer than that?
I think it will probably take a little bit longer for everyday people to see this affect their lives. I think a year from now, we're going to start to see that software is getting much, much easier to write, but most people can't see it yet.
Well, thank you so much, Can Jun. There's a lot to chew on, and I hope we do get the opportunity to talk more about this as you make progress. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Harry.
This past April, the AI hardware device called Humane got crucified by tech reviewers like Marques Brownlee, who called it the worst product I've ever reviewed. And at the same time, the Meta Ray-Ban AI smart glasses are doing very well with great reviews and something you don't usually hear outside an Apple product, stunningly stylish. Is AI a new hardware category, or is it just startups jumping on a new hype cycle? What has worked and what needs iteration? To find out if the AI hardware revolution gets a green light or red light, please welcome conversation with Amy Nundrum from the MIT Technology Review, the founder and CEO of Rabbit, Jessie Liu.
All right, Jesse, tell me what you've got in your hand there. This device, the Rabbit R1, which your company released a few months ago.
Yeah.
What is it, and why does anyone need it?
So this is my Rabbit R1. We already shipped more than 50,000 units out there, so there must be some users have their R1s right now, even in Canada. So the Rabbit R1 is a compact device hosting all the best AI models and powered by our proprietary agent technology. And the design is very simple. It's not competing with your phone, but instead it's more like a Tamagotchi, Pokédex, and walkie-talkie 3-in-1. So
you said it's not competing with your phone, but why can't this just be an app on my phone? Why does it need to be a separate device?
Yeah, so obviously I've been asked about this question for so many times. I think there are different perspectives to look at this. Of course, software, you can build anything on top of any software and put it as an app. That's no problem with it. But if you want to control the end user experience, you want to control all the way to the bottom end. And that's basically our decision to make it all the way to the end user experience and hardware. And one of the biggest reasons is that AI is really in its infancy stage. So there's a lot of things that we want to tweak, and we want to make sure that we can have a unanimous environment that we can control.
All right, brace yourself, because I'm going to ask you about some of the reviews of the R1.
Course, yeah.
And as you know, not all of them are great.
Yeah.
The Verge has called it an unfinished, unhelpful AI gadget.
Yeah.
Gizmodo said it's a half-baked device that isn't living up to its promise. Wired called it fairly useless and described it as dead weight. And just yesterday, it made Mashable's list of the most overhyped tech products so far in 2024. And to be more specific, a lot of these reviewers have struggled to complete basic actions with the R1. They've raised security concerns about needing to give it access to many different accounts, or they've said it just doesn't have as many features as they expected. Do you think these criticisms are fair? And if not, what are people missing?
Well, I think most of the early days reviewers, they're getting a very early version of the R1, and we're very open-minded to the criticisms. And if you pay attention to our cadence, we actually, since our first deliver on the TWA on June 23rd, we actually keep a 1-week update cadence. Like every single week, there are new features, there are bug fixes, there are improvements. And I strongly recommend people to try on the latest version. Most of the early reviewers' concerns are actually being addressed, and there's more features pushed to the device. So we're moving fast. Yes, it's been a rough early release. There's no doubt about it. But as a startup, this is the best result we can get. And certainly that doesn't mean that we're going to stop. We're going to keep improving the device faster and better.
Interesting. I'm curious, looking back, what were your expectations of the launch, and how has that matched up with the reality?
Well, I said multiple times we were expecting to sell 3,000 units, and that was it. But we sold over 10,000 on the first day, actually the first half of the day. And now we're selling more than 130 units worldwide, last time I checked. So it's definitely for the team to catch up with the demand. And obviously, we didn't create a hype. I think people are generally looking for something new on their mobile phone devices, which has been kept the same for over a decade. And even Apple is taking very aggressive moves. I think last week on the WWDC on the Apple Intelligence. So just to clarify, we didn't build a hub. We just built a product, and we find out that people are really tired and looking for solutions, looking towards the future technology, which is AI, on their device.
Yeah, since you mentioned Apple, I'm curious, what were your takeaways from WWDC last week, and are you concerned about their progress there in terms of competition with your own device?
Yeah, so I think, again, we're a small startup. We never have the mentality or what I call dilution to think that a startup can beat over Apple or Google or any of the well-established big companies out there. But we need to find our unique way to offer a unique product, which I believe R1 is a unique product. If you look at the history, that before Transformer or GPT technology, really is about natural language processing when I started my first startup 10 years ago. And back at then, the intention was not even solved, right? So you can't just talk freely to your smart speaker about what you want and expecting the speaker is smart enough to answer the question. But after the Transformer and large language model, the intention part was significantly addressed and solved. Rabbit is the first company really focusing on actions, which is today's agent technology. And I believe Apple is the very first company that directly addressed that in the future, AI will not only solve intentions, but actually take actions on your behalf as well. So I think we're really, really aligned on the future roadmaps. But obviously, Apple will have their ecosystem approach and their way to do it. And we as a startup have much, much more freedom.
Yeah, speaking of that, you're using Perplexity AI, which is similar to chatbots like ChatGPT that were trained on lots of data scraped from online, but it can also pull answers from the live internet as things update and change. Why did you decide to go with that approach, and what are some of the limitations that you're running up against there?
Yeah, so we actually run an intensive internal eval on all the language models out there. And in the day one, when we build the hardware, internally we're all aligned on this piece of hardware should be able to host all the best models out there. Because what we really find out from the data was that all these AI models are changing dramatically on a daily basis, and there isn't a definitive model that can just be best at everything. What we love about Perplexity is that they really handle well on up-to-date search queries. Like if you ask a incident or an event or a fact that happens just now or this week, Perplexity is the best. So we're really happy to partner with them. And in fact, we're partnering with a variety of models. Now the R1 has Perplexity Pro and also has a Wolfram Alpha. So if you ask any scientific related questions, mathematics, you can just talk to it, like search Wolfram Alpha for XYZ. It will just give you absolute accurate answers from Wolfram Alpha. And on the language model itself, it's a mixed bucket between what we can select from OpenAI and Anthropic and Gemini. So the proposition of this product is that we're not locking into one model, but we're keep evaluating what are the best models out there, and user will have a freedom to get the best models on each different queries.
And you talked about some of the software and AI advances, transformer architecture, and these large language models that have made this device possible. But talk about the hardware side. What's happened there that made you confident that it was time to create this device and put it out there on the market?
Yeah, first of all, this is not my first time to create a hardware. So my previous company, Raven Tech, we partnered with Teenage Engineering, released Raven H and Raven R. That was 7 years ago, I believe, 8 years ago. So building hardware is really fun, first of all. It's really, you see this baby that you created from the scratch, and that's such a unique experience. But certainly hardware is really, really risky and really hard. There's no doubt about it. I think, from my personal experience, if you really want to control the end user experience, it's better to start with a platform that you can control as a hardware. And I believe Alan Kay had this famous quote that if you care your software so much, you should build your own hardware just to run it. And that's exactly our approach. But compared to other AI gadgets out there, companies like Human AI Pin, we certainly understand that AI is very in its infancy state, so we don't want to take extra risk on the hardware. That's why we opt for a still very well-built quality $199 piece instead of something like $800 with subscriptions. So that part we're actually de-risking from it. And we want to create a simple device that has just one button and one wheel, and that's it. So it's a complex sauce and accumulation of my past experience. But still, each time working on the hardware is really, really fun.
Yeah, Humane has also released its AI pin, which we heard about in the intro, and has had a tough time as well. Bad reviews and sales allegedly not being what the company had hoped. So between your two companies, both working on AI hardware, it's been pretty rocky lately. Why do you think that is?
Well, let me tell you a story. When the first car was invented, the first Mercedes vehicle, it takes 100 times more hustle and time to even get the engine started and up running, and it runs way slower than a horse, and it will not autopilot as a horse. But does that mean that we should not build a car and we should still riding a horse? No. So I think the media perspective of the current AI technology is that they're putting big company standard on startups and assuming that you can compete over a project they dumped over $1 billion, right? Well, we're not. The total cost for making R1 is $2.5 million. And if you think about when we started, the team was 17 people. And even talking with Humane AI Pin, they raised, I believe, more than $250 million from public record. And we didn't do that. So I would define for Rabbit team that we're indeed a very small team working really fast and really trying to push out this product early, which I think that's a very important message out there. And you can't think of the AI generation of software perform the same way as traditional software. You don't find a dozen of engineers just trying to look at the code for each line of the code and try to make it perfect. The AI language model is a black box. The agent technology is a black box. How to improve it, it needs to be rolled out to the customer and needs real human feedback. And we're actually on a head start, because 130,000 human feedback on every day is better than 10,000 or 0, right? So that's my opinion.
These 130,000 folks who now have a Rabbit R1, what are they mostly using it for? What are some of the most common use cases there?
So out of the first 20,000 units we delivered for the first month, we generated a combination of over 1 million queries out of the 20,000 units we delivered. And over 50% are conversations, and in between these conversations, there are queries go to Perplexity, queries go to XYZ models. The agent has been generated over, has been called and functioned over 100,000 times. So it's a mixed bucket of the user pattern, but one thing that I didn't expect is that how people really enjoy the camera, the AI vision, is catching up with the conversation right now. I think giving by another month, the AI vision could be the #1 query from the database. But we're doubling the numbers every 2 weeks right now.
And what are they mostly using the camera for? What kinds of commands or questions are they issuing?
So there are some very easy entry-level examples, like just point to the environment, ask what it is. And I'm not personally too interested in that. We actually built a lot of real-world use cases. There's one time I was, participating in an event at an SF, and I just parked my car alongside the street. And for you guys ever been to SF, there are probably 5, 6, indications of where you can park, where you cannot park. Mm-hmm. And for human brain, it takes, 2, 3 minutes to understand and calculate and figure out. I just point R1 to that column and be like, hey, I'm parked my car right here for 30 minutes, and is it okay? And around 1.5 seconds, it tells me yes or no. So use cases like that are being discovered by myself and my team and real users every day. So we're learning from our user. Another feature we built is that this is, again, a real case that you can point the camera to anything looks like a spreadsheet, and you can be like, hey, transcribe this spreadsheet and exchange the column A to B or C to D or tweak whatever names and resort. And R1 will understand that and will send you an email right away. So again, this is very early experiment on how people really are using the device. But again, we believe we are the company that has the most data to learn from.
I think this strategy is so interesting of putting out the device and getting a bunch of feedback from your early users, but then also doing these weekly releases to add and improve the device. But are you concerned at all about an AI backlash or people losing interest or faith in this technology because of their first experience is a little bit disappointing, maybe?
Yeah, I think if you look from a different spectrum, like if you look up for the industry use cases, like AI is already everywhere. Talking about a lot of the warehouses, monitoring systems, security cameras, and robotics. There's a lot of places that we're already relying on AI, and some of the areas we rely on AI 100%. So personally, I don't think there's a way back. But consumer product, this is just a beginning. We never put in the position that this will be the definitive product that will be the next generation of XYZ. Even Apple is putting their Apple Intelligence in beta. I think really, for builders, you have to build and you have to figure out what's the best way to offer. But if you stop and don't do anything about it, you'll never know. And I learned this from OpenAI team when they was about to release the ChatGPT. And a lot of people think that it's not ready. They don't even know 1 + 1 = 2, right? You'll get the wrong answers in the early days. But again, I think their current advantages is because they released that product early and they generate massive, what we call real human fine-tuning results, and to make their model better. So I think people need to really understand how to improve the AI technology, how to improve the AI software, and it's quite different than what we used to think about software engineering in general.
In our final few minutes here, tell me what's next for the R1, and then what's next for Rabbit as a company.
So again, for the device, we're going to keep every week an update, and we're going to bring new services. There are a couple of the features I'm personally really excited about. But I understand most of the people who probably watched my keynote back in January, we're working on something called Teach Mode, where you can just go there and do a recording, show the computer how you want to train an agent, and just one recording, it will build a new agent on R1 so that you can just use that agent right away. I believe this is one of the first systems out there that for any developer tool that does not require any line of code, you just intuitively show as a human to your device how you want to accomplish any task. And you will just build that. So we're working really hard on getting the security concern and all the other perspectives or nuance of that right before we can release that tool. But we're really excited for rolling out the Teach Mode later this year.
And where do you see this all headed? We heard in the last session about the future of AI agents. What does that look like in your view?
My definition about AI agents is that the computer these days are really built as an input-output device. It is not going to learn from you, right? Think about every day I have to go there, click the same icon to open up my Zoom and click the same button to start a meeting or join a meeting. And I can do that for 5, 6 years, and my computer knows I'm doing that for 5, 6 years, but still couldn't automate that task for me. I think the technology is always to use the same, to solve the same bucket of demands or problems with more intuitive way. That's my definition about each generation of new technology. And I think this agent technology in the future can really automate a lot of things, like the example I shared. Like there's a lot of things that should be and can be automated, and I think the time is now to build something like that.
And then I'm just curious, final question for you. Looking back over the last 6 months, is there anything you would do differently if you had the chance to do it over or not?
Honestly speaking, no. I think, me personally taking all the early harsh reviews as a good sign, because then actually it push our team work harder and, fix things much faster than if we do a slow rollout and, expecting or guessing or speculating what are things out there. So I don't think I would reverse any decisions. So one thing I think we should probably consider is that we should basically set better expectations and do better communications about, because there's a lot of people are mistaking about is the Teach Mode going to ready right now or later this year, things like that. But any major decisions released regarding to a product release, I think, give all the credits to the team. I think this is the best result we can get.
Fascinating. Thank you so much for being here, Jesse.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'll be here around with my R1, so feel free to find me and try and see if the reviews are accurate or not. Thank you.
All right. With more than $4.6 billion globally invested into startups in the space travel and satellite categories, space tech is booming and could generate $1.8 trillion in global growth by 2035. In this next session, as a leading space investor discusses the future of this industry. To boldly go where no one has gone before into the future of space, please welcome in conversation with Jennifer Strong of the Shift podcast, the co-founder and executive chairman of Axiom Space, Dr. Cam Ghaffarian.
Hello, everybody. All right, so you don't just dabble in space, Cam. I mean, this has been your entire career. It's your passion. It's where you've made your success. But how did you get down this path? How did you start?
Well, I was, since I was 6 years old, I was really inspired looking at the stars and being mesmerized by them and thinking about what it's like to actually go to other planets outside our solar system. And when I was 11 years old, I saw Neil Armstrong landing on the surface of the moon, and that was really a transformational moment in my life, saying, wow, people actually can land in another space body, and that made me decide that I want that to be my career, and that's what I started doing.
So fast forward a few years, he gives up a scholarship in his home country of Iran, if I have your story correct.
Yes.
And you moved to the United States to join the space race, basically with what you brought with you.
Yes, I left when I was close to 18 years old with literally $2,000 borrowed money. And I arrived in Washington, D.C., and put myself through school, first degree computer science engineering, and soon after really started supporting space programs.
All right, so set the scene for us here. What was it like to be part of the space industry at that point?
Well, that's early 1980s. Actually, it was 1980, and we had successfully landed on the surface of the moon, and we were thinking about what to do next. And so that was the early days of Space Shuttle, with Columbia first. And in fact, one of the programs I started with was Space Lab Data Processing Facility out of Goddard Space Flight Center for the Space Shuttle. And later on, really got into the space station and how do we now deploy a laboratory in low Earth orbit. And so, was heavy duty involved in that kind of activities.
So sometime not too long after that, right, you left government work and you opened your own space company and began to work with NASA that way.
That's right. So I worked from 1980 till 1994, supporting some large organizations, all supporting NASA programs like Lockheed Martin and Ford Aerospace and others. And in 1994, me and another gentleman decided that we were going to open our own company. Literally, I mortgaged my house, and we started in my basement. And that's how the first organization called SGT, which stands for Stinger Gefarian Technologies, started.
Okay, then fast forward to today, and terms like space economy or moon business might, result in some blank stares, right? So how do you onboard people for whom these terms may not make very much sense to what is the current reality of the space industry?
Yeah, I tell you, space is just incredible, and not many people realize that how small we are in the context of the universe. Maybe I can provide a little perspective. People are familiar with the space station, International Space Station, which is 250 miles above Earth. Familiar with lots of people talking about the moon and Mars. But if we leave our solar system behind, get past moon, Mars, and all of that, we are in our galaxy called Milky Way. The distance from one point of our galaxy to another point of our galaxy is 100,000 light years. Okay, 100,000 light years, so we go with the speed of light. One way takes 100,000 years. And in our galaxy alone, there are 400 billion stars, just like our own sun. And each of those stars have planets around them. So just imagine how large is our galaxy alone. The closest star to our star, the sun, is 4.25 light years. It's called Proxima Centauri. And with our current technology, actually, if you go with the nuclear technology, it would take 2,000 years for us to go to our closest star, which is 4.25 light years away.
Oh.
Now, to just sort of really blow your mind and say, let's assume that we leave our galaxy behind, and now we're in the universe. Now we know with James Webb Space Telescope and other telescopes that we have, that there are at least 2 trillion other galaxies. 2 trillion other galaxies, and many of those galaxies, of course, are larger than our own. So we're such a small part, and my belief is that we are really universal beings, but don't have realized it yet, and our ultimate destiny is really to become interstellar and be able to go to other stars.
Let's talk about the moon. So earlier this year, one of your companies, Intuitive Machines, became the first commercial outfit to to land on the moon, right? And also brought the United States back to the moon for the first time in 50 years. What does the next 10 years look like for you?
Well, first of all, let me just tell you that I am just incredibly proud, humbled, and honored that we were able to be the first private company in the history of humankind successfully landing on the surface of the moon. That's such an incredible feat, and we did all of that in 4 years, okay, with $118 million from conception to design, to build, to operate, and successfully land on the surface of the moon. And we have series of moon landers that we're building. Next one, hopefully later this year, we're looking forward to send our IM-2 to the surface of the moon with many additional payload, including installing a 4G network on the surface of the moon. But I think the space exploration, Jennifer, is really accelerating and growing. And we've been talking a lot about AI here, and I think AI and quantum computing and robotics are going to accelerate this. When I was at the launch site for our moon lander, I made a prediction that the next 30, 40 years, we might have an opportunity where we will have maybe hourly launches to a space city outside Earth, that now today we call it a space station. And potentially having hourly, daily launches to the moon with a habitat on the surface of the moon, and maybe monthly launches to the Mars, again with having habitat humanity there. And my dream is that hopefully we'll have a quarterly launches to places outside our solar system. So I think the space exploration is here to stay and is growing by leaps and bounds.
So what about you? Have you been to space?
I have not, but of course, being a space cadet, that's my dream.
Okay. It seems like you'd be able to make that dream come true of anybody. You brought up the International Space Station a few moments ago, and you know, the ISS is running out of time. A number of companies, including one of your own, Axiom Space, are working to build new space stations, and yours will be attached to the original space station for at least a time.
Correct.
And I should also say Axiom for now was the first to deliver astronauts privately to the International Space Station. Is becoming kind of known as like a space airline in a way, bringing astronauts from all over the world back and forth. But I think it's safe to say that probably not everybody knows why this matters, like what the purpose of keeping humans and space stations in low Earth orbit would be. So do you mind to explain why this matters?
Of course. You know, obviously, if you talk to the kids, they would tell you that, wow, space is sexy. It was for me, right? And exciting and unknown. And I believe that part of our DNA, human DNA, is that we are explorers and we want to explore the unknown. So, but if you get past that part, people don't realize that how much the space exploration and what we do in space actually affects everyday's life on Earth. Right? And let me just elaborate on that a little bit. So when you are, the current space station is 250 miles above Earth, okay, on a low Earth orbit. We are the only company that actually can attach to International Space Station and work together until the space station life ends, and then we will separate from the current ISS and form the basis of Axiom Space Station. When you're in space, you're in a microgravity environment, and there are many advantages in microgravity that we don't have on Earth, unfortunately. I'll just give you a couple of examples of things that affects everyday life. We will be able to print corneas and retinas in space, and maybe many other bioprinting as this bioprinting technology grows. And why is that? Well, the reason is when you are on Earth, you have gravity. Gravity will pull the molecules down. When you are in a microgravity environment, the molecules naturally go where they need to go. So you can do all kinds of different things that you cannot do on Earth. I'll give you one more example, fiber optics. We produce fiber optics today on Earth, but the fiber optics that we create is not able to carry infrared signals. because of the microgravity environment, we'll be able to create fiber optics on microgravity environment that can carry infrared signal. So think about all these different industries, from pharmaceutical to bioprinting to medical research to manufacturing to training astronauts. These are all what I call the new ecosystem, LEO ecosystem, the new marketplace that's going to be created that I think is going to be multi-billion-dollar marketplace. And all of that really affects the everyday life on Earth.
You mentioned Mars very briefly, but what about Mars? Are we going there?
Yes, no question. We are going there, and there are a lot of pioneers that are working in that. We're building this rocket ship that every day are larger and larger. And I'm hoping in the future that we can even enable them with 100% safe nuclear, so we can shorten the time that we're able to go to Mars. But as you know, we now know that there is water on the moon. In fact, our moon lander, Odysseus, landed on the south pole of the moon. And we also know that there is water on Mars. So I can see not too far a future where humanity will be multi-planetary species and have habitat not only on the moon but also on Mars.
So next 5-7 years, what are you watching closely?
Well, we're in Intuitive Machines. We're building series of moon landers. Plus, recently we won a contract to build the first moon buggy on the surface of the moon called Lunar Train Vehicle that can carry the astronauts around and all of that. This is all with the commercial space. Also building commercial satellites on the moon orbit. With Axiom Space, we're building the first private commercial space station. We've had successfully taken 3 private astronaut missions to the International Space Station from all different parts of the world. The last one was all European missions. The previous one, we took 2 astronauts from Saudi Arabia plus 1 United States. We pretty much have now sold all our tickets for AX4. That is scheduled for maybe later this year or beginning of next year. So we'll be continuing to do that. We're planning to have our first module of Axiom Station that is pretty much ready, be tested, ready, and launched to the current ISS in December of 2026. That will connect to ISS, and the second one a year after that, and then more and more, and then build our space station and then operate jointly with ISS until we separate.
Didn't you also collaborate with Prada to create?
Yes, so we are a commercial, obviously commercial company, and that's true. We have signed a deal with Prada. My wife hopes that she will get some free purses out of it, but we'll see whether that happens or not.
These are for moon suits?
Yes, so in Axiom Space, not only are we building a space station, we're building the next generation space suits. So the next time you see astronauts walking on the surface of the moon, they would be wearing Axiom Space suit, or when they do EVAs around space station.
I see, interesting. You've done a remarkable job kind of looking at the landscape and then finding ways to make some very interesting or even very sexy projects useful. Like when you're going back and forth to the space station, you're flying the SpaceX Dragon. How have you thought about this space? How have you done this? Just by keen observation?
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things that I think it was transformational is reduction in the cost of transportation makes the space economy and space ecosystem more real, right? And so lots of kudos to SpaceX. We're one of their largest customers overall, after the government and, of course, internal Starlink. But we work with them very closely, and as that cost comes down, what I call is democratization of space becomes more of a reality, and more people can go to space. We can do much more in space. And also, the same thing is true with going to other bodies within our solar system and beyond. And I am hoping there will be more competition in that transportation space. There are other companies like Blue Origin that are making a lot of progress, as well as Sear Space. You just recently saw Boeing launch their Starliner that docked with the International Space Station. So as a result of that competition and the commercial space, I think commercial space is really a game changer in terms of how it's accelerating the space access and space economy.
So we're in our final minute. What have we not talked about that we should?
I think one of the things that people don't realize is that with all the problems that we have on Earth, with all the wars that's going on and everything else that is there, that how unified we are as humans. When people who go to space and they go around Earth, they don't see borders, they don't see races, they don't see religion. In fact, all of them come back with this spiritual connotation that's called overview effect. Yeah. That all of a sudden they see this beautiful, gorgeous blue globe, that life exists within it. And what I'm hoping that space exploration gets us out of being tribal and realize that in the context of the universe, in the context of galaxy, we really are one race, human race and human species. And until we evolve to that level, that recognition, that consciousness, that we're not moving to the next level of becoming part of the interstellar community.
With that, we're out of time. Thank you so much for this, and thank you to everybody for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I'm really hoping that our video team does not do that supercut of me saying AI, because I'll be saying a lot over the next 3 days here on the stage. But let's be honest, Collision is the biggest AI conference in North America, with the term artificial intelligence fueling conversations across all our stages, all these startups. Wow, I can see AI down the hall there, across the conference floor and around the world as well, about its continued potential and power. But with its continued development and integration into people's everyday lives, it poses a very real question. What happens next? To find out how AI is changing the world, please welcome, in conversation with Ashley Gold of Axios, the co-founder and CEO of Metropolis, Alex Israel, and the co-founder and COO of Synthesia, Stefan Terid.
Hi, everyone. I am here with two top-level executives from very exciting AI companies, and we don't have a lot of time, so I'm just going to get them started right off the bat. Let's start with you. Tell us about your company and what it's working on right now.
Hey, I'm from Synthesia, the world's biggest AI video platform that allows companies to produce content in 150 languages just by typing in text. No cameras, no microphones, no actors, really kind of digitizing the production process around video.
I guess that means I'm up. Actually, great to be here. So I'm the CEO and co-founder of Metropolis. We like to position ourselves as an artificial intelligence company for the real world. We're creating a payments platform that allows for checkout-free commerce or seamless commerce in mobility or mobility-adjacent verticals.
And let's talk about how long Synthesia has been around. When did you get started?
We started in 2017, before AI was cool, on the premise of really kind of taking video and making it easy for everyone, not with a smaller, more affordable camera or slightly more efficient physical production process, but really kind of thinking first principles of how video can be a new kind of form of medium just behind a screen as opposed to in the physical world.
And since then, how has the generative AI boom that's really been present for the past 2 years or so, how has it changed what you're doing at Synthesia, if anything, and has it sort of given your company more attention and more of a platform?
Yeah, it's kind of been a huge accelerant for us. I think we were already growing incredibly fast before kind of the ChatGPT moment. But AI has definitely kind of brought the whole kind of concept of kind of, digitizing and automating the enterprise, which Synthesia is kind of all about, really taking that into the boardrooms around the world of making like a really high-end and kind of high agenda for the most businesses, right?
And for Metropolis, can you sort of describe why the technology that you're working on just makes it easier to do basic things like parking, and when are we going to see sort of everyone globally adopt that sort of thing, not be struggling with ticket dispensers? How long until you are going to see the kind of adoption you'd really like to see? How far off are you?
Yeah, it's a great question. So right now, as we think about the Metropolis platform, there are 7 million members on platform, so credit card, license plates, phone numbers. I would say, Ashley, our lives are riddled with little annoyances, whether it's waiting in line, whether it's trying to check out at a convenience store, or it's trying to get in and out of a parking facility. So we've started with parking because it's the first vertical, it's everywhere, and it's something that generally everyone has a visceral reaction to, but we're taking that platform and then scaling into everything from car washes to gas stations to quick serve retail to allow for this kind of seamless checkout-free commerce for people across the globe. And the primary goal is to get back to what matters most and give people back their time and not have to focus on these little annoyances.
Now, when I think of your company, I think of a payments company making stuff more frictionless, making it so people don't have to fiddle with their credit cards all the time. So how is AI, generative AI, working into what you guys are doing?
Yeah, so we founded our company similar to Stefan in 2017. And we've been building our computer vision and artificial intelligence platform since 2017. We've raised just over $2.2 billion at this point. I think we were the third most well-funded artificial intelligence company as of last year in terms of size of round in 2023. So for us, it's how do you leverage artificial intelligence, generative AI, how do you leverage the power of artificial intelligence to make these day-to-day transactions easier and seamless. So we use everything from synthetic information to synthetic images to train our models to allow for a higher degree of accuracy to once again enable seamless payment and transactions.
So that's all kind of back-end stuff, making the transactions more seamless. It's not necessarily something that customers get to see when they're using the product?
Yeah, it's actually a great point, Ashley. That is our goal. Our goal is for payments to be an afterthought, for you not to think about paying at a convenience store, a market, a gas station for charging. It's to make payment be an afterthought. It's to not have to take out your wallet, not have to take out your credit card, not have to take out your phone. It's to seamlessly be able to pay and engage in what matters most in life.
And we talked a little about this before. I work in Washington, D.C., and cover policy most of the time, and lawmakers are very concerned about deepfakes and the proliferation of deepfakes and the idea that companies are not doing enough to combat this, or at least to tell people that content might be synthetic in a way that is negative or misleading. So, I mean, your company specializes in these avatars in a way that is very intentional. It's supposed to be helping companies tell their stories and stuff. It's kind of the other end of the spectrum of that conversation, but you might get caught up in some of the same, rhetoric, even though that's your business. So how are you guys dealing with that, and how do you sort of position yourselves in that conversation?
For sure, when we started the company, we knew that this is a kind of very controversial technology, and we knew it's very, very powerful and can kind of be used for both a lot of good, but also be harmed in the wrong hands. So we framed a framework in the beginning of the company around the C's. So it's all about having explicit control and explicit consent. So that means that you cannot just take an image of a politician to kind of upload them to the platform. We also have very kind of strict content moderation to make sure hate speech, a lot of kind of profanity, a lot of kind of things that we don't want on the platform is being eliminated. And then we also go very deep into collaboration, right? Working with policymakers, working with the big tech giants. This is kind of essentially an internet scale type of problem. And we think a lot of the solutions is coming in kind of where media provenance, what is the original intention with the meeting, as a part of has been manipulated or not. Similar to images online, right? I think 99% of them has been through an image filter or through a Photoshop, and even like cameras or the filter on your camera is actually kind of manipulating pictures at the center level. So we think a lot about provision, media provenance, and we've kind of been taking a very active stance, and we knew that brand safety, brand compliance was kind of some of the things that was going to be a benefit in the long term for the success of Synthesia.
And you mentioned content moderation. So can you sort of explain to me how that works? I mean, your technology creates videos, for companies and for people who are sort of doing it for work purposes. So are people working on the back end to moderate those videos?
So we both use a combination of state-of-the-art machine moderation, which has kind of been introduced into the tech sphere after like social media and social networks has kind of been dealing with this problem. So we're using state-of-the-art machine moderation, but we also have 5 or 10% of our Synthesia employees is working in trust and safety to make sure a lot of this kind of gray zone type of content is also being moderated. I'm glad we are not X or like a social media platform that needs to kind of adhere to freedom of speech. We can take a much more active stance of kind of what we allow on the platform. We want to be kind of business and work safe type of content, and we can take a much more kind of active stance what we want and what we don't want on the platform.
This is our platform. These are our rules. If you want to use it.
And this is very kind of publicly wide what we approve and what we don't approve.
Yeah, absolutely. So the topic of this panel is how AI is changing the world. So from where you sit with both your companies at this point, is that sentence overhyped? Is it right? Where do you think we are in that sort of changing the world status? Are we there yet, or is it still very beginning stages?
I think it's overhyped in the short term and underhyped in the long term. I think there's so much kind of promise here, but I still think it's still in the idea phase. Everybody can kind of imagine the end state or like the beautiful agent that just does exactly what you want at the right time, at the right space. I don't think we're there yet, but I think we'll definitely get there. And I think that's kind of, the classic innovation type of dilemma where humans have a hard time kind of underestimating exponential curves. But I think we'll definitely get there, but we're not there today.
What about you, Alex?
Yeah, I completely agree. Look, there's a engineering constant or a law called Amara's law, which effectively stipulates exactly what Stefan was saying, which is people have the natural inclination to overemphasize the impact of technological development in the short run and underestimate it in the long run. And that's exactly what's happening right now. As you walk around the conference floor, there's not a single traditional technology company that hasn't added the moniker AI. It's almost as if you add that moniker, you get an uptick in valuation or you can raise capital. But the truth of the matter is, this technology is phenomenally powerful if you're leveraging it and applying it accordingly. But I think a lot of people right now are overemphasizing it or just utilizing it to capture on the hype, when I think that there's so much application, whether it's from a digital environment or in the real world environment, where you can apply these technology to truly change people's lives.
And I mean, maybe a year ago, I would definitely agree with you that everyone was just sort of slapping AI on everything to say, hey, we're relevant to this conversation. And, we've been working on AI for a long time, whether that was true or not, depending on the company. But do you think we've sort of right-sized that conversation at all yet? Or are you still seeing a lot of sort of mislabeling of products and overhype?
I'm still seeing a lot of overhype. The number of times I'm asked by a reporter, it's like, oh, you have an AI company? How are you utilizing generative? So I think there's a general misunderstanding from both the technological community, the venture capital community about how to leverage AI and what is truly an artificial intelligence-driven organization.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of like cool Twitter demos that kind of looks cool online. Yeah. But I think the last 5 or 10% is kind of where a lot of the value becomes, right? Where something can kind of work in a very kind of cherry pick scenario, but the actual enterprise reliability, the consistency, the robustness of the kind of last mile deployments is really kind of, still not quite there, or it's very kind of hard to find. But I think like Metropolis is a great example of leveraging that kind of end to end.
You talked about liability. So I focus on policy a lot of the time. So just from a broad level, from a regulatory and legal standpoint, at this point in sort of where your companies are at, what have you run into? What has been an issue or something you've had to deal with so far? And are there any regulatory or legal struggles for your company potentially coming down the pike, or just something that might be challenging to sort of analyze and make sure you're adhering to, whether that's Canada, the UK, the US?
Yeah, there's a lot of regulations that's kind of brewing up, nothing like super firm in stone yet. Our approach has always been using a lot of common sense, where it's probably not allowed to take a famous politician and make him or her say something they haven't explicitly giving their consent to do.
Probably not.
So we have always kind of taken like maybe a proactive stance and not like trying to leverage a gap between when regulation will catch up to us, but really kind of envisioning what is the end state and try to kind of adhere to common best practice of how these technologies will kind of come out. And I think some of those kind of principles is really kind of paying benefits and dividends for us now in the workspace and in the marketplace right now.
And what about you? We talked a little bit about competition and acquisitions. On a whole different note, when it comes to regulatory, at least in the US, we're not very friendly towards mergers and acquisitions right now, and had to go before the Justice Department in the US. And you said that was, kind of a trying time. So can you just tell us briefly how that went?
The policy journalist had to ask policy questions.
Sorry, I can't help myself.
No, look, it's a great question. So we just completed a transformative take private. We qualified it as a growth buyout. In this context, it was a small technology company buying a much larger organization in the United States. So we took a publicly traded company called SP Plus private, 23,000 employees across the United States. So transactions of that size, north of $1.6 billion transaction price, is overseen from a HSR process. There is regulatory review. And from an anti-competitive perspective, regulators do want to make sure that the transaction is fully above board. So we just completed that process. It took us 7 months. It was a tumultuous process, and the regulators did a very significant job to make sure that this transaction met their standards and the standards of the current governmental regime. So it was a trying process for me personally because I had never been through that as a CEO, but it was a very interesting process to say the least.
And overall, other than the US, any general feedback on how governments have been talking about AI? The UK has their own vision, the US has its own pretty hands-off vision so far. Europe is moving ahead with the AI Act. I mean, just from a high level, are they getting it right so far? Are there things you wish they would change or consider differently?
I genuinely think it's too early to see kind of how this plays out. I think we've seen that with if kind of governments came in too early on the internet and kind of backing down on that, we'll not have seen this conference for sure, and kind of all the ecosystem that's playing out today. So I think having a little bit of a wait and see how these kind of technologies are going to play out. And I think it's just clear to see where the biggest kind of innovation centers is definitely often kind of correlated with the regulatory environment. And Europe is taking a bit more of a kind of a pessimistic or reactive stance to these technologies, which I'm not personally a fan of.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's kind of the nature of how these things go.
What about you? Other than competition,
Look, the way I think about regulation is similar to the way I think about privacy in this context. I think, to Stefan's point, I think it's still early days, but as we develop technology and we think about policy and we think about regulation, we want to always make sure that there's a fair exchange of value. And that's what's really important, that we put ourselves in the hands of our clients, our customers, and consumers, and empathize with what they would want and how there's actually a fair exchange for the services that are being provided.
Okay, let's go back to the fun stuff. We only have 2 minutes left. I would love for both of you to sort of tell me your goals for your companies, like maybe for the end of the year and maybe for the next 5 years. We can start with you.
Yeah, so we're on this journey of kind of, killing the MP4 or really kind of transitioning the world from camera or sensor-based kind of content creation to a much more generated kind of paradigm where content is kind of being generated by kind of computers. And I think that's kind of the future that we're kind of building for, of kind of changing video from this linear one-size-fits-all to a much more kind of personalized, contextualized, localized viewer experience that can also be a conversation. And that's kind of the future we're building for and kind of helping a lot of the Fortune 100 companies that we are kind of helping becoming video first. As we kind of from a kind of human perspective or personal perspective, right? We are just living in a video first world already with YouTube and TikTok and YouTube really taking over our private lives. But at work, right, it's still PDFs, PowerPoints, emails, Word documents, and we're trying to kind of bridge that gap.
Okay, at Metropolis internally, we like to say that we're just getting started. So while we're 6 years old and we have 7 million members on platform, we see direct straight line where we're going to have 50 million Americans on our platform, facilitating this type of seamless checkout for e-commerce, whether it be at parking facilities across the United States, charging stations, gas stations, quick serve retail, just so we can give people back time. And so we're not focused on life's little annoyances. So yeah, we're just getting started, and this is the first touch point, the first kind of tip of the iceberg for our platform.
And right now, the main thing is parking. Can you tell us what the next space that you're really going to be focusing on is for these seamless commerce transactions?
Yeah, for us right now, it's mobility and mobility adjacent solutions, but then eventually we'll travel with you into retail environments. So we're starting with everything from quick serve retail to gas stations to car washes to tolling. Anything where you're not having to pull out your phone, pull out your credit card, just seamless checkout for e-commerce.
Okay, and with that, we are out of time. Thank you both so much for chatting with me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
Please welcome to the stage Collision co-host Sunil Sharma.
Okay. So listen, having Collision here in Toronto has been amazing and an incredible boon to the city. I think partly responsible for increasing Toronto's footprint on the global stage, as well as accelerating its ecosystem growth in technology and innovation. Collision has brought this and much more to Toronto, and I'm very proud and honored to have been a very small part of it. Now, as you know, this is the last Collision in Toronto, and after 6 amazing years in this city, I'm sad, but also extremely excited to be able to hand off the event not only to another Canadian city, but also to my home province of British Columbia next year. And so to talk about their plans for the newest addition to the Web Summit family, Web Summit Vancouver in 2025, please welcome to the stage the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, Ken Sim, and the Minister of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation, the Honorable Brenda Bailey, in conversation with the former co-host of Collision and now host of Web Summit Vancouver, Casey Lau.
Here we go. This way, Casey.
All right, everybody. So this is it. This is very exciting. I'm very excited to have Ken and Brenda here to talk a little bit about what's going to happen in Vancouver next year. Ken, what can everybody expect in Vancouver next year?
Well, I was going to crack a joke about the Vancouver Canucks and the Leafs, but maybe this isn't the crowd for it. Yeah, no, Leafs suck. Sorry, no offense. But we love Toronto. No, Vancouver's going to be amazing. It's going to be, we're going to build off of everything that Toronto created, and what you created in Toronto is amazing. But Vancouver has an amazing tech scene. We're knocking the cover off the ball in a lot of industries like AI, blockchain, filming, gaming, biotech, green tech, and you're going to see all that in Vancouver. And on top of that, I think we have, 200 off-site events.
We're planning.
We're planning.
Not yet.
Sorry, did we say 200, 250, or 300?
Well, then we don't know. Let's see how the community gets together on that.
Yeah.
Minister Bailey, maybe you can tell everybody, because everybody asked me this question.
Yeah.
How hard, or what was the process to get Collision to move over to Vancouver?
Yeah, thanks very much for the question, Casey. You know, attracting Collision to Vancouver, we see this as a really big win for the province of British Columbia. And the reason that we went after this is because what we've seen happen here in Toronto, the deal flows, the connections of community, it's been really successful. And as Ken properly said, we're going to build on top of that. It was a heavy lift, but you know, I used to row at university. And having all the paddles go in at the same time and come out at the same time and get that boat moving, that's really what happened here. We had so many different folks from our ecosystem really step into the boat and pull together, and we're absolutely delighted that we're going to have Web Summit Vancouver next year.
Yeah, it's great. All right, yeah, give a clap for that. It's amazing. Ken, I don't know if a lot of people know this about you. First of all, you don't dress like a mayor. I've never seen a mayor show up on the stage with a T-shirt and jeans on.
I'm a civil servant now. I can't afford nice clothes. So.
Okay. But a lot of people don't know you're also an entrepreneur, right? You built a lot of business yourself in Vancouver, and also you are a big tech person. You go out, even without being the mayor, going to events like South by and other tech events. You went recently in London as well. Maybe talk a little bit about your background and why it's very important for this conference to come to Vancouver.
Yeah, so I have to go way back to the late 90s, early 2000s. Okay. So I actually used to work on Bay Street at CIBC Capital Partners in the e-commerce, well, we called it the merchant bank at the time, now it's private equity. And we were, our mandate was to actually web enable the bank's businesses and then make investments. So we understand, how to value companies, startup companies, pre-revenue companies. In our company at Nurse Next Door, we're basically a global home healthcare company. We have 15,000 team members across 400 locations in Canada, the United States, Australia, and we just opened up England. We're a platform. We basically manage the logistics for global operations inside of Vancouver. I can go on and on about that. And I think it's important. So when you have an administration who actually has a deep understanding of how tech works and how we embrace tech, it bodes well for when we're building the ecosystem. And I should actually say when we're supporting the ecosystem, because there are so many other players that are actually building it, and we're there to sort of help them out. I think it's important. And if we do that, magic can happen. And that's what's happening in Vancouver. Right now, we have this incredible opportunity where it seems like the stars are aligning. We have a municipal government, we have a provincial government, the feds are stepping up as well. And more importantly, we have an amazing ecosystem that outside of tech, people don't know about. Yeah. And once Web Summit comes to Vancouver, the globe is going to understand what's going on, and it's going to be lights out.
Amazing. So, Minister Bailey, I think this is a good thing to jump on, because Ken's always said people can get on the ground floor in Vancouver, but that's not true, right? Vancouver and British Columbia, the entire province, is very well known for video games, for special effects. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about what people can expect. We'll have different types of talks. We'll definitely have AI, we'll definitely have Web3 blockchain, but what are the kind of talks, what kind of speakers do you think will be very exciting for attendees to hear next year?
Yeah, I think you'll see a lot of diversity. Vancouver is very well known for a number of different subsectors in tech. For example, we're one of the leaders in quantum, photonics, 1QBit, of course, D-Wave. We've got an incredible AI sector, and as you've rightly identified, video games, animation, VFX, the sector that I come from and worked in for 20 years. Oh. There's so much vibrancy in British Columbia, and you also see, I kind of believe there's a terroir to tech. I don't know if other people agree with this, but I'm a big wine fan. And different places create different types of tech. In Victoria, for example, we've got an absolutely thriving oceanographic or blue tech sector. Amazing work that's going on. You know, we see a lot of industrial tech in British Columbia, mining technology, forestry technology. That makes sense. And I think there is a bit of a terroir piece to it. Of course, British Columbia being such an environmentalist area, we care deeply about the environment. Sustainability is so important to us. We have a lot of up-and-coming clean tech companies. That's a big, big sector in BC, so you'll see some of that. And I think you'll also see us pay close attention to who's being left out and asking the questions how we make sure that tech is for everyone. So you'll see that definitely as part of the work that we do, and Collision, of course, cares deeply about that issue.
Great, great. Okay, some hard questions now, Ken. Vancouver, of course, is not as big as Toronto. Is there going to be enough hotels, Airbnbs, restaurants, and bars for everybody to enjoy when they get into the city? Because I was just there. This airport is kind of tiny. So is it going to be easy for people to get in and out of the city and to enjoy the event?
Yeah, so I'm glad you mentioned the airport. I think YVR just was recognized as the best airport in North America.
Okay.
So yeah, no, we're good on the airport front. Yeah, it's going to be a little tight when it comes to hotel rooms, but look, we're going to take that entrepreneurial spirit to Vancouver and Web Summit, and we'll figure it out. Not unlike Doha, like I was there for World Cup just to check it out, because we're hosting FIFA World Cup 2026, by the way. It's going to be amazing. Yeah. 2 Team Canada games. And as an aside, if Canada wins our grouping, the round of 32, that will be a home game for Canada there. And if we win that, the round of 16 game will be a home game for Canada there. So we have 4 home games potentially. But when it comes to Doha, they were innovative. They brought cruise ships in. They had, I hate to say trailer parks, but trailer parks, like negative connotation, but it was phenomenal. We're going to figure it out. And so same thing with Web Summit. Like, we'll have more than enough rooms.
Awesome, awesome. Definitely a lot of cruise yacht parties, I think, right? In the nice, beautiful harbor there. Minister Bailey, I guess the last question I want to ask. So, the city, the Vancouver is going to be the hub for this entire event over there, right? As a lot of people know, Cascadia, call it Startup Cascadia, runs all the way from, like, I guess, Alaska, Vancouver, Seattle, and we also want to include Western Canada, you know, Alberta and Saskatchewan. What does the province plan to do to bring everyone together and more cohesive ecosystem that doesn't just BC, but all this area that's very vibrant?
Yeah, a lot of that work has already started. For example, British Columbia has the fastest growing biotech sector in Canada, and we work collaboratively all across Cascadia on biotech issues, training, for example, those types of opportunities. So you see a natural collaboration already happening in the Cascadia corridor. An organization called Pinmoir does a lot of work to get the Western provinces and Western states really working together, and there's a big conference this summer up in Whistler. You can be sure that we'll be promoting Collision very heavily at Pinmoir. And there's just so many collaborative opportunities that exist between particularly Seattle and Vancouver. We have flights that go back and forward that we nickname the Nerdbird. You know, it's a really important interaction that happens already. We have special visas to facilitate that. So certainly, while it's happening in Vancouver, this is going to be a conference that's for all of British Columbia and truly the West Coast. But we're really hoping folks from Toronto will come out as well.
Yeah. And lastly, I guess the last thing, since I actually live in Hong Kong and take care of our conference over there, I'm going to be assuming there's going to be a large Asia delegation over. It's 9 hours to Vancouver from Tokyo. Hong Kong is it's 12 hours, kind of far, but still, I think you're going to get a lot of people from Asia. What do you guys think of that? Is that going to be? Do you see that already in the tech ecosystem? And will this encourage more to come out and see what's happening in Canada?
Yeah, I would say that's really important. And I'll share with you that in my portfolio, in addition to having tech, we also have the trade file. And we're really focusing on our relationships, particularly with Japan and Korea. We've also opened a trade office in Taiwan this year. And those relationships are very strong. And we'll be inviting our colleagues that we already are collaborating with to come and join us at Web Summit in Vancouver.
Amazing, amazing. Okay, everybody, a round of applause. We'll see you all in Vancouver next May. Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much.
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage Collision co-host Sunil Sharma.
All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our center stage for our afternoon programming. Before we kick off all of our content, we have handpicked some more of the most exciting startups that are showcasing here at Collision. So let's begin. First up, we have Nancy Zhu. She is the CEO and founder of MoonHub, which is an AI startup with a mission to create economic opportunity for every person on the planet. They build the world's first AI recruiter to find and hire the perfect person for every single job offering. From San Francisco, please welcome Nancy.
Great people build great companies. Today, I want to share with all of you one truth that I've learned on how great companies can be built. And in addition, I want to share with you a bit about how AI is changing the way that companies hire. How many of you in this room would consider yourself to be in the top 1% of recruiters in the world? Very few, and that's statistically true. 4 years ago, I was a computer science PhD over at Stanford, and I was researching some of the emergent capabilities of AI, and I became enamored with this idea of building an AI recruiter that could help some of the world's greatest companies hire and scale their teams. 10x hires, 10x faster at Mach speeds. And that's our mission at MoonHub today, to enable the world's greatest companies to hire and scale faster than ever possible before and give them a differentiated advantage in the world of talent. But the truth is, building an AI recruiter is actually very challenging. And I've been in the AI field for 10 years now, and I can tell you we think a lot at our company, not just about AI, but also about privacy, transparency, fairness, and how to build a great experience for both our candidates and our customers. And in the process, we realized that the fastest way we could give our customers and hiring managers around the world the best of both worlds of AI and expert recruiters was to build out a team of the world's best recruiters and deploy them together with our AI agents to give people the experience of an AI faster to market than ever possible before. Many of you in this room are at companies or at startups, and the question I always get asked is, what does that actually mean for a startup, an AI recruiter? And the answer is actually very simple. Better talent, faster. And if you, like me, believe that talent is historically the limiting factor for great companies to scale quickly, then an AI recruiter is the answer for you today to have a differentiated advantage over all of your competitors. And the cool thing is, it's not just science fiction. We've seen it play out with hundreds of startups that we work with at MoonHub today, and I'm excited for it to launch to hundreds more in the coming year. When I think about our vision at MoonHub and what we could do in the world with the first AI recruiter that we've already deployed publicly to the market, I think about all of the great ideas that all of us are working on and the ability to scale them faster, 10x talent, 10x faster at Mach speeds. And that's my mission, that's MoonHub's mission, and that's what we're building together as a team. And today, I want to invite all of you to join me on that. Thank you.
Okay, this way, Emily. All right. Sorry. Okay, so thank you so much, Nancy. That was fantastic. The next up, we have Emily Gittins. She is the CEO and co-founder of Archive, which is a technology company that builds innovative, scalable, and profitable resale businesses for global brands. Also from the Bay Area, please welcome to the stage, Emily.
Hi, everyone. Good to be here. I am Emily Gittins. I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Archive. We help brands build and scale profitable resale programs. So what that means is that you can go onto a brand site like the North Face and you can buy secondhand items directly through the brand's website. I want to talk a little bit about why I founded this company. I was pretty horrified when I learned that 8% of greenhouse gas emissions come from the fashion industry, 8%. And 80% of that impact comes from the production of new items. And yet, we keep producing more and more stuff. In fact, we have enough clothing on Earth today to clothe the next 6 generations of humanity without producing an additional item. What if brands could actually generate money without producing more stuff? What if they could generate revenue not just from the first sale of an item, but from that second sale, that third sale, that fourth sale of the same item? Well, back in 2017, a few brands jumped in and did just that. They started selling their secondhand products on their own website. Today, hundreds of brands offer resale through the brand. And while initially maybe they did this because it was the right thing to do, today they're finding that this is an incremental revenue stream, it's a way to bring a new customer into their brand, and it's a way to build incredible loyalty with their existing customer base. What's driving this is a really huge shift in consumer behavior. Put your hand up if you've bought something secondhand in the last year. Could be anything, clothing, home goods. Yeah, pretty much everyone in this room has their hand up. And that is prevalent across this space. Consumers from young to old are buying secondhand more and more. In fact, for Gen Z, 40% of their closet is secondhand items. What brands are realizing is that they're missing out on this entirely huge part of the market if they don't have a proposition of secondhand through their brand and giving that up to third-party marketplaces today. These are some of the partners that we work with at Archive today. We're powering resale for global brands like the North Face, like New Balance, like Doc Martens. And what they are finding is that resale is this incredible win-win-win. It's a win for the brands because it's incremental revenue that they wouldn't be getting otherwise. It's a win for the consumer because who doesn't want discounted product from their favorite brand? And it's a win for the planet as well. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Emily. So our final breakout startup today is called Generation Lab. They are a healthcare company that seeks to improve human health by developing the first test that assesses a person's biological age progression and risk of disease based on biological evidence that is clinically applicable. So here to tell us about it, and also from the Bay Area, is CEO Alina Su.
There's only one disease that's impacting everyone who is sitting in this room. That's impacting 8 billion of people that's on this earth. That's called aging. Our current healthcare system is broken. There's only 2 stages in our life: health and disease. But it's supposed to not like this. We should be expanding our health span to live as long as possible as healthy as possible in the longer term, which means expanding the health span. It's healthcare, not sick care. It's not about treating the disease after it's happening. It's about preventing the disease even before it's happening, as a symptom. Healthcare 3.0 is here already, where we can understand what is the trend of the health and how are we able to be preventing it in what way. Please get ready. We're in an era right now that you will be living longer, healthier life. And Generation Lab is here to lead this industry of longevity revolution, where we're spin out from 20 years of experience and research from Berkeley Lab, that we have understanding how aging is working and how are we able to be translating it into everyday's life in every human being. Starting from 2002, we have first found aging is reversible. And in 2022, we have done the first clinical study that have proven in aging that in human body, in biological aging, is reversible. Thus, we now can slow, prevent, and even reversing aging. But how? Aging is like an entropy that's in your body. It increases, accelerates, and accelerates a lot according to the different stage of the life that you're in. What we are doing is measuring the biological noise in your body down to 19 different organ systems and also functionality. Everyone is aging differently. But how are we able to be measuring it? That is the speed of the aging and acceleration of the aging that's on your epigenetic, that caused by environment, stress, and also your lifestyle. This is the first time that we'll be able to measure 19 different systems that's in your body and how fast are they aging. What is your age of your brain, your muscle, your heart, your liver, and most importantly, what can you do about it to slow down and even reversing it? Now, I'm very excited to announce the System Age is currently available. This is the power that we bring to you, the knowledge and the understanding of your own health that's able to be slowing down the aging process and be healthy again for you and also for your family. It's very 3 easy steps, starting from testing kits directly shipping to your home, and then understanding your aging process, what's currently happening in your body, and what can you do about it, purely based on your own personalized epigenetic. And we are here not only for a small group of people, it's for everyone, in every day, and everywhere that you will be seen on the earth. And AI will be accelerating a new category of medicine that's called longevity medicine. That's going to be slowing down the aging process and extending your health span. We will be able to prevent the disease of aging in this era. And now, I welcome you to join us in this journey of extending the health span. It's not about living longer. It's about living healthier longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helena. Okay, that brings us to an end for another session of Breakout Startups. Please don't go too far. Actually, Raquel Urtasun is mic'd up backstage with me. We'll be out in between 5 and 10 minutes, and we'll kick off the afternoon session. Thank you so much.
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage multimedia host and producer, Bridget Trong.
one energy. Where is it at? Where is it at? We can probably do better. I'm going to come back and we'll do it again. But welcome back to the afternoon sessions at day one of Collision 2024. My name is Bridget Trong. I am based here in Toronto, and I'm the host of Sister Cities on USA Today and the Homegirl Nation podcast. I am very excited to welcome a ton of amazing speakers here to center stage this year, from Google to Race Capital, Roblox, to the Midas list master himself, Vinod Khosla. Now, we have a lot in store for you this week, so make sure you share all the action with your network on social platforms and tag #CollisionConf. Now, before we jump in, I want to quickly give a shout out to Collision's Impact program and our Impact partners like the United Nations, Microsoft, and Leonardo DiCaprio's Rewild. Our aim here at Collision and all the Web Summit events is to ensure our events are as forward-thinking as possible, highlighting community mobilization and corporate transformation to support global sustainable developments like Cafe William, the official coffee supplier for Collision, and a Quebec coffee company focused on roasting accessible, organic, and fair trade coffees. Now, the company combines wind-powered shipping, sustainable sourcing, electric roasting, and transport, and eco-friendly packaging to provide customers with the most sustainable coffee in Canada. Thank you to all of our partners for helping make Collision one of the most sustainable tech conferences on the planet. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our Impact partners. And don't forget to check the Collision app for the schedules of center stage and every stage here at Collision, as well as the location for tonight's Collision After Hours party. Did anyone go out last night and enjoy themselves? More fun to come, more fun to come. If you're looking for more to do, hit me up on the app as well and we can chat. But without further ado, let's get started, okay? Now, Casey told me when he is in San Francisco, he enjoys taking the autonomous taxis Waymo. They're obviously a really cool way to get around, so no surprise there. It's kind of like you're in one of the Transformers, if you've been in one before. And Casey's favorite Autobot is Optimus Prime, the big truck. I think you can see where I'm heading with this, or I hope so, because our next speaker is making advanced autonomous driving solutions specifically for trucking, using generative AI and simulation rather than real-world testing to train the self-driving systems. Now, this approach is touted as being safer, more scalable, and more cost-effective than traditional methods. If you're from Toronto, then you know she is already kind of a big deal as she led Uber's autonomous efforts. She raised money from Jeffrey Hinton himself, and I hear she is also an Optimus Prime fan. To take us out on the road to autonomous driving, please welcome the founder and CEO of Waabi, Raquel Urtasun.
Really excited to be here today, and I hope you guys are enjoying Collision. Today is a tremendously big day for Waabi, and if you haven't seen the news, please check it out. So today I'm going to talk about the road to autonomous driving and give you some insights into what we have done at Waabi that is groundbreaking. But first, I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about generative AI, which by now probably everybody knows what it is. But it's this idea that build an AI system that is able to generate data, whether it's video, whether it's images, whether it's text, that can also be, in order to control what it generates, can be prompt so that a user can interface and can generate more and more things that might be useful. And what these methods typically, the way that they work is that you can train them by a very simple objective, which basically says that given some context, for example, in a sentence, you want to train them to predict what is the next word. And it's remarkable if you feed the entire internet what these systems can do. You probably have seen, the large language model revolution today. And it's amazing to see, in terms of every single metric, how this technology has really blown the digital world. If we look, for example, at the rate of new users right? If we compare to companies like Netflix, like Facebook, like Spotify, that all of us probably use today, ChatGPT was able to obtain 1 million users in as little as 5 days. It's mind-blowing the adoption of this technology. It's mind-blowing all the metrics that we see in the digital world. And what really transformed or what made this revolution possible is really 3 things. The availability of very large-scale data sets that are available online, together with purposely built chips for this type of technology, as well as new algorithms, as well as architectures that enable learning at scale. And it's really these 3 simple things that make this revolution possible. Now, as we look at what's going to come next, really the next frontier for this technology is how can we bring generative AI to the physical world? And if you think about it, right, it's going to transform really the way that we imagine, the way that we interact with everything out there. Now, if you want to bring generative AI to the physical world, there is a few things or challenges that you need to take into account that are different from what you typically see in the digital world. First, you need to build technology that is able to generalize to things that it has never seen before. And this is particularly important in the physical world because if you have a mistake, this can have catastrophic consequences. So here is a set of examples of typically when you drive in the world what you might observe. And you're probably all thinking, Raquel, you're exaggerating. These things are really, really rare. It turns out that I took 3 pictures of what you see over here. So maybe they are not as rare as you think. Important as well is that you need to build generative AI technology that is very, very efficient because it has to run on the compute on the robots. It's not something that you can just think that the cloud can actually do it for you or you can wait a few seconds. You need to be reactive in really, really fast time. So you need to be able to build architectures that can run on the chips in the robots themselves. Last but not least is the fact that safety takes a new level, a new meaning when you go to the physical world. And it's not sufficient to build technology that is actually safe. You need to build technology that you can prove that it's safe. You need to be able to convince the public, to convince the regulators prior to deployment that your technology is going to be better than humans, is really going to enhance us as we continue our evolution in the next few years. I started Waabi 3 years ago to really bring generative AI to the physical world. And we decided to start with one use case that is really ripe for this technology, which is trucking. And in particular, we built self-driving trucks that very, very soon are not going to have humans in the tractor and are going to be fully driven by generative AI technology. And the reason why we selected this particular market is that there is really a lot of pain points today. And logistics is at the backbone of the economy. We all experienced the pandemic. We all understood that if we disrupt the supply chain, we're going to disrupt the livelihoods of each one of us. Why do I say that there is pain points in the industry? What are those? If you think about it, today there is a lot of driver shortage. It's something that is a problem that is increasing significantly as we continue to evolve because the young generation doesn't want to be truck drivers. They don't want to actually drive a truck weeks in a row and then have a livelihood that is actually quite hard. Oftentimes, these truck drivers don't even have access to bathrooms or to rest stops where they can actually have what I will call a human-like condition. Furthermore, there is turnover of over 90% in the industry. That means that if you are a carrier, you need to basically replace your drivers every single year. That's incredible. Obviously, safety continues to be a big problem in our roads. There is over 5,000 deaths caused by trucks on the road today, and 90% are human error. Humans, we believe that we are very good at doing things, but we are not so good at driving. We get distracted. We do things that we shouldn't be doing. And last but not least is the environmental impact, the fact that transportation is the only sector where emissions are still growing. And there is a huge opportunity because if you look at the industry today, more than 20 to 30% of the miles are actually driven empty. So we can really optimize that supply chain to make sure that every mile is actually accounted for and we are transporting the goods that we need as a nation. Now, when you look at your customers, there is a very clear, you really clearly address their pain points with self-driving technology. In particular, there's a clear ROI where you can really bring goods much faster. We all want e-commerce. We want what we order on Amazon, on other retailers yesterday, right? So this is very, very important. Obviously, you also have a much higher utilization of the asset with self-driving because humans have hours of service. There was a recent study by MIT where only 6.5 hours of a truck is actually utilized because a human needs to rest. Also, safer roads, as well as a more sustainable future, is something that our customers care about, and hopefully all of you care about as well. Now, where is the industry today? If you look at what's happening, there is not a single product out there in the market where a self-driving truck can drive itself. You still need safety driver. We haven't seen a solution that actually can get us there. And if you look at what we call AV 1.0, this kind of generation of technology that since the DARPA challenge, the incumbents have been developing is extremely capital intensive, is really slow to develop, is an over-complex software where you need to incorporate all the knowledge for the system to potentially reason about the things that might happen on the road. And as you know, there is so many things that you will never get there. So we need a different approach. And this approach is really based on the fact that we need to unleash the full power of AI into the physical world. Now, over the last 2 decades, I've been developing and innovating on a new approach, which is this idea that we can build a single AI system that is able to reason like humans do. And if we are able to build such a system, then we will bring incredible generalization capabilities so that we can really solve in a safe manner and in a scalable manner self-driving and other use cases and beyond. So we built at Waabi a new generation of foundational models where basically the way that they work is that they can perceive the world, they can create abstractions that are interpretable at what they observe, and they use those abstractions in order to reason about what are the things that a self-driving vehicle could do, what are the consequences of each one of these actions in order to decide what is the best maneuver that is the safest, that bring us towards the goal. And this is very different from any other approach available in the industry today, and is a big step forward in terms of generative AI into the physical world that enable us to be so much more capital efficient, so fast to market. And it really contrasts to the other end-to-end approaches that you might have seen for level 2 kind of systems, where you have a vehicle where a human can actually intervene, where are based on an end-to-end approach that is a black box, that is not interpretable, that doesn't reason, that doesn't generalize, where these end-to-end systems require enormous fleet of vehicles to be collecting data across the world in order to train the systems by imitating the human. Right? This is an approach that even if you deploy this in every single vehicle in the world, still you're not going to see enough data to be able to understand what to do in safety-critical situations. So this poses the following 2 questions, which is, how do we teach an autonomous system to perform the right action, particularly in safety-critical situations? And how do we prove that this autonomous system that we are developing is actually safer than humans? So if you look at the industry today, the way that they are trying to do this is by saying that I'm going to drive millions of miles, and then hopefully that will be sufficient to say that my system is safe because, look, I drove a lot. And as you can imagine, that is really not a measure of performance. And it also is not sufficient, the kind of number of miles that they drive, compared to what you really need to do to make a really scientific, robust safety case. Just to give you some examples so that you get orders of magnitude. The current incumbents have driven small single digits, a number of millions of miles. However, if you look at, for a human, what typically happens is that you need to drive around 10 million miles to have a severe bodily injury. You need to drive at least 100 million miles to see the first fatality on highways. So these are rates that are so much less frequent compared to what the industry is testing today. So we need a different methodology, right? We are not going to even see one of these events if we just continue to drive the single-digit number of millions of miles. So the industry has recognized that simulation is the only way to go, but current simulation systems are extremely primitive. When you try to test the system, typically the current incumbents only test a very small part of the system, or the way that they test is not realistic. So it doesn't really matter how well you do in simulation, because when you go in the real world, the system is going to perform differently. So we need something else. And this is where the power of generative AI can actually really help us to build, for the first time, a simulator that is the same as reality. So let me show you the simulator, and let's see if it passes your Turing test. All right. So you're going to see here a set of videos. And my question to you is, can you pinpoint which ones of these videos are simulation versus the real world? Let me pause there for a second. Any guesses? For those of you that have been in San Francisco, the Bay Area, you might recognize some of the landmarks over there, like Embarcadero area, for example. All right? So what's the answer to this? Is that none of this is real. Everything is simulation. But it's impossible for a human to say, and it's impossible for a machine to actually make the difference between simulation and the real world. Mind-blowing, right? So let's look under the hood in terms of what is the technology that really empowers us for the first time to have a simulator that is the same as the real world. So what we did is we look at generative AI to really create a controllable simulator where we can really kind of mimic the same way that reality works. And the idea is that when you drive your self-driving vehicle in the world, what's going to happen is that as you drive, your sensors are going to see the world. You're going to take this information to process it to create the action that the system should make. And then typically you try to execute something, and there is a little difference between what you try to execute and what happens at the end. And the reason why is that maybe you didn't know that the friction was a little bit different. There might be wind and other things that actually perturb your system. And then at the same time as you are driving, there is many other vehicles and pedestrians, et cetera, interacting with you. Right? So we mimic this and empower every one of these bits and pieces with generative AI, such that we can simulate the sensors. I show you cameras. We can do LiDAR and other things with a level of fidelity that has zero domain gap. It's basically the same as the real world. And we can test the entire system in closed loop so that we understand what will be the consequences as we drive in these safety-critical situations. We can model the latency of the system, the dynamics, the agents, how they interact. We can model whether there is drunk drivers, distracted drivers, canonical drivers, or drivers that just like to play with a self-driving vehicle, which sometimes you see on real world. And then the question is, how can we interact with this simulation system so that we can create all these different scenarios? So we can prompt it the same as you interface with ChatGPT today. We can actually just empower the system to just be fully generative so that it can actually sample all the things that we might observe on the real world. It can be adversarial, or it can create actually clones of the world. So let's look at a video of how this works, where on the left-hand side, you're going to see the real world, and on the right-hand side, you see simulation. And what we're going to do is we're going to clone the world, and we're going to modify it to create new situations. Okay? As you see here, we are modifying what this actual white vehicle was doing in the real world to create something different so that we can test, for example, in this case, our ability to react to somebody that is braking in front of us. And you can create unbounded permutations of this. And regardless how you see this world, we can actually clone it automatically thanks to generative AI. So everything that our truck or our vehicles have seen automatically gets imported into the simulator so that we can use it to generate more content and more things about this world. You can modify the viewpoint so that we can test all sorts of vehicles, not just our trucks, passenger cars, small robots driving in the city, etc. And as I mentioned before, every single one of these agents is simulated, is an AI system. Every pedestrian, every bicyclist, every single vehicle is actually an AI system in itself, where the simulator just interfaces and controls everybody. Right? So this is a very different paradigm than anything out there in the industry, and really a revolution in terms of testing and training self-driving vehicles. So thanks to this technology, now we have these two generative AI systems that interface with each other automatically. We have Wabi Driver, our self-driving vehicle brain, that actually is this single AI system that is able to reason in an interpretable and provably safe manner. And on the right side, we have Wabi World, which is the simulator that is able to test as well as train the system so that everything can be done in a safe manner, and by the time we deploy, the system is actually super, super performant. Let's look at what we have done as a company today, and let's look at what's coming next. So I started the company only 3 years ago. And the first kind of milestone was our Series A financing, which was actually the largest in Canadian history. Then we built a simulator before we built anything else so that we can optimize for the hardware as well, so that it's optimal in simulation. And we know that this is the best configuration of sensors and their location that we can ever build. Then we did all sorts of, we trained the system, we did a lot of different safety tests, etc. And by May of 2022, we were already driving in autonomous mode on public roads in Texas. Since September of last year, we are also doing commercial runs with some of the largest shippers in North America. So if you go to Texas, Dallas to Houston, you can see our self-driving trucks driving autonomously 24/7. So what's next? So what's next is something that we actually made public today as well, which is that we are on the verge of deploying our technology without a human on board. Right? So everything will be controlled by the generative AI system inside the vehicle and nothing else. And this is a breakthrough from the industry where such a thing has never happened before. Okay, so we will be launching our fully driverless Class 8 trucks next year. Very, very exciting. The other thing that we announced today is the next milestone as well, which is the largest Series B in Canadian history. And if you've seen the news, very, very exciting, where it's $200 million US. Thank you. And it's not just about the capital, it's also about, if you look at the investors that we have here, we look at very strategically at having the best in class in AI, logistics, OEMs, financial investors, as well as the Canadian ecosystem, because we are a proud Canadian company. Now, trucks is just the beginning for Waabi. We are actually going to really reimagine the entire world. So that we will be doing robots from other form factors once we launch our product. So stay tuned for some of those really, really cool applications as well. So just to summarize, so we are about to launch our product without a human. If you go to Texas, you can see our trucks driving autonomously. In only 3 years, we have gone so much faster than anybody else in the industry and so much more capital efficient. And this revolution is not just about deploying this in the States, where right now it makes sense because regulations are better, but we are also bringing this technology to Canada. So stay tuned for that. If you're here on Thursday, you can actually see our self-driving truck in somewhere around the convention center. So I strongly recommend that you see it. It's amazing, and we can really explain all the technology in more details to you. So just to summarize, incredible time for us, incredible time for Canada as well, where we need more of these big, bold bets when we are really going to pioneer globally with this incredible technology. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, besides being a real estate mogul and the former owner of the Los Angeles Dodgers, wants to help buy TikTok from ByteDance to make it safer for us to use. His nonprofit effort to rebuild the foundations of social media, called Project Liberty, centers on the construction of a publicly accessible, decentralized database of people's social connections, allowing users to move records of the relationships between social media services instead of being locked into a few dominant apps. Please welcome in conversation with Julie Pace of the Associated Press, and to learn how to reclaim our personhood from big tech, the founder of McCourt Global, Frank McCourt.
Frank.
Hello, Julie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Really good.
All right, let's get started. So I have a question for you. Yesterday, in the United States, the Surgeon General came out and said that he was recommending that there be a health warning placed on social media properties, warning that these are properties and platforms that are detrimental to mental health for young people. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so you agree social platforms should have a warning on them because of their detrimental impact on mental health. And yet, as we just heard, you want to buy TikTok.
Yes.
Explain, square that circle for me. Why do you want to buy TikTok if you believe that social media is detrimental to mental health?
So can we talk about Project Liberty first?
We can.
Okay, so anyway, thanks for being here and having me. Project Liberty is essentially creating a movement of people to reimagine and rebuild the internet in a fashion that we all, can reclaim our personhood, our data, but it's really our personhood from big tech, essentially. And so, and it entails a new protocol, which would enable people to own and control their data and their identity, but it also brings along the social scientists who can help really focus on the future internet and what policies we need to enable that. Here in Canada, there was a great, the great Wayne Gretzky said, don't skate to where the puck is, skate to where the puck is going. A lot of the policymakers right now are focused on where the puck is. We need new tech and new policies for where we want the internet to go. And so the reason why I've launched this bid on behalf of Project Liberty is not because I want to own TikTok or I want to be the CEO of a social media platform. It's to actually catalyze this alternative internet so that 170 million people can move over to this alternative, which, by the way, is already up and running. There's nearly 1 million people on it right now, but it needs this scale to be viable, and keep TikTok alive and running. Our fear also is the government will shut it down, and then the 170 million people are just out of business.
So for you, TikTok is more of a vehicle, a vessel for what you've been talking about and working on for the last few years.
It is an awesome opportunity to keep TikTok alive, satisfy the Chinese government because we don't want or need the algorithm, and satisfy the US government by moving to an alternative internet where people's data is not being scraped, aggregated, and exploited. By the way, the same design technology that the other big platforms use. I understand the difference with data going to China versus going to Silicon Valley, but we really should begin to recognize that a new alternative or improved version of the internet is now totally doable from a technology perspective. And I think it's time that we reclaim our data. It's not only is it our personhood, it has huge value. And so we can together create this new alternative in a way that will be far better for each of us. I think unleash massive economic benefits, help strengthen democracies, eliminate mis and disinformation, or at least to a large extent, return civic dialogue, and perhaps most importantly, as the Surgeon General is focused on, start protecting young kids. This is an epidemic, and our responsibility as adults here is obviously to protect the next generation.
And I know you've been having a lot of conversations with parents, particularly those whose children have had really, in some cases, traumatic experiences on social media, in some cases have died as a result of some of their experiences. Tell me what those conversations have been like for you.
They're really, really hard. I'm a father of 7, and 4 older boys and 3 younger kids, and I am really, really concerned. I mean, borderline petrified as to what my younger kids are entering into right now, and the kids just are not ready for this. And to be preyed upon and exploited is a horrible thing. So we just had a press conference in Washington, D.C. the week before last we were approached by a group of parents that is really starting to form. And you can see it building in the US. And I'm sure the same thing is happening here. And we were approached, and this group wanted to join the bid, join the people's bid for TikTok. Why? They see it also as a vehicle to change how this technology works. They've been fighting for regulation and new policies for the last 5 years, have had little success, but they also see that the policy-making regulatory environment cannot possibly keep up with the speed and the power of the technology. So we had 4 of them at a press conference in DC. These 4 parents have lost children. And when they tell their stories, and every time I hear it, it's just heart-wrenching. And the courage that these parents are showing to get beyond the grief, to do something about it, to honor their children is amazing. And I think they're going to lead the movement. And remember, Mothers Against Drunk Driving? That started with moms who had lost kids to drunk drivers. But then it grew because there are lots of moms and dads that were concerned their kid would be next. I think exactly the same thing is going to happen here, where parents are seeing the epidemic. Our Surgeon General is bringing attention to it. Many other people are doing the same. I think this movement is happening as we sit here. And by the way, I would invite all of you to join it, because this is what it's going to take to change things and to create this alternative. We need to fix the tech. Yes, that's been done. Now, how do we scale it? TikTok. But we need to make this a movement, because this is the only way real change will happen.
Well, let me ask you on this, because you do have these very powerful stories from parents and from people's own lived experiences on these social platforms. You have warnings like we saw yesterday out of the United States. You have people who I think if you asked them kind of independently of this discussion, do you think you should own your data? Do you think you should have privacy rights on the internet? Most people would probably say yes. And yet, every single day, most of us in this room are operating on a whole array of sites where we're giving over our data, where platforms are making money off of what we're providing them. How do we explain that disconnect, where people may feel one way and yet they're acting in other ways?
Because we're handcuffed to the current internet. The internet is no longer an optional thing in our lives. It's not something that we can take or leave. It is integral. It's integrated into our lives. We're dependent on it. It's a fabulous technology if used correctly. But it's also old, right? So now some of these companies are 30, 40 years old. The internet itself is over 40 years old. And it started on a very, I think, beautiful basis to build technology that would connect us all, share information, get smarter, advance civilization. But about 20 years ago, it changed, and it became very centralized. And now there's essentially 5 companies, other than TikTok, that really have colonized it. I mean, let's call it out. And they aggregate the data, and they do stuff with it. And it's doing a lot of harm. And why do people stay with it? Because there is no choice. Until there's an alternative, we're not leaving the internet. We're all dependent on it. Think about it as human, physical migration, right? There's a lot of people that live in places that are really horrible. But they need a place to go, or they stay, and they're trapped. That's how America was started, and my ancestors came, why? They were in a place where they were starving to death, and they went to America for a better life. They had that place to go. We need to create the alternative, and then you all and everybody else can decide, do you want to stay on the internet where you have no rights, you've given them up, your personhood is owned and controlled by someone else, and the economic value is theirs? Or would you like an internet where you own you, where you own and control your identity, your data, and you can derive the economic value from it as well?
Now, the economic value for those 5 companies that you reference is quite significant. Tell me, what are your conversations like, because I presume you have them, with some of the people who are running those 5 companies? How do they respond to what you're proposing?
They hope we go away. They just hope this, that this doesn't happen because they like how it's working now. Look, these companies could change the way the internet works. They could announce they're changing it tomorrow and give you all your personhood back. And I hope they do. But we're not relying on the fact that they will. That's why we launched Project Liberty. I've committed $500 million to it, which is a sizable amount of money, but it's really nothing compared to what's required to change this. We need to create the new economic models that are going to make this work. I heard during the introduction that Project Liberty is a not-for-profit endeavor. Well, I want to just correct that. The Project Liberty Institute is a 501c3, and as a matter of fact, 2 of my colleagues, Tamika and Paul, will be speaking with Vivian Schiller from Aspen Ideas on stage 4 at 4:05 to talk about responsible technology. That's part of the Institute, which is a not-for-profit. Project Liberty is not just a not-for-profit. It is inventing ways for people to create value and build a commercial ecosystem. Because without it, this is just a good idea that will never happen. We need to build a vibrant economic model that goes along with the better tech and people owning themselves.
So let me just ask you one question on that, though. Do you envision buying TikTok and generating revenue off of it? Do you envision that being a profitable venture?
Yeah, I do, because I believe when you empower people, what happens with their imagination is explosive. The reason, I just wrote a book on this. It's called Our Biggest Fight. And I use the American Project and Thomas Paine as the inspiration and as the framing mechanism. America was started as that alternative place to go for people that were subjects to a monarchy, a centralized power. They had little or no rights and could own little or nothing. They had a place to go. It was called America. They went, created it, invented a new form of political system called a democracy. They became citizens. Thomas Paine said, you have a choice. And this was 250 years ago. You can remain a subject to a king, or you can be a citizen and have rights and be born as equal to everyone else, so-called unalienable rights. And thankfully, my ancestors and all Americans chose citizenship and created a great project, a great country. As the current internet technology advances, which is moving very rapidly, we're losing our citizenship. We're losing our rights. And the kings are not in robes and crowns. They just run these big platforms. But make no mistake, we're losing our citizenship and becoming subjects again.
Now, there are a lot of people who like being on TikTok, both because it gives them a platform, I think particularly for people who may be coming from underrepresented communities and feel like they don't see themselves always represented in a lot of mainstream media. And then there are people who are making money off of TikTok, whether they're influencers or people who are able to promote their businesses. What would you say to those people about the place that would be left for them under the TikTok that you envision?
Yeah, well, first of all, Project Liberty is massively pro-technology, including social media. But I just think people should own their personal data, their social graph. And it is, make no mistake, our personhood in a digital age. These platforms know everything about us, and therefore have made judgments about us, our persona, right? And so it's not about not connecting or not having these platforms. That part is awesome. It's about owning yourself. Like, imagine an internet, rather than clicking mindlessly on the terms and conditions of use of a few big platforms, imagine an internet that clicks on our terms and conditions of use for our data. It's all now doable. As far as the TikTok influencers and community and creators are concerned, there's just an article today, I think it was in the Wall Street Journal, on how these people, a lot of them are just getting by. And it's a full-time job. And those are the ones that are above average in terms of success. Where's all the money being made, right? In the platform. Why not just create a new model and let the 170 million people own a piece of the platform? We have a football team, American football, in not that far from here, in Green Bay, Wisconsin, that's owned by the fans. So let's Green Bay Packer TikTok. Let's give the people that create the value in this future internet. It's your data. That's the value proposition. And it's time that we reset how it works, because, as I said, it's old technology that went off in a direction, but it's just technology. We can change it. It doesn't have to be this way. And let's bring solutions forward. And I want to emphasize also, Project Liberty is not a moan and groan and whiny organization about complaining about things. It's trying to bring people and solutions forward and not just be sitting here watching kids, take their life, or, be anxious and depressed and us all get into, arguments about silly things. I would add, the algorithms are working beautifully, because the algorithms are actually designed to keep us half over here and half over here, each thinking we're 100% correct.
Let me ask you about the algorithm. Do you think you would be buying the powerful TikTok algorithm if you purchased the company?
No, we don't want it, and we don't need it, which is why I think our people's bid has a great chance of succeeding. We don't believe that in the model. We don't believe in the top-down model, which is, and we don't believe that just replacing China controlling money with some other sovereigns controlling money solves anything. We believe in a different model where we move people over to this new protocol. It's called DSNP for anybody that's interested. And you can go to projectliberty.io and learn as much as you'd like about DSNP. And we welcome your input, your feedback. And as I said, there's about nearly a million people now on this new protocol. And at the moment, you can access it through a privacy-oriented social media app by the name of MeWe, M-E-W-E. And they're the first use case that's migrating their 20 million users over. And they're the proof of concept. Now we need scale for this to work.
So you would be buying TikTok without the algorithm. What's the value of that purchase to you?
The value in TikTok is the 170 million users. Many of you are most are very tech savvy. Big data, small algorithm beats big algorithm, small data any day. There are many, many people and already approaching us from different parts of the world, not just the US, wanting to help rewrite algorithms. But we believe people should, the algorithms are not a bad thing if people are permitting their data to be used. It's very different to be, look, if I describe democracy, you probably wouldn't say autocratic, centralized, surveillance-based, predatory, exploitive. Probably, right? Well then, why would we have tech that's surveillance-based and very centralized? Let's permission the use of our data and so that we have agency again, as well as economic value. Choice, a voice, and a stake. That's the internet that I think we should have. And then we'll build algorithms. We'll use the tech. The internet is awesome. It's just not being used in an awesome way right now.
You've talked about having several people approach you to be part of this bid. Give us some names. Break some news for us, Frank.
Well, I'm not going to break much news for you here, but we will be, please watch, because we'll be breaking it every week. We just did announce, however, that Audrey Tang has joined the Institute as a senior fellow, the former digital minister of Taiwan. At 4:05 a report that was done, a worldwide piece of research is going to be released by Paul and Tamika, along with Vivian. And please tune in and watch what's happening. This is early innings for this bid, but we're deadly serious about it. And we have, what encourages me is the massive amount of incoming we've received from people that want to be involved, organizations that want to be involved, endowments, foundations, pensions funds, normal capital as well. It looks for a return, but there's a lot of capital that's also looking to have impact as well as a return because they know the current internet is broken.
Let me just ask you as we wrap up here, certainly in the US, we're in a presidential election year, and TikTok, the future of TikTok is very much a political issue there. How much of the future of the platform in the US, your bid, the overall sale of it, do you think depends on the outcome of the US election?
I don't think it will. I think maybe some decisions will get made because of the election, and we'll see resolution and some movement in terms of divestment or sale. I do believe that's going to happen between now and election time. But this is not a partisan issue. This is not a left-right issue. Look, I've spent more time on Capitol Hill in the last 3 months than I had in the last 10 years. And every single person we speak to, and I'm talking elected officials on both sides of the aisle, are massively interested in this and encouraging us because they see the problems. It's not, look, I am not telling you anything you don't already know, particularly those of you that have children. This is a serious issue that we need to deal with, and it's not a left-right or liberal-conservative issue. This is an issue for every free society and for every human being. And we need to get a grip on this. The good news is we can. I greenlit Project Liberty in December of 2019 with a bunch of brilliant technologists who came forward with the idea of the question I asked them was, how would you fix the internet if you had total control and white space? And their insight was this idea of a universally accessible global social graph, where rather than our personal data being sucked up and in these big platforms, it was accessible to everyone. No one owned it. Everybody owned it, depending on your perspective. And we each have control of our data. And we decide how to permission it. And there's 4.5 going on 5 years of tech being built. And again, lots of people building on it now. There's a queue beyond MeWe. And we hope you build on it as well.
Well, it's a fascinating issue. So much more we could dig into. Let's get back together and do this again when we can break some more news. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for being a great audience.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you all.
That was great. All right, as Uncle Ben said to Peter Parker in a million Spider-Man movies, with great power comes great responsibility. But what about when you get bitten by a radioactive AI? Concept that we probably haven't heard of before. But AI promises great power, right? Is it being built with great responsibility, though? What are big companies like Google doing to balance innovation with accountability, and why values-based AI is better for business? To find out what you don't know about responsible AI, please welcome in conversation with Harry McCracken of Fast Company, the VP of Strategy Operations at Google Research, Maya Kalicki.
Good afternoon, Collision, and hi, Maya.
Hi, Harry. Great to be here with you.
Thank you for joining us. I'm excited to dig into responsible AI, but let's start with a little bit about you, and specifically tell us about what your responsibilities at Google entail.
Sure, Harry. I'll make it fast. So I lead strategy and operations for Google Research. At Google Research, we focus on fundamental and applied research in several areas. We work in ML algorithms and computing systems, science and society, and I have the pleasure of helping us, once we focus on those visions and those missions, coming up with the structures of how do we create the future? What does the strategy look like that we need to create in order to implement these things? And then putting the power behind it to operationalize.
So you're involved early in the process, well before anything might end up in Gmail or Google Search, and some of this stuff is not destined for these familiar Google products at all?
Yeah, that's right. So inside of our organization, inside of Google Research, we're talking about things all the way from ideation to product, sometimes landing in other places, not even products. So it's really all along that innovation life cycle.
Do either you or Google in general have an official definition of exactly what responsible AI is?
I'll tell you this, we certainly have an opinion on what responsibility is. So we have been engaged in activities around responsible AI, working on that for a long time, over a decade. And in 2018, we created AI principles, and you all can go and take a look at them. They're published, they're widely available, that we need to ground ourselves in, and we utilize not just as principles, but also for process and for governance for how we act.
Can you give us an example or two of what those principles include?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So one is be accountable to people. Another is, for instance, don't enable or create bias. So we were very clear, in addition to being very ambitious, when we created these principles. Another one that we anchor ourselves in, I think most of us at Google think about every day, is be something that improves society, right? And be beneficial to society. But there are 7. I'm not going to pretend like I can rattle them all off because there's a lot to hold in my head at one point. But I can tell you this, we certainly reference them all the time. And since we have to work within a structure that references them, they're top of mind.
Given the incredible pace of change that AI is going through right now, and probably will continue to go through, was it even possible back in 2018 or even earlier to understand what you needed to think about in order to establish guidelines that wouldn't become obsolete the moment AI got better?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, over the course of my career, and it's been a long one, fairness has been at the core of a lot of my activity. And I'll say this, the foundations of fairness are durable, right? And so the activities that people are undertaking, and I have some fantastic colleagues who also focus day to day on responsibility and AI, those durable foundational ideas, certainly 10 years ago, 15 years ago, yeah, you can start to work on them so you don't start the engine cold on what fairness looks like. So how do you contextualize things? How do you make these decisions around? And how do you apply principles to improve outcomes?
And given that AI is touching everything these days, can you come up with AI guidelines that apply to image generation and medicine and search and everything else where AI is changing the world at such a rapid pace?
Yeah, you know, we have a lot of activity that's happening solely around responsibility when it comes to AI. Since 2012, we've published over 300 papers on responsible AI. And then we have seen, as you pointed out, an acceleration of our need to review what we do. We have principal reviews for AI, and I'd say in the last year they've doubled. We've done about 500, and they do focus a large number of them on generative AI.
Now, it's not news that we are seeing a lot of examples of AI creating unintended consequences, and the companies that create it needing to figure out on the fly what to do about that. In some cases, that company is Google, so it hits close to home. Does that just kind of par for the course for this technology? Or are there things you can do to at least limit the amount of cases in which unanticipated stuff happens, particularly at this early stage that you're involved in?
Yeah, I think it might be, it's interesting to say, but Harry, I actually think it's both. So what do I mean by that? So you ask, are there things that we can do in order to lower the incidence of bad outcomes? Absolutely. And we try to do those things. But I'll say this also, as you know, as I know, things continue to evolve, right? And it's a moving target in two respects, in terms of the technological advancements, but also about what is fair and what where we are, because it's a discourse around fairness and responsibility. And so it's clear that when there are mistakes, there has to be responsibility and then an ability to say, hey, remediation has to happen. We got to take care of this. And we try to be a company that's responsible about that.
And are you personally involved in some of those decisions, or are some of the difficult stuff that's happened? How close has that come to your role?
You know, look, there are two lenses I would cast this through. One, of course, in my role as a leader in Google Research, which is the birthplace of ideas, which is one of the places where, yes, these technologies have been born, I personally feel a sense of responsibility and have agency in certain ways. But I would also point out that we as an organization have a responsibility for all of us. So all of us are meant to be aware and understand our AI principles and to guide ourselves and to create structures around how we encounter them in the work that we do. And that's not a small thing. I always say, you know, how a company starts matters, our mission for us matters, and we actually see being responsible about AI as part of our mission.
Google invented a lot of the foundational stuff that made generative AI across the industry possible. I imagine you're working on research right now that hasn't played out at scale yet, but will. You have an incredible amount of resources at your command when it comes to this research. Does Google bear more responsibility than, say, some small startup to get some of this stuff right, just because of the likelihood of what you create having the kind of impact that it probably will?
Look, we touch so many people. Yes, we feel that we have a lot of responsibility. That's why we have so many structures that we've created, and that's why we engage so deeply. Even I have spent the time here in a way that I think might surprise people. So, you know, I'm here and you're listening to us, you know, we're having a conversation and you are listening to us speak. But there's a piece that I engage in more often, which is listening. So I've traveled around to the different stages, listened to the conversations, because we have to be part of the conversation and understand really what's happening, how are people feeling, what are we meant to respond to, what does that responsibility mean to all of us. So it's a wider discourse than one would think.
Google is also a company that inherently does stuff at global scale. To what degree does that impact how you think about this stuff, given that North America is one place with kind of one group of people, but it's not the only place that what you're working on is going to touch?
Yeah, you know, this is interesting for me in two dimensions. I keep on doing that, 2 dimensions, but there are so many different dimensions. So I spent about 10 years outside of the US, living in South Africa and Kenya. And I also bring a lot of different perspectives, and some of them quite rare, being a black woman, for instance, to these conversations and to the different strategies. So I apply many different lenses to how we can accomplish the things that we do. But it's about having a diverse voices at the table, but also we happen to benefit from the fact that we are around the world. So Google Research is around the world, and we have people who are part of the conversation who inform us of these different contexts. But it's not just an informal process, it's also a formalized process where some of our research areas are around understanding how context plays into the output of AI. We have a wonderful team that works on a project called Scouts, for instance, that focuses exactly on this. We have an aspiration to be able to serve and support 1,000 languages around the world. So we're not an organization that is focused just on the US, and that adds complexity, but it's necessary.
Give us an example or two of some of the things you learned in Africa that might come as a surprise to at least most of the people here.
Oh, I'm not sure it would surprise everyone here. The language work is quite interesting. And here's the thing about languages that I find, how would I put it? I find it both inspiring and hard to pin. We tend to think about languages as something very static. It is what it is. These are the words that are part of a language. That's not the reality. Some languages, for instance, there are combinations of Swahili and English that continue to evolve. I'm just giving that as one example. And so the languages, like there are these fusions of two languages that create something that continues to evolve and really fade in and out of its adjacency to other languages. There's fantastic work being done on the continent around climate, around food security. I don't know that it would surprise people. I think people will be surprised about the things that we're doing there. For instance, but this is global. We're doing work on flood forecasting, applying AI to trying to give everyone in 80 countries at least 7 days warning about floods. And that's even in places where there's data scarcity, so that people can protect themselves. That's just one example of work that we're doing that we find really important that people might not know about responsible AI.
And Google, as well as leveraging AI and all these products we all know and use, you are tackling some of these big issues the world has, where AI has a lot of potential, and we probably don't talk about it enough, given how easy it is to get fixated on AI's risks and
Yeah, there's a lot of focus, of course. I know people, and I don't want to downplay it. I understand why people are so interested in, for instance, large language models. I'm interested in it too, and there are so many things happening when it comes to AI, so we don't talk about all of them. There's work, I don't know how all of us got here, but probably got here, a lot of us on airplanes, and we have work that we've done on contrails that we're really proud of. Some researchers looking up in the sky and saying, well, what are those white things that are behind planes? Well, it turns out that quite a few of them contribute a lot to climate change. And so they said, well, we think we can work with airlines to try to decrease that. And we've done a really wonderful job on that. You can read about that work, but I'm not here to tell you about all the different things. There's so much that's happening. We focus in Google Research in part on that impact we can have in science and society, but I also understand why people are focused on these large models too.
Is there anything else that's kind of fundamental to the whole idea of responsible AI that those of us who don't think about it for a living may not understand?
Yeah, we try to break our own things so we can learn from that. So I always find that something that people don't know is that there's a process that many of you probably do know about called red teaming. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to find the vulnerabilities and the outcomes that we are not wanting from our own tools and technologies. And so there are processes, both internal and external, that we engage in, trying to have those surface, to figure out what they are. And some people might say, well, isn't that just a cycle? No, it's an important part of the cycle that you can expose those vulnerabilities or those outcomes that we don't want. and figure out a way to solve them. And we do it both internally, we do it with partners externally, and it's a really important part of responsible AI. And even now, I think if you all listened to I/O, you might have learned that there's a way of using AI to do this too, AI-assisted red teaming. And we're gonna do the best that we can.
There are a whole bunch of current issues with AI that leap to mind, including things like its propensity to hallucinate, the fact that if there are biases in the data, AI will spit out all the biases that humans created in the first place. I know that Google and other companies are working on all of these, but is there a chance that over time at least these will be solved, or at least will be ground down to very small problems rather than fundamental issues the world has to deal with?
We're hoping so. I mean, that's what we're focused on quite a bit. So for instance, one issue around bias and skin tone, which I can certainly relate to, some of the AI tools and technologies created outcomes that we didn't want for people of different skin tones, or inhibited our ability to utilize the AI the way people of lighter skin tones could. And so, for instance, we partnered with a Harvard professor, Dr. Ellis Monk, and created the Monk Skin Tone Scale to improve those outcomes. It's just one way that we feel like, okay, so for that piece, we can address that and improve. So hopefully we can tackle other things. We have so many things happening, but perfection as a goal, I don't want to sugarcoat. It's not something that I don't know if it's ever achievable. I don't know if it's but I certainly can say that it's a worthy enterprise trying to make things better.
Is it safe to say that as some of these things you make progress on, there'll be new challenges we're not talking about yet that will come to the fore over the next few years?
I have never found something that doesn't have new challenges. So I'd say, we try to balance. We say bold and responsible. Anytime you're being bold, there are going to be challenges, but we're going to be responsible about it. We're going to do our best. But that's it's to a certain extent when you're trying to push forward and help conquer, and overcome some of these big challenges, you're going to have obstacles in your way.
Maya, that's a great note on which to end, but I do hope we get to continue this conversation. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you, Collision.
Thank you all.
All right. How's everyone feeling? We're still hanging in there? Kind of? Okay, we're picking it up. We're picking it up. So the CEO of AEW Wrestling, a TikTok songwriter, and the CEO of OnlyFans walk into a bar. What do they talk about when someone asks about branding? Well, you're going to find out in this next all-star panel. I'm so excited for this. To unlock the secrets on building a brand in 2024, please welcome, in conversation with Colin Daniels of Adweek, the CEO, GM, and head of creative at All Elite Wrestling, Tony Khan, social media star and songwriter Lauren Gray, Jacob Pace, CEO of Pace, and the new CEO of OnlyFans, Keely Blair.
Hello. How are we doing? How are we doing? How are we feeling? Woo. I am not Kris Jenner, everybody, but we are here to talk about branding. Okay, guys, let's get into it. When people are thinking of businesses, everybody's like, I want to do something, but what do you all think is the key to finding your why and what the problem that you're trying to solve is, down to its root?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds cliche, but I think just obviously doing work that's authentic to you. I think for you to really go the distance with creating a business, creating a brand, I think it needs to be something that you're passionate about, that you enjoy, that's authentic to who you are, and I think that should be like the cornerstone to your why at all times.
I think that there's a lot of different aspects to it. It really depends on what line of work you're in. I work in different industries. The introduction was very nice. I'm the head of a pro wrestling company, AEW. We have shows on TSN every week here and TBS and TNT in America. But also I work in the NFL and in the Premier League. So I think that the different strategies, there are some similarities across sports and media, but there's also completely different philosophies depending on what industry you're in.
Yep. I think from an OnlyFans perspective, when we think about our brand, we have to be completely aligned with our creator community, and our incentives have to be completely aligned with our creator community. And we also need to recognize who we are as a brand and have our own brand personality and characteristics. But the other thing is you got to have product market fit, right? Like you can have the biggest passion project in the universe, but if no one's buying it, no one's watching it, it's not going to go to market. So I would say we have to add an element of practicality in here in terms of testing, actually, is this really going to work in real life rather than just a great passion project in my head?
Yeah, and for me, it's the why has always been a bit more personal. I started social media when I was 13, and I was looking for a sense of community and fostering that, which then sort of evolved into a business. But the why for me has always been facilitating and keeping that community close.
Yeah, because I feel like at the end of the day, if you don't know your why or remember that while you're doing the hard work, you're going to burn out so easily. Because a lot of people are like, oh, well, I want to do a clothing, I want to do this brand because so-and-so and everybody else is doing it. But it's like, if you forget that why, that's not going to help you sustain through those long nights where you're going to be tirelessly working or trying to make A and B fit, and it just makes it more complicated.
Yeah.
But I think the also key thing too is also knowing what channels you're going to be using to connect with your audience. Like, what do you think? What do you guys think is why it's important to use social media or email blasts or things to really have that one-on-one communication with building that community?
Yeah, I mean, I think despite obviously social media platforms, short-form media platforms becoming a thing, I mean, it's like I've been putting out a newsletter, for the past year every single week. And, I'm still very bullish on, obviously podcasts and, long-form content, newsletters, stuff of that sort. But yeah, I think, again, like I said, at the end of the day, I mean, platforms are always going to come and go. But I think you always need to think about well, what is it really that I'm trying to communicate? And the platform is really, should be secondary.
For me, it's always been, community first, and obviously once that evolved into a business, your understanding of your community sort of goes hand in hand with having that direct line to consumer. But I think that I've gotten to have a really, really close connection with the people that follow me and a really good understanding of what they're looking for from me, or building that trust has been really, really valuable. So.
I think, there's a lot of different ways to connect. For us, it's, again, different across my multiple industries. I'm just curious, it's a great crowd. Are there any fans of AEW or pro wrestling at all here? Some? Are there fans of the NFL here? Woo! Who follow football? What about the Premier League? Soccer? Football? Yep. Okay, so it's all different people, but there's some people that seems to have all in common. And through social media, we can find these things, find, different ways to promote in the different industries I work in and try and target, obviously, our core audience is most importantly of all, because in whatever business you're in, your core customers are going to be the most important people you work with. And also then you can try and find cool crossovers, whether it's working with social media influencers, other companies that are prominent in social media, and in pro wrestling and in football, soccer in England, English football, and also the NFL football. what they all have in common is millions and millions of people engaged on social media and following it.
So Tony was talking about the fans, right? And we're here all about the fans. And so for us at OnlyFans, because we have 3 million content creators, they do the promotion for us. People are often astonished when we talk about how small our actual marketing budget is as a company, because we have 3 million ambassadors who are all growing their own fan base. And the reason why they do that is because of those aligned incentives, right? So OnlyFans only makes money if creators make money, and that's why we've paid out $15 billion to creators since 2016. And for every dollar we make, creators make 4. So if you create those aligned incentives, you create brand ambassadors who go out and they do the hard work for you. So for us, it's quite a different dynamic because of that fandom and that creator community. It's a different equation.
And I want to kind of build off of that. I feel like now we have so many platforms, so many channels of ways to communicate. What are some things that you guys kind of use to decide on which is the best medium to really focus on, like social media versus, Jacob, I know you said a newsletter or like a podcast, or like what kind of helps you all differentiate, like this is what we should be really mostly focusing on compared to like other channels for communication?
Yeah, like I said before, I mean, there's always going to be so many different mediums by which you can kind of explore your ideas. But I think, again, it just comes down to whatever you're interested in. I mean, I've never really been super successful, like, in chasing trends. I think it's always been about just like, first and foremost, what I'm interested in, where I believe I can deliver the most value and kind of taking it from there. So, like I said, I think that's kind of the first piece of the puzzle for me, at least.
There's so many social media platforms, it can almost be impossible to keep up and know what the right thing to do is or how to properly distribute your content. For myself, I've always focused on the platforms that I'm most passionate about, the things that connect with me, because in turn, because my brand is myself, the things that I connect with are the things that my audience also connects with. It's the same demographic. So I sort of hone in on the things that are interesting for me, that are exciting, that I'm passionate about, and sort of syndicate content to the rest.
Well, working with the NFL on the football side at the Jacksonville Jaguars, I've seen that the NFL has, I believe, the biggest and most powerful media operation in the entire world. And definitely what the NFL has in the United States is pretty close to dominance on television. Social media, the NFL has really grown a lot in recent years, and one trend I followed closely because I'm actually on the NFL Fan Engagement and Major Events Committee is the growth on TikTok, which has been explosive for the NFL. And it's interesting because TikTok's user base is majority female, and NFL is a very balanced league, but has had great growth in female users, particularly on TikTok, and also that's carried over to viewership, where NFL already has such a massive audience, particularly across America and North America, but really, really strong growth with females in recent years, I think corresponding to the growth on TikTok. And it's interesting, pro wrestling, on the other hand, about 2 out of every 3 fans is male. It's a great place to go, TikTok, where at least 2 out of every 3 users is female, to try to grow and find new fans. So again, it's different depending on what league or what, in some cases, industry or media enterprise you're in, but a lot of different applicable strategies you can look at for what you're doing.
Yeah. We probably face some different challenges to some of the folks on this stage, sometimes because of some of the adult content on our platform, so some avenues aren't open to us. So that means we make our own. So what we decided to do was we created a free streaming channel, OFTV, which is entirely safe for work content. You can download it on any of your smart TV apps, all the things. And what we did was we built a platform to enable our creators to showcase their safe for work content. So we have like cooking shows, dating shows, Rise and Grind, which is about sports stars. And we do that at a loss to us, as a marketing expense for our creators. We don't advertise on it, we don't make any money on it, and we've just gone, this is a place for them to grow their fan base and to port fans onto the platform. The other thing that we decided to do was we decided to launch a merch store, because we actually discovered that people actually really liked our brand, really liked wearing our brand, got a cool reaction from wearing it, and so we launched a merch store, and like every year we do things like summer collections, we do collabs, we do an April Fool's gag every year because we don't take ourselves too seriously. So this year it was extra naughty olive oil, which you can purchase on the OnlyFans store. And last year it was not safe for work hot sauce. And so thinking about, sometimes when you're forced to think differently, you actually can be really creative in terms of how you connect with audience and how you build brand.
And I feel like it too, like as you grow and as your audience gets exposure, you need help. So with the creator, you might need help editing now that you are pushing out 2 or 3 videos, or as a brand, you might need somebody to focus solely on marketing or someone to focus on finance. What are kind of the signs and things that you guys see as really important for when okay, I need help, I need to scale, I need a bigger team? What are some ways that you guys kind of use to differentiate when you need help to do stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I've always said this, but it's I'm such a big believer in doing the work yourself to actually get ingrained in the process. I think sometimes people make the mistake of delegating too early and they don't get a real kind of pulse on their product or what they're actually doing. And so I don't know if this really answers the question, but I just think that it's really more important to get the right people than to think about getting a team for the sake of getting a team. So I would encourage just do as much as you can yourself until you really possibly can't. But even then, at that point, when you do decide to take someone on, try to really, it's going to be that much more fruitful for the time that you put in if it's a great person as opposed to someone that might not be the best fit.
So as a content creator, I feel like it's very easy, especially in the beginning, to do everything yourself. For a long time, I was editing, doing absolutely every aspect of my brand myself. But I also had to sort of acknowledge my strengths and acknowledge my weaknesses. I'm not a great video editor. I can try, but it's not as good as someone else could do. So for me, on a personal side, it was about acknowledging the things that I can do well and the things that someone else could probably do better and have a better workflow in the process. Bringing on management and agencies to help on the business side and facilitate different relationships for me on my behalf, people that I trust, of course, has been super, super helpful.
Yeah, well, I think for AEW, everything we've done has been kind of from the ground up. It's a new company. We only launched 5 years ago and have already set the world record for wrestling ticket sales last year in London at Wembley Stadium. We're actually going back to Wembley Stadium in London soon, August 25th, going back again, and had record ticket sales here in Toronto last year for the Forbidden Door show. So everything we've done has been kind of from the ground up. Whereas for the NFL, we already were and have been the top media company worldwide for a long time. So again, like I said before, it's been about trying to find new areas to grow, and definitely the NFL expanding the female audience even more in recent years, already being the most balanced league with the biggest female audience in the world. That's been a really great place for growth because frankly, such a huge percentage of all the men in America were already watching NFL football. And that's been great. And international growth also in football has been huge here in Canada, in England, Mexico, and all over.
So when we think about scaling a team, right? Tech has in the past, when we get money, we go, let's hire everybody. Let's hire everyone and give them amazing titles, and let's buy a big office, and let's put a thing in there. And actually, we saw that happening, and we were like, not sure we're going to take that path, actually. And so when I think about our approach to hiring, the way I kind of describe it is like a dumbbell model. So we have really great expert senior people at the top end, a really thin level of middle managers, because, nobody likes a middle manager, right? How many of us have actually had good middle managers in the time that we've been working? And then really expert, hungry junior staff. And we find that that works incredibly well in terms of a business. And to give you a sense of scale, for us, we actually, in terms of direct employees and operational roles, we have less than 50 direct employees. We instead have a number of independent contractors who we work with on safety, on content moderation, on anti-fraud, on everything else. And that allows us to scale that up to fit our needs. But it's resisting the temptation to overhire. As soon as you get successful, I think people think, oh, success means a big team, success means a big office, success means this. And actually, you get further away from the things that make you successful. You're less able to roll your sleeves up if you've got a team of 10 people, and you get further away from making good decisions.
And I think another key thing when looking at scale too is what products, whether it's a product or content. So a lot of people are like, oh, like everybody's doing this now. I got to do cooking videos if they were a dancer, or like, oh, everybody's now doing like non-out sodas. I need to do a non-out soda. Like, what are kind of the ways that you guys indicate where it's like, this makes sense to do something else and extend versus like, let's just like kind of stick to the basics?
Yeah, you're talking like as a creator?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you know, like, I mean, I think it depends, right? I mean, if you have a big enough of an audience, I mean, you're going to get so much feedback along the way. And this is like advice of whether you're an entrepreneur, creator. I mean, just by putting something out there, whether you have actually, you know, a small amount of fans, big amount of fans, I mean, like you will always have people kind of point out what it is they like. But yeah, I mean, if it's one thing, again, that I'm a really big believer of is like, yeah, just get it out there. And the most important thing is just like get the consistency going. And that's almost always a guaranteed recipe for building some kind of momentum, is just, you know, being disciplined and consistent with it. But again, it's like, you need to love it. You need to see a bigger purpose for why you're doing it, because that'll really keep you going the distance. But I'd say listening to your audience is obviously always very important.
When it comes to content creation, for me, the best strategy has been whatever feels authentic to me in that moment. So much of my career has been an evolution of me from 13 years old to now 22, and all of the different interests and things that have happened in my life in between. Social media is so incredibly transparent. If you're doing something that you're not passionate about, people see right through it. So I've always tried things or done things that feel like they align with something that I would do in my personal life, or something I already am doing in my personal life, because audiences are so incredibly tapped in to what I guess my personality and my interests are, and they know when something's not necessarily on brand. So just whatever feels authentic at the end of the day.
Yeah, I totally agree with both of you. I think for content creation, that authenticity is the most important thing, and really representing and being authentic to the product and yourself and everything you present and all the content you create is really important. And also about being faithful to your core audience and listening to your fans and your core audience. I think that's really important too. But also, being true to yourself and your audience, and you'll always win.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So last night, after I had a really lovely dinner with the Collision folks, I skipped out early and went and had dinner with a couple of our creators, actually, who are based in Canada. And some of them are here, so hi, Isla, Andrew. I said I'd give you guys a shout out from the stage. And the thing that I love the best about when we sit down and we talk to our content creators is, like, we are all so multi-hyphenated. Like, Lauren, exactly what you're saying. You develop over a period of time. At some point, you may be doing some type of content. At some point, you may be doing another type of content. And we were talking to one of our creators last night who's an adult content creator, and she wants to create a fishing show, because that's her other passion project is fishing. And she's like literally planning this incredible fishing show for OFTV. And it's so great to see her light up when she talks about it and hear about her interests. But this idea that people are only one thing is just so false. It doesn't resonate with any of us, because none of us are just one thing. We're multifaceted humans. And so being able to show all of ourselves on social media in that way, but still be true and authentic to who we are, I think is key. And also different platforms for different things, right? Like, some platforms are better for certain forms of content or certain types of audience connections, and some are better for others. And most creators are across like multiple platforms. I think a recent report said like 7 platforms on average for most creators. So you're going to be turning up in different ways, and you're going to be evolving. If your content stayed the same the whole time, it would get boring, it would get tired, and it wouldn't feel normal, because we all change as we grow up, as we evolve, as we experience different things. So yeah, like basically echoing what everybody else said there.
No, because it's so true, like you all said, a brand and anybody can tell that, like, that doesn't make sense, that doesn't really align with like what they're doing, and they can tell where it's like, they're reaching, like, why is this tuna fish company doing now like vodka sodas? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So I feel like people are now able to catch on with that, and we'll get backlash, whether in comments or stuff. And speaking of backlash, like when dealing with like campaigns gone wrong or products gone wrong, like what are some ways that you guys think is best for a brand to deal with like those types of crises? Like, is it responding in the comments, doing an email about it? Like, what's like the best way do you guys think to do?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can only speak from a couple of personal experiences where it's like, I think one specific time I can remember where, we might have upset someone. It's like, I think you really got to assess the situation and be like, were we actually in the wrong? If so, let's make sure we make things right. I think there's a lot of brands that have the opportunity to do that don't. But I think in the case where, people are just trolling or, they're trying to undermine something that you fundamentally believe in or think you're in the right about, then, I think it's okay to generally ignore them. Ignore the haters.
I handle my social media presence the same way I would handle any situation in my life, which is if I'm wrong, you take accountability and you do your best to improve. And, if not, if like what you're saying is just like haters, obviously it takes time to sort of grow that thick skin and learn to brush it off. But it, of course that comes with the territory. But if there's something to be apologized for, then an apology is owed, of course.
I think it's really important to remember the balance between your staff and your fans, the people who support your business, but also the people who support your business who work for you. And you could have maybe 100 people on your team, and you could have maybe 1 million or more fans or people who use your product. But you have to remember that even if you have 1 million or millions of users or people supporting what you do, that at the same time, you'll never go anywhere without your team. Unless you really are a true one-person band, one-person operation, it's very, very rare to see an island like that. So you have to remember your team and their needs as well. And it's very important to always consider your customers, your fans, the people that are the patrons to your business, but also remember that in addition to all the revenue that comes in from your customers, you also really have to be very loyal to your team around you and remember them and their families, because these are real people we're dealing with, unless all of your team around you is AI, and then you don't have to worry about their sleep schedule and their families and them resting, but that's important too.
Yeah, I mean, for OnlyFans as a brand, we know about the haters. we have a few of them, but I joke to our team, the haters are our motivators. That's the reason why we turn up and we do what we do. And for every hater, there's a fan, right? There's the converse. And so when we get something wrong, we have to own it. We're not perfect. Organizations aren't perfect. We make mistakes, but when you get it wrong, you own it. Where people just fundamentally disagree with our right to exist, or where people come for our content creators, that's when we stand up and we have to advocate and champion and believe in our values, right? And there are some companies who get it really right when they get it wrong. I think Bumble was a great example recently. They made a bit of a misstep, and I loved the way that they addressed it. They did it super fast, super publicly, recognized their brand and their values. And it takes a lot sometimes, especially as a CEO, to be like, okay, sorry, we messed up. How do we make it better? And there's a lot of truth and ownership in that. So I think you got to own your mistakes, but you also got to champion your values.
I love that. Well, thank you guys. I think that is all of our time. So, yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
So, the media loves to report the doom loop of Silicon Valley's VC market. But the message changes every week as the doom loop bounces back and forth between that and a boom loop. Our next superstar VC panel is already living in 2025 and have returned here to tell us about what they are seeing 6 months into the future. Will AI startups keep bringing in these crazy valuations, or will the era of the one-person bootstrapped unicorn take off? To find out what the VC market will look like in 2025, please welcome in conversation with Riley DeLeon of CNBC, the co-founder and general partner at Race Capital, Alfred Chuang, general partner at B Capital Group, Rashmi Gopinath, and Kevin Colleran, the co-founder and managing partner at Slow Ventures.
right. I am very excited for this conversation. Thank you guys for being here today, joining us in discussion. I'm excited because I think everybody in this room has a lot of questions right now, whether you're an investor or whether you're a founder, about the state of markets, especially if you're an early stage founder. The VC market is obviously in flux. It's been in flux for a number of years, 2 to 3 years, some would say. I think it's best to start this conversation just by level setting. Each of you tell us where it's at from your perspective. And I'll go to you first, Kevin.
Cool. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us. I focus on seed stage, US-based seed stage. Things have definitely slowed down, and then they are starting to pick back up. Obviously the word AI has been uttered a couple times today. I think that's where most of the activity is. I think outside of AI, it's still unclear where to invest, where you have certainty of later stage capital being available. And as a result, I think those who do AI are going very fast, and those who do not do AI are going much slower. And time will tell how that plays out.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rashmi Gopinath. I'm a general partner at B Capital. I lead our enterprise growth stage investing, so focus on Series B through later stages. We're focused, I would say, significantly right now on the infrastructure layer. We do believe that with the innovation and the rapid pace that we're seeing for AI adoption, there will be a new build that will be needed on several layers of the infrastructure layer. So that's something that we're focused on, as well as spending time on vertical applications of AI across different industries and sectors, which may be more niche or more specialized, but again, have the ability to transform legacy businesses and legacy industries quite meaningfully.
Good afternoon, I'm Alfred Trung. Very good to see you all. I'm the general partner at Race Capital. We invest in early stage infrastructure software. And so far in 2024, it has to be the most exciting year that I've seen, maybe since the 2000 .com era. The transformation of what AI likely to bring to us, especially in enterprise software, is going to be probably the most profound thing I've ever seen in technology in my whole career. So I'm almost lived my whole life waiting for this moment. And sure enough, I think the people that are investing in AI at this point and infrastructure software, this is the most exciting time ever.
So it may be the most exciting era that we're on the precipice of, whether it's AI or whether you want to talk about any other sector that we'll get into that you guys might be particularly excited about. But there's no doubt that the state of global startup investing last year was particularly tumultuous. And Rashmi, I want to go to you first on this, because this is kind of your area of expertise. What are the primary factors that you believe contributed to the downturn that we saw? And are there any sectors in particular that you saw that downturn in and you would compare it to previous market cycles?
Yeah, I would say the primary factor that probably led to the last 24 months of downturn was the zero interest rate period, where there was an inflow of massive amount of capital into the venture market. I think there were a lot of new capital that came in, be it from crossovers, be it from private equity funds, that were all seeking to gain those venture returns that we had seen for the past decade or so. And that led to, I would say, a lot of bad behavior in terms of growth at all costs. When capital was easier to raise, everybody went out and built very large go-to-market teams, spent a lot of money without really having that product market fit, which led to a lot of the inefficient growth, and that also reflected in the companies that were looking to go public were highly unprofitable and were going at a significantly smaller scale. If you look at the global macro landscape, I would say that some markets definitely took a fairly significant hit. Asia in particular took a larger hit. The US markets also took a hit, but I would say on a comparative basis, not as much. Now, as we look at the next generation of companies that are coming to market, that are being built or are being constructed differently, there is a lot of focus on efficiency. And this is something that, even as an early growth investors, we're seeing Series B companies looking to get to cash flow break even with the capital that they have on hand, which was not something that we had seen a few years back.
I mean, I'll add to that. You're saying at Series B, we're trying to even find seed stage companies that can get to break even, and that doesn't. We would have never said that years ago, and some people could argue that if a company can get to break even after seed capital, they're probably not a venture scale business. But we've seen so many companies in our portfolios and others that did everything they were supposed to do, that they pitched us, that they, the growth, the execution, the team, everything, beat the projections they had in their pitch deck, and then they weren't able to raise another round. It's understandable for the companies that didn't execute or made the wrong bet or something didn't work out, but for the companies that did exceed all the expectations, and historically 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago would have had no problem getting a Series A, and now they can't get that capital. And what ends up happening is you get forced to shut down, or you try your best to do seed extension after seed extension after seed extension until you can't find any more dollars. And so what we've been trying to find business models and teams that can get to some sort of sustainability on the dollars they raise up front. And so that usually means a larger seed round and maybe less ambition in V1 of the product or V1 of the execution, but then the ability to understand that once they get to self-sustaining, they should and will raise more capital, but they can do so at a time of their choosing, at terms of their choosing, and from people of their choosing, rather than being forced to take whatever punitive term sheet they can get if they can get one. And that just kind of limits the sectors you can invest in, because many sectors, whether biotech and robotics and things like that, just you can't get to a viable business on a small amount of dollars. And so I think we are more receptive to companies that can get to something, that can get to a milestone of break even or sustainability, and then kind of the world's their oyster to pick out what they want to do from there, and hopefully they then find more capital to get to venture scale returns. But if not, they're not laying off the team and winding down the business in 18 months.
I want to cut in there actually, Alfred, before you get to answer that question, because speaking of raising capital, Rashmi, you mentioned the rising rate environment. If the Fed does in fact cut interest rates before the end of the year, how does that change the environment when it comes to capital raising for some of the companies that may be here today, early stage companies? Do we go back to a time that we saw before 2019, let's say?
I sincerely hope we don't. I think even if the rates start to get cut, I think what everybody is predicting is September is when we're going to start seeing the first rate cut in the US. And even if that were to happen, I think for the liquidity to flow through back to the investors and back to the LPs is still going to take a significant amount of time. There's a very long backlog of companies that are in the pipeline waiting to go public, and everybody's watching the market cycles and market environment. Best case scenario would be the first half of next year. But for that capital to flow through multiple layers to get back into an era where it's going to be a little easier to fundraise, I think it's going to take time. But I sincerely hope we've all learned our lesson and we don't go back to what we did in 2020 and 21.
I think what we're seeing in the market, it's we certainly have an AI bubble going on. I think it doesn't take a rocket scientist to walk around this conference, not hearing the word AI in every 3 seconds. So I think that bubble is always necessary, in tech propulsion, right? So we are propelling a set of technology to make it into a reality because we wanted it so badly. So I think within the AI sector, for I think quite some time to come, perhaps through this year, maybe even through next year, we're going to see oversupply of capital just from various sources still wanted to make this happen. So I think that eagerness is still going to be there. But if we continue to see no liquidity events, this is actually what we will see is likely what we'll see again in 23, which is we have no liquidity at the very end, then the late stage going to get very concerned how they're going to be able to yield a return, and that slow down and affect the earlier stage investment. So actually, this is what happened to us, right? So we'll be concerned that our company won't be able to raise capital, so we wanted them to be productive even faster. So that would change the dynamics how these things run. But at the end of the day, I think one thing is crucial. Every company, at the end of the day, cash flow generation equal to shareholder happiness. We sometimes forget that. So generating revenue, plenty of revenue, making the company generating cash is the ultimate outcome of all investors. Oftentimes, especially in the bubble time, we forget that is important. That will solve this problem, whether the interest rate is going to be at 5%, it's going to be at 2%. And what made a difference if you're throwing off a lot of cash? And you can battle any time. We have to remember that at always.
And I would say I think the people we all work for, being our limited partners, won't let us forget this. I think it would be very difficult to kind of say, hey, we're going to go back to what we were doing a couple of years ago, even though nothing's really changed except interest rates. I think they'd probably scrutinize that. And so that's why it's a little surprising to see what's going on in AI, because I don't know how you can kind of justify that to the people you need to raise capital from as to why you blew through a fund so quickly with such large checks into such new unproven businesses without returning any liquidity. And I think at the end of the day, most of the investors who invest in VC funds are looking for DPI, which is dollars, real dollars back to them, not markups on paper. And their ability to invest in your future funds is going to become less and less until they start getting liquidity back. And so I think everyone is going to be hopefully more disciplined, but caveat that to say, clearly it's not happening in AI, but I do believe it's happening everywhere else, and I don't know what's going to happen with this one area that's been a bit out of control.
Right. I want to get to the AI of it all. But I want to first know, for each of you at your respective firms, how do you approach that conversation? It's 2025, a founder comes to you, let's say the IPO market starts to thaw a little bit, and they say, they're pitching you, or they come to you and they say, I want to be the next Airtable, I want to be the next Databricks, I want to be the next Chime. How do you temper those expectations that they might have, or might have had, prior to 2019?
We if on AI specifically, found
on AI
what we basically say is we believe that we've my partner Sam Lessin has talked about this a lot, but if you want to invest in AI, there are 7 publicly traded companies. You can just go buy their stock. Likely the majority of the appreciation is going to happen and has happened in those stocks, where you don't have to be locked up for 10 plus years and you don't have to take bets on unproven teams. And this is no executive in their company currently is blind to AI, right? I see pitches and there's people saying, I want to be the AI for Airbnb or AI for Spotify. If you don't think Brian Chesky and team are doing that for Airbnb and Daniel Ek and team are doing that for Spotify, you're crazy. Right. This is not, the incumbents are not blind to this. And more importantly, they have such a competitive advantage because they have the resources, the dollars, the compute power, the unique training data, all these things that no young group of founders has or has access to. And so eventually, my fund started by myself and others who came out of Facebook. We did very well in our careers by waiting and not going to MySpace and Friendster, right? And we kind of like to say that we think it's kind of the MySpace Friendster days of AI. A lot of fortunes will be lost and a lot of things will fizzle out before it's clear what the Facebook equivalent is going to be or what the Google equivalent is going to be, et cetera. And so there will be at some point sectors, areas, opportunities that the incumbents will not win. And they likely will choose not to win for competitive reasons or monopolistic reasons or whatever. And then is the right time, we think, to invest in AI. But right now, it's kind of, most of the teams that are pitching AI 2 years ago, the deck was a Web3 company. And 2 years before that, it was a Uber for something company. Yeah. These aren't really well-thought companies in many cases. They're just, let's change the domain name in the front page of the pitch deck and see if we can get twice the valuation because we're calling ourselves .ai now.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So Databricks being one of our portfolio companies, I watched their journey in the last 13 years. People have forgotten how tough the journey was.
Yeah.
Now they're only staring at, oh my God, 1.6 billion, 60% growth. But not 1 second was easy. And having Ali Ghosh was being, I would say, probably one of the best CEO I ever come across. To start a company from scratch. That optimism is great. But I often have to remind all the founders that come to see us, this is a long journey. And we're going to see good time, bad time, good IPO, no IPOs, no liquidity, very hard to fundraise, very easy to fundraise, all kinds of time. So I think toughness is very crucial. And I think Kevin is right about one thing. The focus now from the investor into funds are very much on return, not on the IRS anymore. So these kind of short-term markup, people are not interested to hear the story. So we have to be cognizant that this journey is long. When can we get return back to our investors also?
Right. I want to flip the table as well, because the other piece of this before we get to AI very quickly is due diligence. For investors, how has the due diligence piece changed in this environment?
Yeah, from a growth standpoint, I would say for us, the process has always been the same. We tend to make fewer investments, but write bigger checks. And hence the amount of diligence that we do tends to come from being very thesis-driven in our approach, where we pick sectors that we're going to invest in. We go pretty deep. We're talking to buyers of enterprise software in terms of where our budget's being allocated. In many cases, we're tracking companies all the way from seed as they're getting into the Series B. And so it's several months, several years of tracking that goes into understanding how these companies are evolving, who are they recruiting, what does churn and retention look like for these companies, who are the other incumbents coming in. So I would say there's a fair amount of diligence that has always been core to our process, which honestly did not change even in 21 and has not changed even today. So I would say the bar continues to remain quite high, although the revenue bar has changed. So in the past, a Series B could be raised. I mean, it was like a manufacturing floor where companies go through seed, Series A, Series B, and you could raise a Series B if you're maybe at $1 million in ARR, and now the bar is higher. We look for 3 to 5 million in ARR or revenues when companies come to us, and there is, I would say, little tolerance for any hair on the deal. It's easy to say no because we're looking to extend our fund cycles as well. We're not looking to deploy funds in a year or 2 years. I mean, these are 3 to 5 year funds that we're looking to deploy as well. So if we see a reason to say no, we will say no.
Our process changed pretty dramatically in the last 18 months. We actually, our head of our operating team is run by an ex-VP of sales that used to work for me. So we almost immediately, even for a pre-seed, let alone a seed company, we want to inspect and start talking to potential customers who will buy, why they will buy, how they will buy. And obviously our engineer will test the software. So I think that propensity to buy and the size of the market, they have no idea. Everybody will proclaim what they put on the pitch is very large. It's our job to figure out, will they be able to generate enough revenue, to be able to follow on, to be able to continue to be able to raise capital and build a successful business. So we actually put that work in very early. And then that also allowed us to help the company very early, insert ourselves, to be able to help them get the go-to-market side off the ground. So I think that probably is something that I have not seen done a lot in seed funds. And that's something very new that we have done. I think a lot to do with what changed.
I think we have time for one final question, and I would be remiss, of course. I know it hasn't been talked about much today, but AI.
What is that?
I think every single startup in this room would tell you that they are deploying AI in some way, and I think every single investor in this room would also say they are looking for a startup that's deploying AI in some way. For the three of you, where specifically, what sectors specifically are you guys placing your bets?
Yeah, I think we want to invest in AI companies that are basically talking about AI like how they talk about how they use email. Right? Like it's like AI is not the business. AI is a tool in the business, and so I think we get pessimistic very quickly if the pitch is we are AI. Like it's like okay, that's a tool that you should use, and you're crazy not to use it. But what is your actual business? And so I think like we pretty much filter out anything that is pitched as AI, and we are prioritizing things that are pitched as traditional businesses that may use AI among many other things to build whatever it is they're building. And so, I mean, the other reason is for some reason, the valuations of AI are so much higher than other companies that the risk-reward trade at the seed level doesn't make sense, because in many cases they're trying to raise at 20 or 25 or 30 million post, and if they are one of the few that is successful and gets to a Series A, that might price at 30 or 35 pre, right? And so like the risk-reward of investing in 5 companies at 30 post and 2 of them go on to raise at 30 pre, doesn't, and the other 3 wind down, doesn't make sense. So I think we do not yet have some sort of mission statement of saying we are going to go after AI within these 3 verticals. We're just kind of saying we want to go after businesses that can get to sustainable longevity, that can unlock, de-risk themselves on the initial dollars and become legitimate businesses, and then we'll argue later about how they will scale after that, rather than saying let's go after AI.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's the same for us. AI, we view it more as a means, not an end. It's like saying, I'm building a cloud business. Well, you're building on cloud, so you'd build on AI. So it can be a pitch just about AI. I think the key thing that we're really looking for is what is the use case or the pain points that you're helping address? And is AI going to be a differentiator either to help you on the top line or help you on the bottom line to get there? The other key piece that we also look for is how sustainable is the IP or tech over a prolonged period of time. Again, if you're building in a space where it's highly likely for the large tech incumbents to build, the distribution network that they have and the pricing advantage that they have is just going to be difficult to compete with. So really understanding the long-term differentiation, what the exit paths are going to be. Entry price matters a lot. And so coming in at the right valuations for these companies is important as well.
I'm going to give away the store a little bit. So we are most interested in the enterprise software infrastructure stack for people to build enterprise apps. So this, and particularly, right now our focus is very heavily lean on the inference side of that stack. Whether it's for RAG or it's for OAuth into the RAG and the training, security, and the instrumentation, the management, the deployment into the cloud, that whole stack, we're the most interested in. Anything that will enable us to easily build applications in the enterprise or SaaS packages, we're built using the neural network to enable business processes. That's what we're most interested in. That's what we're looking for company. Yeah.
Interesting. Awesome. Alfred, Rashmi, Kevin, thank you guys so much. It's a fascinating conversation.
Thank you, Ray.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so the tech industry has been through hype cycles before, but maybe none like the current AI craze. Investor excitement, demand for GPUs, and rivalries between the tech giants make scaling your AI business a high-wire act for the ages. In this next session, find out how one of the hottest AI startups is navigating this path. To learn how to scale during the Gen AI boom, please welcome, in conversation with Maria Curie from Axios and the co-founder of HeyGen, Joshua Zhu.
All right. Okay, well, Josh, thank you so much for being here today.
Yeah,
let's start with the basics. What is HeyGen? What does your company do?
Sure, yeah. So let's start with an overview of the landscape. You know, we live at the video first world, and business is struggling to keep up with the video production with demand. So HeyGen is a video platform that helps business to create, localize and personalize the content for video production.
So it's a company that helps people create content. It's a video production company. Tell us a little bit about who your customers are and what they're producing using your product.
Sure. So essentially, the use case on HeyGen is really horizontal and diverse, ranging from marketing teams, sales teams, support, learning development, and educational content. So people are using it to either create a new content with a spokesperson or localize that into different languages, or like just personalize that at scale to deliver the last message to the individual customers.
And we were talking a little bit before this about why your product is so good, especially for maybe some more introverted type of people. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. So I guess the story goes back to before founding HeyGen, I was working at Snapchat as an engineer, and I work on software for camera. And we have seen that Snapchat really built out a really great creative camera, helping people create content through the mobile camera, as well as Instagram, the new generation of the social media platform. But still, there's a lot of people that they are afraid of being in front of the camera, especially introverts, or they don't have time to actually fill in the camera. And for those people, there's a better way to solve the problem is AI generation, where we can build an avatar where the customer or user can use the avatar, type in the text to create a video that way.
I found that so interesting because it's so true. Some people just don't like to be in front of a camera. And I wanted to ask you, do you have any concerns that this is, maybe going to phase out that skill that, should be developed for leaders? Or is this a good solution that's filling in something that, is ultimately, you could be a leader without that skill?
Yeah, so the way I really look at it is that this is a tool, a utility that help people to scale up their communication, either internally or externally. Like for internally, it would be more like internal company communication. Externally, more like external facing for customers. Yeah, so I guess that would really comes back to what is important and what the business is trying to deliver to their customers. Yeah, I don't think we have a concern around that.
Yeah, so it's just a tool, really. And you mentioned that you used to be at Snapchat. Can you tell me some of the lessons from Snapchat that you brought over to your new company?
Sure. I think the biggest thing I learned from Snap is that, the innovation piece from Snap. Snap is a really creative camera and build lots of very cool applications around it. But usually, innovation takes a lot of courage, and because innovation usually means failure, and it would be likely be a failure, otherwise that would not be considered as innovation. So I think one thing I have learned is that how do we build a culture to really encourage the internal teams that having that level of boldness to make a big bet, especially in AI, there's so many exciting things are happening, and how do we encourage that culture internally to foster more innovation, in the organization level? Yeah.
Did you find that working at a social media company and actually a camera company, as you taught me, that's how they describe themselves, did you find that it was more difficult to be bold when you're already in a well-established social media company? Is that why you moved and created your own?
I wouldn't think about it that way. I guess, everything comes back to the customer and what are the problem we are solving for the customer. I think in the last decades, a lot of the software are, really building up the mobile applications. But now with this new AI age that a lot of the applications are booming over, and this seems like there's more application, new value we can create for the customers.
Got it. So can you tell me now about how you're competing with the big tech companies in this space and the ones that may be creating similar products? How are you doing that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. So I think one thing very special about AI in these days is that this field is just evolving very, very fast. And it does give startup a lot of edge that there's more possibility out there, a new technology out there, and new use case you can capture for the customers. I think the way how we really look at the competition or in the whole space is that You just need to keep up a velocity. And what I meant by velocity is that making a decision faster and being able to ship product faster, being able to iterate and take the feedback from a customer faster, and be able to train a new model, apply the new technology to your tech stack faster. And because the field is just changing so fast, I think the only edge for a lot of startup is at the velocity.
So, being able to be faster, you're more nimble in this space than some of these big tech competitors. And video quality, I know, is something that you're working really hard to improve. What does it mean to improve video quality? Is it a matter of making that projection of a CEO's likeness more seamless, or do you define it in a different way?
Yeah, so when it really comes down to the video quality, so I always have frameworks like this. There's an invisible threshold for all the customers, especially for visual product. Let's say the threshold is 90. Everything below 90 essentially is unusable for the customers because they will still go back to the original solution to produce the content that way. I think being able to focus on quality really means that you need to surpass that threshold from 90, maybe to 91, 95, and that will create the true value for the customers. But in the role of a visual product, especially for video translation, video production, it is extremely challenging because a better, it's not about solving a mathematical problem. It's actually about creating something engaging, beautiful, with taste for the customer. Essentially, when we really look at the AI model, is that a model with a better loss function, solve in a more, a better way mathematically, it doesn't mean a better visual outcome for the customer. And I think the challenging around that is how can we build all those aesthetic feedback from a customer and bake that into the AI model we have so that making sure the thing we produce is actually beautiful, engaging, and match the taste of a brand.
So you're defining the quality of the video by how much you're engaging the customer, and you're engaging the customer through a more aesthetically beautiful image. It's not necessarily the AI-generated image is exactly like the human, and then that gets into all sorts of issues with, I'm in DC, and a lot of regulators are grappling right now with the issue of deepfakes and disinformation, especially in an election year. How are you ensuring that technologies like the ones that you're developing are not used for nefarious purposes?
So first of all, our platform at HeyGen strictly prohibit, do not allow any political and election content. So our policies and product strictly prohibit any of the unauthorized content creation and, and without a consent. We have a very advanced user verification system, include, a live video consent for everyone who want to create their own avatar or digital twin. And then we also employ a dynamic random generate passcode that a customer really need to verify that in real time. And we also have a rapid human review in the back to check all the avatar that's being created. Again, trust and safety is actually critical to our business, and we're working actively across the board from different teams, and to ensure we have the best mechanism implement in that. And we actually implement trust and safety as a part of product design.
Yeah, so you have consent, you have watermarking techniques. Do you feel like it's an advantage or a disadvantage as a smaller player in this space to maybe not be as involved in the regulation space? You don't really have to have as loud of a voice in DC as they try to impose new guardrails on this technology?
I don't think I look at it that way. I think every company is responsible to making sure the AI technology is not being misused and making sure they employ the right strategy and mechanism for the AI safety, no matter you are a small startup or you are a much bigger incumbent.
Yeah. So let's move on to your customers and what they're excited about. Tell me some of the things that they're looking forward to with your product.
Sure, yeah. I think we can sort of categorize the excitement from customers in two ways. One is that, how can this AI solution and new solution really helps us to improve the efficiency, making it faster, making the cost lower for the existing solution. And things involve for example, we do video generation. Compared to the traditional, video production pipeline where you need to do casting, scripting, scouting, production, post-production, all the stuff involved. And we can make the whole experience into just two. Type in the text and get the video. And that's like more than 10x scale of efficiency improvement. I think another category of the excitement is that AI is really enabling new use cases, I would say. So there's many stuff that the business or company are not able to do before, but now it is possible with AI. So one of the examples would be, we have seen lots of customers start translating their content, into different languages. And they use this translated content where we preserve the natural voice of the speaker, also the facial expression, and update the lip sync of the generative video. And it is just a much more engaging format. They can deploy to new region, new market, so that to grow the business that way. Yeah, I think there's that's how we look at it.
Yeah. So can you describe the differences between scaling an AI company versus a more traditional software company?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. So I would say, first of all, the whole ecosystem is very different right now, right? So we can pretty much find an AI company for every type of the job that we are trying to hire. Essentially, I think what we are doing at HeyGen is also doing the same thing. We are producing a software and helping people to do video production, to rely less on external video agency and making it more efficient. But I don't think we see a role that AI is replacing human, but AI is making the individual employee or individual engineer much more powerful than before. So which making that, usually we can see that in the AI company, the company can be operating much more efficiently, like with much smaller number of employees and supporting a much bigger business scale. I guess there's also, as an outcome on that is that usually we're seeing a lot of AI company keeping a very small, much smaller team than a traditional business, and making them also get the advantage back to move even faster to navigate through the field.
So yeah, and your company only has about 40 employees, is that right? Can you describe the growth of your specific company and what you attribute that to despite only having 40 employees?
Yeah, so I guess one of the excitement around AI is that, like I mentioned, if you truly build something great that surpasses that threshold, that's usually a more than 10x value proposition. And especially in the early days of a lot of AI startup, we kind of start with building a product experience, and with a product-led growth motion, you would naturally, as long as you hit product market fit, the business will grow, exponentially without adding a lot of human in the loop to really scale the go-to-market and marketing sales side. But I do feel like, that's just the starting point of the business. And, what will happen in the next 12 months, 24 months of our AI business is still unclear. I guess we are also navigating through that.
And to be clear, surpassing that threshold of 90, that's how you're defining success, and your company has already surpassed that, in your view?
In the lots of the use cases, I would say.
Okay.
When we look at it, external marketing have much higher quality requirement than internal content, internal communication content. We are definitely building, out towards to that direction.
Okay, and what's it going to take to get to 100, and what's the timing?
It's going to take much faster than we expect, I would say. Especially when I look at the video space, is that it's a spectrum. The left side of the spectrum is the use cases where require lower quality or just less dynamics in terms of the range of the video, right? The right spectrum is a higher quality content. I think AI's technology is actively pushing that to the right side. And I wouldn't be crazy to think about maybe 2 years from now, we can see much more video we are consuming generated from AI.
And AI is booming, as you've just said. There are breakthroughs and new models coming on a weekly basis. How do you stay ahead of the edge?
It comes back to those 2 points, I would say, keeping up the product velocity. The velocity in the team, like really making sure we encourage the moving fast culture inside the company, and also really encourage the innovation culture. And people should not feel scary if they want to raise something is crazy, but because that's usually a good idea.
Yeah. Do you predict having to employ more people in the near future, despite being more productive with fewer people? Do you predict having to grow more?
Yeah, to be clear, we are actually actively hiring more people, and yeah.
Yeah. For what types of positions? I'm curious where the gaps are.
Across all the functions, I would say, ranging from engineering, design, product, as well as go-to-market as well.
Yeah, and have you found that there's a bit of a workforce shortage that you're grappling with, or is there a lot of interest?
I think there's a lot of excitement happening around AI, I would say. Yeah, I think, we are seeing more and more candidates interesting jumping on from other industries into AI space.
Yeah. So one of the things with startups is that there's a lot of excitement in the beginning and then the novelty kind of wears off. How are you tackling this pattern that we've seen before?
Yeah, so if we zoom out a little bit, I think that the excitement around AI happens around maybe 20 months ago, where the ChatGPT originally came out, and it drew lots of attention from all the different industry and companies. I would say, what's really important is that really focus on the customer value, that helping them to find the use cases with this new AI technology is critical to the business, where we can find the long-term and sustainable use cases and keep consistently generate value for the business. I think what's interesting about our business is that we definitely got some viral growth every time we got some breakthrough in the AI model. But what's so interesting about it is that we are also having lots of Main Street customers, ranging from European manufacturing company, small business, global non-profits, and some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. And we are really seeing them adopting this AI technology in their video production at scale. So I guess it takes some time to really, for the customer to adopt this technology. And meanwhile, I think what we would do is just keep paying attention to customer value and helping them to find the use cases.
All right, well, thank you so much for sharing those insights. That's all the time we have. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sure everyone here knows what 3D and AI is, but what if I told you there's something called 4D AI? 4D AI refers to Roblox's efforts to integrate generative AI into one of the world's largest online gaming platforms for creating immersive 3D experiences and content like avatars and conversational assistants. Our next talk explores how 4D AI can help creators provide multimodal descriptions of their worlds and refine their creative visions by offering a range of functional, interactive, and playable experiences, making it faster, easier, and more accessible to creators of all skill levels by leveraging Gen AI capabilities, all while monetizing better and enhancing safety and fostering civil social interactions. So to talk about catering to 200 million gamers a month and the future of 4D AI, please welcome to center stage the chief scientist from Roblox, Morgan McGuire.
Thank you, Collision. It is great to be back here. Last year, we talked about our vision for how AI is the key to unlocking the metaverse, and we shared many of the ideas for how we think the industry should evolve around AI and generative AI. I'm happy to share that many of the ideas that we presented here first at Collision have since shipped in the product. We've had a year of fantastic growth as a result of that. We're now at 77 million daily active users playing, communicating, building in 3D together. That includes 33% growth in our 13+ segment and a whopping 36% growth in 17 to 24-year-olds around the world. Today, I want to share with you some new ideas and an extension of our vision to talk about 4D generative AI for creation. We've seen AI as a tremendous opportunity for creators, tools that can augment the skills they already have, that can let our creators scale faster, build larger experiences, build their businesses, iterate more quickly. And multiplicatively, even while they're growing the experiences faster, they're also monetizing them better, building their business, building their livelihoods. We see a tremendous appetite among creators for the new AI tools we're releasing. We're finding they lead to new kinds of creation. They're also enabling new kinds of creators. We found a disproportionately positive effect on female creators for experience and asset generation, for example. In the last year, our Code Assist tool, for example, was used to create millions and millions of lines of code, custom scripts for online 3D experiences. More recently, our Material Generator tool, when that was released, it doubled the rate of new material generation on the platform, augmenting and unlocking. Roblox has had a long history of engaging with AI throughout our platform. It began with discovery on our homepage, helping people find experiences, people, and accessories for their avatars. We then moved into innovating with AI for safety, ensuring that our online platform was safe for everyone, was civil, and was optimistic. And of course, we've then moved into creation with generative AI. Let me briefly talk about each of these, but I want to focus especially on creation, of course. Here's our homepage. You can see the theme on our homepage is carried throughout the product. It's about humans working together using AI tools. Our top picks are curated by human editors, and then we augment that for all players with automatically sourced recommendations from an AI. On safety, we use AI to filter 1 trillion messages per year. Every single interaction between players is checked by an automated system for civility. We check every image that's uploaded to the platform, every video, every audio clip, 3D model, and 3D experiences. We recently released, straight out of the research lab into the product, a world-leading feature which is real-time moderation for voice. So our players can have real-time voice chat, and we are monitoring everything that is said. And if someone says something that's inappropriate, the AI is able to detect that, and then we pop up a message. We try to focus the entire community in a positive direction. So we start by nudging the player. We say, hey, that thing you just said was not really appropriate. We just want to remind you to keep it civil on Roblox. And of course, the system can escalate if there's repeated bad behavior. But one of the most exciting things we found is by offering this real-time civility feedback for voice chat, we actually see the community continuing to move in a more positive and constructive direction. And then generative AI. The field as a whole has been innovating on generative techniques. This started with one-dimensional techniques. So you're all familiar with chatbots. We've released Code Assist on our platform, which uses chatbot-like technology to help developers create the scripts for their interactive experiences. 1D also includes synthesis and analysis of audio, like I just described. And then there's 2D creation, creating images and videos. We've used that, for example, in our material generator, which is able to go beyond, say, if you make a checkered shirt, not just painting the checkers, but making the material specific to the actual geometry so that you'll get seams and buttons and pockets in the right place. I'll come back to how we do that later. And of course, 3D. So if you look around the expo hall here, if you look at Roblox's own research papers, we're looking at all kinds of 3D creation. That's the state of the art for the generative AI field. But that 3D generation isn't the end. It's not 1, 2, 3. There's one more step in the creation journey, and that's our new vision and where we are targeting all of our R&D for the future. And that's what we call 4D. And our vision for 4D is that the 3D objects themselves have to be interactive. And there's a rich set of interactions and a complicated set of technologies that are needed to scale to that challenge. And that's what today's talk is about, going beyond static 3D objects into this fourth dimension of interactivity. And we think that's the ultimate level of online creation. A first example of this is a tool that we've already released. This is Roblox's first 4D creation tool. On our platform, everyone has a personalized avatar. There's a store for avatars, avatar clothing, avatar body parts. And of course, you've seen many other third-party avatar creations. The challenge is that to make an avatar come to life on the platform, it's not enough to have just the shape of the body. The avatar also has to be rigged with a skeleton inside of it. That skeleton has to be, the term of art is skinned, connected to the 3D mesh so that it can animate correctly, especially at the joints. We have to augment the avatar with facial animation. We have 40 muscles inside the face of every one of our characters so they can use your webcam and be puppeteered in real time to match your facial expression. We have to build a cage around the avatar so that the clothing will custom fit to your avatar. And then we need to partition so you can mix and match different body parts, as well as attachment points. When a character picks up a hammer or a tool, we need to know where the hand is. When they put on a hat or a backpack, we need to know the center of the back or the head. This part of the pipeline has always been done by human animators. It's extremely skilled and laborious and expensive. And it's a limiting factor to the number of avatars that are available in 3D today. With our Avatar Auto Setup tool, we've automated this mostly tedious part of the process so that any 3D mesh can become a live avatar. This is going to lead to an explosion of new personality types expressible on the platform because we've unlocked faster avatar creation through AI. Now, I want to say that partnership that we demonstrated on our homepage with the Avatar Creator tool, we believe that carries through for all aspects of creation. We think experience creation is a human-led process, and that it's augmented, it's accelerated by AI tools, but that it ultimately has to be tools that are driven by a human trying to express. We have 18 years of user-generated content on the Roblox platform. We're all about humans building and finding the newest, greatest power tools for our creator community. And I said 4D is about going beyond static 3D. In a lot of 3D creation tools, you're essentially carving a rock or a sculpture. It might look like a car, it might be painted like a car, but it's just a rock. It doesn't actually move, it doesn't actually have separate parts and materials. That's the piece that we are now getting at. It has 3 challenges to getting beyond that static 3D object to a dynamic interactive object. The objects have to be functional, not a rock, but an actual drivable car. They have to be interactive in the creation process itself, and they have to be controllable, both by the players at runtime, but also the creation process shouldn't just generate, it should generate what's in the mind of the creator and be directed by them. So it should follow creator intent. The first category involves interactions between an object and itself, taking that car-shaped rock and actually identifying the parts, putting correct materials, metals, paint on it, connecting an engine and an animation rig. The second level of interaction is an object with another object. This is a key metaverse property, being able to mix and match interactive 3D objects. So we don't just have tires, but the tires have to have a Young's modulus. They have to have a friction coefficient so that they'll interact with different road surfaces through a 3D physics simulation. Those attachment points, like the hand on the avatar, everything has to be robust, and it has to be connected to code. We've previously released the 1D code generator, but now we have to make it so the code can refer to objects in the 3D world, and the 3D objects can invoke event handlers back to be dynamic. And finally, there's a level of interaction between the creator and the tool, or the creator and the object they're creating. We don't think that creation should be limited in the way it is with many AI tools today to typing a prompt, and if you don't like the input, going back to square one and changing the prompt. Instead, creation should be a conversation with the tool that is always moving forward. And that conversation should not be limited to just text. It should involve speech. I should be able to draw over an image and express how I want it to change. I should be able to act out an animation, point to a reference video, manipulate objects in 3D. We should bring the full richness of our traditional 3D tools into generative AI. And it must be stable. If I make a small change to the world, it should affect only that local part of the world and not completely redesign everything around it. Today's generative AI tools don't accomplish most of these tasks very well, and these are all areas that we are looking at and innovating on. I'm going to show you a quick video of visualization of how we picture creation working in the near future on Roblox. And I want to call your attention to this one part about 3/4 of the way through, where there's a car model, and it zooms out, it explodes the parts and starts highlighting them. That's the AI taking a static 3D object and recognizing, hey, this is a door, and that's the hood, and this is where a hinge needs to be, and here's where the drivetrain is. This is the bleeding edge of our R&D in-house, and we're really excited about that possibility of taking a mesh and understanding what it means in 3D, and then augmenting it into a rich 4D object. So there's that 1 second where the car blows up. That's 20 person-years of R&D we put in recently to just that part, just identifying the pieces of an object and being able to make them animated. And that's the level of challenge that we're looking at for every part of that pipeline I outlined. Now, I want to give you a quick update on 3 technologies that we talked about last year as they were just emerging that we've now added to our product. So the first is ControlNet. ControlNet is a technology for taking, as I said earlier, when you generate the checkered shirt, and actually knowing how it fits over the geometry so we can put, say, the seams in the correct place. ControlNet takes image generation, tools where you type in text and get back a 2D image, and it extends that with the ability to understand 3D geometry and 2D annotations on the screen. This is now powering our material generator. So it's gone from research paper to product in 1 year. And it's a key part of how we're looking at all of the other aspects of 4D creation. It's that controllable, steerable, multimodal input. A second innovation was we had just released StarCoder, our large language model that's fully open source, performed in collaboration with multiple universities and industry labs. This year, we've just released StarCoder 2. It's another open source large language model, and it performs disproportionately well at Lua code generation. Lua and its extension Luau are the language that Roblox uses for scripting. And learnings from that project have informed every part of our Code Assist project that's now powering those 500,000 characters per year. And finally, AdaptNet, which we've just released the research paper on at SIGGRAPH Asia. AdaptNet takes the ideas of ControlNet, but extends them from 2D into our 4D world for animation. It allows us to update character animations based on feedback and understanding of 3D. So you can take an existing character and make them walk with a limp because they've been damaged, or bent over because they're carrying a heavy load, and be more interactive and dynamic. So the 4D journey for generative AI, it begins with these 1D, 2D, and 3D generative AI areas that we're shipping tools in and that everyone is focusing on throughout the field. But then we go a step further to 3D understanding and augmenting objects with rich amounts of data so they can really interact and come to life and not just be a static asset. And then finally, we envision a future where creation is iterative and constructive, where people are giving feedback to tools and rapidly scaling up what they build. Above all, I want to summarize that we think creation is a human-led activity augmented by tools, and that the power of generative AI is to ensure that someone who wants to make a game can lead with game design, even if they're limited in their ability to do 3D modeling or other techniques. That someone who has abilities in those areas can work faster, but that everyone can create everywhere, and that creation is no longer a limited activity, democratizing creation. And finally, we deeply believe this vision of 4D, of interactive 3D objects, of bringing a world of dynamic objects together in new ways, is the final level in the online creator's journey. I hope that you look at our research papers, our open source models, look at all of the tools we've released online, and join us in this journey. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's our last talk of the day. How are we feeling? Oh my gosh, I feel like we do a bit better. This is day one. How are we feeling? There it is. Yes! Row one, row one. Okay, having lived through the AI era for more than a year now, is our society closer to knowing what the future holds? It's a big question. Our next speaker is one of AI's key players, recently crowned in the top 10 ranking on the Forbes 2024 Midas list. His investments in companies like Zordi, an AI robotic farming company, Winborn, with their AI-powered weather balloons, and of course, the AI startup valued at $80 billion, OpenAI. He is at the forefront of frontier technology and is helping to realize the challenges society must overcome to ensure it is harnessed for good. To find out the best path to an AI utopia and to close off day one of Collision 2024, please welcome in conversation with Connie Lozes of TechCrunch and founder of Khosla Ventures, Vinod Khosla.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everyone. So, Vinod, it's such a privilege to see you and have time in person with you. I haven't seen you in far too long. I was just reminding you, and I'm embarrassed to say this because I'm getting old, but I had interviewed you when you first started Khosla Ventures, which was now 20 years ago, which is incredible.
About 20 years ago.
Congratulations on a great run.
Thank you.
You know, I wanted to ask, I was listening to a podcast with you recently that I thought was so interesting, and something surfaced that I'd never heard before. You said you'd never taken a dollar in management fees since you started Khosla Ventures. Is that right?
That's right.
That's incredible. So is that true of you, or is that true of Khosla Ventures?
That's true of me personally.
Okay.
Because I believe everything should be invested and you should get a return if your investors get a return. But frankly, the investor side is much less interesting to me than working with all the entrepreneurs. I love an audience like this because I love talking to entrepreneurs. I don't spend a lot of time on the entrepreneur, on the LP side very much. Mostly uninteresting.
Sure.
What's really interesting is all the things entrepreneurs are doing. How many entrepreneurs here? Raise hand. Whoa, great.
Well, I know how you feel about other venture capitalists because you talk about them quite commonly in saying, a lot of them don't add value, so I'm not surprised to hear that. But
can people hear okay?
Yeah, great.
Yep, okay.
Anyway, I think it's notable. You've given up tens of millions of dollars in management fees, which I think is admirable in this economy. But so you've been enormously successful for decades. As the announcer said, lots of brand names, in addition to OpenAI that people know, Stripe, Square, Instacart, Affirm, which is getting more embedded with Apple. But of course, that first check into OpenAI is what sort of put the spotlight on the firm more newly. So I just wanted to start and talk to you a little bit about Apple's announcements last week and ask you what you thought of them. Obviously, it was a big win for OpenAI.
Yeah, obviously, Apple's going with OpenAI is a validation for both the OpenAI technology because, frankly, they could have gone with anybody. But it's also Apple expressing confidence, I believe, in Sam to lead the next 5 or 10 years. When a company like Apple bets on a technology, they don't change it next year, usually. So I hope this is a long-term relationship. One never knows. But it's real validation of where OpenAI is, and I believe it's ahead of everybody, and I believe will stay ahead of most people in the field.
Absolutely. They did mention that they might eventually embed Google Gemini as well, but who knows? We'll see what happens. But as soon as the day was over, the memes started about all of the apps that could go away because of Apple's, integration. A couple of them include Otter, Grammarly, Superpedestrian. I'm not sorry, not Superpedestrian, Superhuman. I'm just wondering. So while this is OpenAI is a huge beneficiary, are any of your other companies being impacted negatively?
Look, the models, the fundamental models are progressing at an incredible rate. Mm-hmm. And then they'll be implemented into lots of things. So there will be 2, 3, 4 good model companies. I don't think there'll be only one. And it's healthy competition to do the best models. But I don't think there'll be 20 model companies. And we can come back to regional models that will also exist, like a Japanese model or an Indian model. But the really exciting stuff is at the application layer. Lots of applications for entrepreneurs to do. What I find disturbing is people are not differentiating between those applications which are roadkill for the models as they progress in their capability, and those that are really value add and will be here 10 years from now that the model builders won't do. I'll give you examples. If you're doing Grammarly, say, it's really a light wrapper on today's models, and Grammarly won't keep up. It should never have been an app. It shows the need for that capability, but it will be part of Word or Google Docs, or it's just obvious. And it's pretty obvious when we talk to, say, YC companies or others. I can usually say half these companies will be obsolete before the YC batch is over.
Is that right?
Right? That's sort of my joke. The other half are doing really valuable things. And with the right guidance, they'll build very different capability. OpenAI or Google isn't going to build a chip designer. OpenAI and Google aren't going to build a structural engineer. They're not going to build regulatory products like a primary care doctor or a mental health therapist. So there are so many areas for entrepreneurs to do, but they have to look at where the models are going next year and 5 years from now and say, we want to leverage that capability. So my assumption is those of you, and there's probably a few doing, and I hate to get techie, RAG for models. That'll go away. Once you get long enough context windows, it'll go away. So be careful. But if you're adding workflow to AI, that's not a capability the models will do. So making somebody's life easier, that's really what AI is about.
I think that's really interesting. I mean, I do think it's hard for founders and maybe even investors to differentiate between what is going to be roadkill and what won't. I've seen you talk a little bit about expertise becoming free. And I think 1 year into our lives with AI, we can all see that. You've talked about tutors becoming free, basically, structural engineers, oncologists. It's amazing, but also, how do people make money from these companies if this expertise is free? And how do employees and founders make money?
Let me go back to the earlier part of that question.
Okay.
I do think there's a massive difference between investors. In the 40 years I've done venture capital, I've never, ever called myself a VC. I've always said I'm a venture assistant to entrepreneurs. And a good investor will help you figure it out. They probably already built a company that's a pretty big test for me. If VCs haven't built a company, they're not as qualified to advise an entrepreneur. And always, if they take the approach, we started with fees. Many VCs live on fees, not on building value in the companies. The reason I don't take any fees is I want to be clear. I only get paid if our LPs make money, but also if our entrepreneurs make money. If you're betting on the stock of the companies you're investing in, the only way you get paid is if you build large value, and everybody does well. Otherwise, VCs they use this phrase, which I really hate about VCs, we are putting money to work. That is directly against the interest of all entrepreneurs. I hate talking about VCs, because the more money they deploy, the more fees they get, and the more dilution the entrepreneurs get. It's just fundamentally not a win-win. If they're betting only on your stock, then the VC wins and the LPs win only if the entrepreneur also has a valuable stock 5 years from now. So a good VC should be able to help an entrepreneur make these choices. What will be roadkill? What can you do short-term, long-term? How much to invest? You may need to do RAG for the short term. But be clear how much you want to invest to get a temporary advantage, so you have a data flywheel or something else, and you can lead to a path that allows for permanence of your startup. So I think good VCs can provide that guidance. I'm sorry, I forgot the second half of your question.
No, that's okay. I was wondering, how they could sort of better determine what's going to be roadkill and what won't. One thing I did want to ask, and I am I was as excited as anyone about the Rabbit product, the R1. So much excitement around possible hardware devices. We saw Humane had a very bumpy rollout. The Rabbit was very rudimentary. Of course, doesn't cost a lot, but people are wondering, are we going to need this, especially after what we saw Apple was going to do, which you could have predicted was going to happen.
So the first thing I would say is it's a mistake to think of the Rabbit product as a hardware device. What I like to say is, in the past, humans have had to learn computers. You learn how to insert a row in Excel, how to use something, add a sales record in Salesforce or SAP or something. Right? We've had to learn how to use software, and people's LinkedIn's or resumes say expert in X, Y, and Z. I think AI will allow computers to learn humans instead of humans needing to learn computers. So, any physicians here? No physician. Oh, few hands. Epic is a detested EHR health record system. Physicians hate using it because it's esoteric. By the way, programmed in a language called MUMPS that I used when I first came to the US in 1976 to program a hospital information system, still written in the same language. It hasn't evolved a whole lot. Now, there's a startup saying, just talk to me, my AI, and I'll do all the work on Epic. You never have to touch a keyboard. If you are an emergency room physician, I'll give you this great example. You are clicking the mouse about 2,000 times per day. So usually between 2,000 and 4,000 times per day, you're futzing around with a keyboard and a screen. Mm-hmm. Think of this, emergency room environment, critical patients, and you spend your time futzing around with a medical record. You should be able to say, just get me this information on this patient. So lots and lots of opportunity for startups to do. So I'm pretty excited about this idea that computers adapt to humans, not humans adapt to computers. And Rabbit is the first of those devices. And I don't think Rabbit is a replacement for the phone or any of the other devices. You will see that when Apple introduced the iPhone, they introduced the touch interface to using computers. Like fundamentally, you could touch, and before that, you couldn't. It changed how software was built. I think the next generation is voice becomes the principal interface to all software, and humans don't have to do it. And there'll be a class of devices that do that. Whether it's in your ears as earpods or in your watch or others. I was watching a show last night, and it's sort of like the person was talking to their watch. Those kinds of things that watch what you do, see what you do, and respond automatically without you needing to know how to do things is very powerful capability. It will change user interface, and Rabbit is the first generation of those devices.
Got it.
But I do want to go back to you. I now remembered your last question was about expertise. My personal view, most expertise will be replaced by an AI. Whether you're talking about a primary care doctor, a mental health therapist, a structural engineer, an oncologist, a salesperson, a chip designer. And every one of these expertise is an opportunity for some startup here. That's why AI affords so many opportunities for us to build startups. Structural engineering is a very large business, billions and billions of dollars. Every one of these areas of expertise, whether you're talking about, there's a nursing startup, there's almost every imaginable function startups are addressing. So the opportunity set is very rich. And the two large transformations we will see in society, most expertise will be free, probably for the next decade or so, supervised by humans. You're not going to get an AI to just be a primary care doctor. You'll have it be a primary care doctor supervised by a human. Great startup called Sword Health, we invested in 5 or 6 years ago, called Sword Health, where AI does all the physical therapy. So I actually fractured my hip about 4 months ago on a ski trip. I do physical therapy with the AI. So last night at 11 o'clock in California, I just did my physical therapy because the AI doesn't need scheduling. And then this morning, I got a message from my physical therapist, okay, if I modify this exercise. So there is supervision, but this startup was $2 million in ARR 2020, end of 2020, 3.5 years ago, is over $200 million in ARR today.
Is that right?
Rapid growth. Why? Because so much more convenient for patients. I couldn't have gotten physical therapy or complied with my doctor's regimen of do physical therapy if I couldn't do it at 11 o'clock last night.
It's incredible. I definitely don't think people would have assumed that a physical therapy infused by AI would be a successful business, but it uses computer vision and it can see how you're moving and correct your...
So it tells me I'm leaning too far to the right, or don't put your leg out to the right, or put your weight too much on the left leg, or that kind of detail at a level that if I had a human physical therapist, they couldn't give me that advice.
Sure.
And then it gives me a score in each exercise after I finish it. And my physical therapist sees the score, in 5 minutes can do what would have taken an hour and a half to do.
How would so you bring up the oncology example, and you said that basically there's all these different verticals, there's a startup that can succeed in a million different verticals, but if the sort of information is kind of finite, I guess I'm still sort of struggling to understand how that is a business over time.
There's a business because all these functions, we won't stop needing physical therapy, and we won't, hopefully we will, but we likely won't stop needing oncologists. But if an AI therapist has read the last 5,000 articles on the type of cancer you have and remembers each gene mutation that might cause it and each alternative therapy available for that, it's much better than relying on a human to remember the last 5,000 publications on that particular style of cancer.
Right.
And so, look, humans can't even use genomics in medicine today. What do you do with this much data if you have genomic data? And if you have transcriptomics data, for those of you who are biologists, you got millions of data points per blood sample. What do you do with it? You need AI to do this.
Perfect. I wanted to ask, so...
my favorite, just I'm maybe not supposed to announce it, but we got approval for almost all cardiac conditions to be done with an AI. I won't go into more detail, like 35 different cardiac conditions. A cardiologist can't do all that. There isn't a cardiologist who can look at an ECG trace. By the way, can be done at home off a $99 device you buy on Amazon, and determine your blood potassium level. There isn't a human who can do that, but an AI can do that. So I'm very excited about what AI can do.
But going back to your first bet, which is OpenAI, which could be one of your biggest outcomes ever, I talk to investors who are trying to decide, obviously the large language model race seems to be over for the most part, although, like you said, there are opportunities in other parts of the world that are interesting to you right now. Here in the US, I do wonder how much longer OpenAI will have a lead over others. It seems to have, far and away, a lead today, but I do wonder if that's going to shrink over time.
Yeah. So, look, the hard part in all these technologies is predicting what happens in 5 years. I was at this conference in 2019 when I said AI will generate music. And literally, I met with derision. Like, you understand nothing about music. Now it's broadly accepted that AI will generate music. That was 2019 at this conference.
Right.
Back then, around the same time, 2018, we invested in OpenAI. I actually made the largest investment I've made in 40 years by a factor of 2 for an initial investment. I'd never invested that, even half of that in an initial investment in company. You have to have conviction about these things, is my point. Do I have conviction that the language models in 5 years will do way more than they do today? All the things skeptics say it will never do, I do. Who are the people who can do it? If you're doing traditional language models, like OpenAI is, Google is, Anthropic is, I think it's a big player's game at this point. And if you're doing specialty stuff, and we believe there will be a regional model of AI. So we have a model company in Japan, Sakana, that does kanji-based large language models. One in India called Sarvam that does Indian script-based models for lots of reasons I can go into if we have enough time. So that'll be there. But beyond that, do I believe things like reasoning and others will emerge? I think so, and the big guys will own that. Do I believe that we are done with that game? No, I don't. So recently we announced a company called Symbolica that takes neurosymbolic approaches, a really esoteric part of math called category theory. I do believe those kinds of orthogonal approaches have reasonably good chance of adding substantially to the capability of large language models. And there's also, if I talk to my friends at MIT, they'll say probabilistic programming is a big deal. I believe humans do probabilistic thinking. Humans do reasoning or neurosymbolic thinking. Humans do pattern matching, which is what the LLMs do. So the game is not done. But the LLMs will continue to do well. They're in a great position. They're collecting more data. Think of how much data ChatGPT is collecting. How does a new player catch up with that?
Yeah.
And Google has lots of data too, but very few people do.
Well, I think it's Symbolica or symbolic AI is so interesting. I don't understand the first thing about category theory, but it's completely...
By the way, nobody does. I tried to read the paper. I think I can read more scientific papers in any area. I couldn't understand a single word in that whole paper.
Okay, that's comforting. Then I definitely wouldn't stand a chance. But so this is still a seed investment. The guy who started this was a former Tesla autopilot engineer.
Yeah.
And he's basically said he thinks transformers are not good, that they're never going to fully, realize the potential that people think that they will. So in a way, I mean, again, very small outfit. You've got OpenAI on the other end. Do you see these as potential rivals, or would this just be an augmentative sort of?
Look, plenty of entrepreneurs here. Mm-hmm. Entrepreneurship would not work if entrepreneurs didn't have great hubris and impractical visions and really, implausible visions, I should say. So it's possible, he's right. It's much more likely he adds new capability to today's models. And they're complementary. So most likely, most new orthogonal theories, whether it's probabilistic programming or neurosymbolic or the next thing somebody else comes up with, are going to be complementary to our capabilities. And we are far from doing everything we want to do with an AI.
I also just wanted to ask you, because this
Will robots have the same transformer model or something different or something most likely in addition to transformer models, and both work? You're not going to run a trillion parameter model on a mobile device like a robot.
Right. You're going to need little models too. I also just wanted to ask, because this was much in the news, OpenAI versus closed AI. You feel strongly, I think, that closed models should be safeguarded and there should be regulatory framework around them. Does that mean that you would never invest in, I mean, are you completely down on open source AI, or is there room
Look,
there?
I'm a huge fan of open source. And Sun, back in the 80s, was the first company to jump on open source. In fact, long before Linux, we open sourced NFS, our file system. That was early in the 80s. So, huge believer. We were the first investors when GitLab was 4 people. Right? It was the only open source DevOps environment. GitHub was not open source, it was for open source software. GitLab was open source, for open source, and closed source software. So I'm a huge fan. But I do believe the largest risk we face with AI is China. And powerful Chinese AI competing with what we call liberal values. And in fact, President Xi has said in Chinese, not in English, that the next large battlefield will be for the mind and will be fought on the internet. And that's why the Chinese Communist Party made the TikTok algorithm a state secret. So one of TikTok's arguments for not forcing its sale is it can't be sold because its algorithm is a Chinese state secret. Think about it. Why would it be a straight secret unless it was a tool for the Chinese Communist Party? It's almost ridiculous. So I think we are in a massive techno-economic war with China for the best technology over the next 20 years. And I think we need to make sure we do everything to win. And we have to make sure that China stays behind us, because they'll provide free doctors and free oncologists to the rest of the world and export both the economic power that comes with AI to the rest of the world with their political philosophy, which is not one I want to win globally.
Right. Well, you know, I was going to say, a week ago, I was interviewing the FTC chair, Lena Khan, in Washington, and I asked her a little bit about this because I know that she doesn't really buy into the nation's champion model.
She's not a rational human being.
I was going to say,
doesn't understand business. She shouldn't be in that role.
So I was going to ask if you had a message for the agency or the DOJ, which is investigating Microsoft and NVIDIA, but same thing.
Look, antitrust is a good thing to have in any country, any economic system. Antitrust over-enforced or over-executed is bad economic policy. And one thing the US has over its, say, European rivals is much more rational business environments. And that's why the Europeans have regulated themselves out of leading in any technology area. They just basically have regulated themselves out of AI, out of all social media, out of all internet startups. It's a no-op relative to the amount of talent in Europe. So they all come to the US or Canada, which is great. Good for us, bad for them. I wish they'd get smarter.
One last question, although they're going to kill us. They're going to bring a hook out here. But we've also talked a little bit about the abundance that AI will bring. I've talked to Sam about this. He said, you know, the upside is it's going to be so amazing that you sound like a crazy person to talk about it. That abundance is supposed to sort of, you know, the thinking is it's going to be sort of pushed back out into society at some point. But I wonder, at what point do you see that happening? Because there is already this massive aggregation of wealth and power in a smaller and smaller group of companies and individuals. What is going to be the tipping point, and will we need regulation for that?
So I would say in conclusion, I think 25 years from now, when I hope I'm still working, I'm only 69, and if Warren Buffett is a good example, I'll be working in 25 years. The need to work will mostly disappear. And what we call jobs are not jobs, they're servitude. If you work at a General Motors plant for 40 years, assembling one tire on one assembly line 8 hours a day for 40 years, it's not a job a human being should be doing, it's servitude. And so the majority of the jobs, whether you're talking farm workers or assembly line workers, are not respectable jobs I'd want a human being to have. If we're right about AI, it will create enough abundance to share the proceeds. And I think one of the biggest challenges facing society, and I wrote about this in 2016, I think I had an article in Forbes or Fortune. I said, AI will cause great abundance, great GDP growth, great productivity growth, all the things economists measure. And my tagline was an increasing income disparity. And I worry about that more than anything else. How do we do equitable distribution of the benefits of AI? And this is where I think the MAGA extremists are just sort of off their rocker. So techno-optimism is great. I consider myself a techno-optimist, but with caring and empathy. Yeah. And I think we have to ensure equitable distribution. And if GDP growth goes from 2% today, it's less than 1% in Europe right now, to 4, 5, 6%, we will have enough abundance to share the wealth and share the benefits, and we'll have a hugely deflationary economy. Yeah. If expertise is all free, we won't spend $300 billion in the US a year on medical expertise. We might spend $50 billion. Yeah. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. What an amazing first day at Collision 2024. I really appreciate you all coming here, and I hope you enjoyed the content on Center Stage. Now, we're going to see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m., where we kick off day 2 with some amazing speakers. And don't forget, check your Collision app to find out where the Collision After Hours party location is and how to get access to the hottest party of the week. But I really want to thank you on behalf of all of us, and we'll see you tomorrow.